experience as a country, the prevailing socioeconomic circumstances, and our future or vision where we want to go. The dominant economic philosophy or the political ideology of the government of the day, and several other factors, the strength of our economy and how they can support the kind of policies that we preach or we have in our manifesto. But the external environment, the dominant global political economic paradigm of the time, the relationship you have with states, your donor partners, and what kind of policy or programs that they wish to fund. So when you look at it from this context, and you look at the context of jobs, then you tend to see that it is one of the most serious issues that have dominated our political campaigns since independence, because the issue of jobs has been a very critical issue, and it has a lot of trigger effect on all impacts on sectors of the economy and our lives. Largely, I think since Kwame Nkrumah, you have always seen that job creation have always been a part of what the most important issues that comes, at least the first five, when you rank the number of issues that guides why people will vote. And this particular election, it has always been a top issue, especially when it comes to issues about the youth. And you have mentioned figures about 2 million youth who are unemployed and that have that element of trained, and about what 1.3 million of them out of. So we have an economist here, he will do it better. But if you look at the figures, you tend to see that it is a very serious issue and has a lot of impact on the growth of our economy, but also on the security. Now, if you look at the issues that we have had about political parties and election year, you tend to see that most of the promises that has to do with job employment are usually tailored towards what? Winning elections more than what? A guide to governance.
That's what you get from the manifesto?
Yes, okay. from most of the manifesto. They will tell you, we have created 1.2 million jobs. And we know that the total number of unemployed people, the figures have risen up to 1.3. So if you have 1.3 unemployed, you have created 1.3 jobs, then that means you've solved the unemployment problem. But we still have those issues coming up. So what we need to do moving forward is to come up with, there have been things like that in the past, but we need a very comprehensive, holistic employment strategy or dealing with the crisis of unemployment. Either maybe crafted largely by the National Development Planning Commission that guides all political parties that come to power, so that we know that we are dealing with this problem head on as a state, rather than leave it to political parties to craft it in a way that will suit them in their manifesto and to preach the number of jobs that sometimes is very difficult to trace. Where are they and which sectors they are? And we also know that when they are coming largely from political parties, the qualification criteria is usually political to some extent, because they want to appease their teaming youth who have voted for them or who intend voting for them, rather than addressing it as a national issue and making it more open and more merit-based, so that whether you are coming from party A or party B, you can have access to it.
Well, before you carry on, let me just, because there have been some similarities, even when it comes to job creation. If you look at the two major parties, there are some similarities with what kind of jobs they want to create. So if you say to suit their party manifesto, don't you think that they may have also considered what young people or Ghanaians are asking for? For example, MPP says that they're going to train 1 million youth in digital skills. You go to the NDC as well, they also have that, but in coding. So whether we like it or not, coding is digitalization. It is similar. And then you look at,
when I was setting the context, I mentioned that certain issues guide our historical experience, prevailing circumstances, and our vision where we want to go. One of the most serious challenges we face now is unemployment. So it's a prevailing circumstance. Even political parties, forgive me, political parties that have not been doing well in the Fourth Republic, if you ask them, they'll talk about unemployment, because that is the issue, one of the issues of the moment. So it's a prevailing circumstance, and it underpins policy formulation. So definitely you form policy to address a historical gap that you have had in your policy or a prevailing circumstances, or to address a vision moving forward. And unemployment has been part of what? Our historical deficit, our prevailing circumstances, and an aspiration where we want to go. And if you look at one of the best things that we can do in the current trend of the time is the idea of what? ICT, right? And we have our youth, and that's one of the best ways that people can be very innovative. The cost of training generally builds the capacity of our Ghanaian youth, and it also shifts largely from looking at development from pure economic growth to what the capacity of the human being. You are teaching them how to fish rather than giving them a fish, and they can do a lot with it. So definitely, smart policymakers in the NDC, MPP, GDP, CPP will know that we have an issue at hand, but how do we address it? The approaches may be different, right? But maybe influenced largely by political ideology or circumstances or state of the economy. Okay. But definitely, they will think alike because that is one of the prevailing issues. And moving forward, we need to address it.
Professor Sumi, let me bring you in because as we're talking about job creation, that is directly tied to the economy as well, because if I cannot find a job or I don't have a job that gives me salary, then that affects my buying power, my purchasing power, and being able to live comfortably as well. And the economy as it stands now, of course, the MPP says that they're doing much better now. They've turned the curve. But you look at the numbers and the question would be that have they really been able to manage the economy well enough for life to be easier for Ghanaians?
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good afternoon to viewers. And I would like to start off where one of the points that my colleague made, and that has to do with what we write the manifestos for. And I think one of the things he mentioned was that the manifesto, one reason why we write manifestos is to convince voters. It seems to me that when I look at the two manifestos, they are more geared towards winning the election than solving the longer-term problems of the economy. There's a clear understanding of what the most important issues are. I think we've been talking about jobs. Jobs have, as he mentioned, has always been a big part of our elections and the discussions. Now, the two parties seem to have some understanding. Clearly, and if you follow the other aspect of the manifesto and its debate, you see that jobs for the youth have taken a big stage in terms of the discussions that have taken place, in terms of where we need to be solving our economic problem. Now, but when you begin to look at the specific proposals, there's a lot of focus on training, and that presumes that the economy itself is generating enough jobs and that you just need the skills to plug in. And I think that's where there's a little bit of a disconnect between what the manifestos are proposing and how the economy has been. Now, we've seen that, from 2022, the difficulties that the economy has had, the numbers, especially this year, seem to suggest that the economy is performing stronger. But at the same time, you go around and speak to ordinary Ghanaians, you begin to see there's a disconnect between what the growth numbers are telling us and what the ordinary Ghanaians are feeling. And that's because even when the economy is growing, the economy has many subsectors. And it is not all the subsectors that Ghanaians are fully participating and fully benefiting. So for instance, in the first half of the year, you see that a lot of the growth has been driven by the mining and quarrying sector. And it's a sector that is primarily dominated by foreign influences or foreign businesses. And Ghanaian participation is relatively limited. So when such a sector is driving the growth, you begin to see that even though the macro number might say the economy is doing well, but you also see when you begin to dig into the microeconomic indicators, then you begin to see there are issues there. So I think that disconnect is quite important. A lot of the Ghanaian youth are mostly in the informal SME sector. The question is, how well has that sector been doing over time? And you see that it's really struggled. It's a sector that has really suffered from some of the policies that we've done to try and stabilize the economy. That's a sector that really suffers a lot from instability in the currency and also rising prices. So I think while the two manifestos seem to correctly identify that solving youth unemployment is an issue, or creating jobs for the youth is an issue, it's not too clear to me that the fundamental disconnect that prevents the youth from benefiting from growth has been addressed in the manifesto.
So for example,
So you're also looking at the whole concept of what? Manifesto as a bait to win and vote. Now, if you look at the number of youth who are in our current voter register, it's quite huge. You can have at least up to 1 million of the newly registered voters who are adding, and most of them are at the youthful age. That number alone can win an election for a political party. If you go back to 2008, it was just less than 1%, I think 0.4% converted to like 30,000 of the votes.
Yeah.
Now, most of the youth are IT savvy. If you look at the current Gen Z, they have so much interest, they spend most of their time doing technology things. So to be able to create a job that falls within their interest area is something that can quickly float them towards you. So you tend to see that there was even a fight between who proposed this digital coding or digital, because they all think that this is a very good selling point to the youth, something that can draw the youth towards it. So there have been, and they are very smart. Each of these political parties, especially the two dominant ones that have governed, they have strategists, people who are very smart, and people who also understand the current dynamics and know that you are not just proposing a policy that is good for governance, but a policy that can attract people who can help us with.
Is that where 24-hour economic policy comes in as well? Is it more of an attractive promise as against a promise that, you know, would really change the scope of the economy in Ghana?
I think it is both, just like the digital coding and all those things. So my understanding of the 24-hour economy is largely government creating an enabling environment, right? For people to do their businesses, for people to uptake what they have been doing, or to venture into areas that they were not able to do. So when you decide that maybe you could have sold your goods like 24 hours, but your fear was security, then government steps in and provides security for you. So maybe if you were doing so well and you want to increase, because you now have so much time to be able to do your business, government support you with finances, or maybe tax holiday, or those kind of things. So my general understanding is that government is able to provide the enabling environment and provide the kind of subsidies and support that businesses need to be able to function well and to be able to increase their productivity and create more employment for people.
Professor Sumi, I'll come to you. I will come to you next, but I just want to also mention that we have Daniel Yaw-Domlevo, the former Auditor General, on the line with us, and we'll cross over to him very shortly. But Professor Sumi, just because I brought in the 24-hour economy policy, that also cuts across. We're dealing with the economy, we're dealing with job creation altogether. How do you situate that promise? And do you think that that is indeed a game changer, you know, for the next 4 years?
So I think initially I really struggled to get a grip on exactly what
it was.
What specifically?
Initially?
Yes.
How long ago was this?
Well, so I've always struggled. I initially struggled, but it appears that the details are being fleshed out as we go along. So as we move on, it appears that some details are now emerging that gives you a sense of what the thinking is. And I think my colleague kind of explained, at least to the understanding I have, is to create an environment that allows economic activity to continue most of the day. That's essentially the best case scenario, 24 hours.
Yes. Now,
I think there are still several things that have to be explained. What will be the nature? The last time I heard the presidential candidate speak on it, I think he did mention giving incentives to businesses.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it starts with making sure that the macroeconomic environment is strong and supportive of businesses. And then when you start thinking about giving incentives, obviously we have to think about what is the nature of these incentives and what will it cost the taxpayer, and then get an estimate of what what the benefit will be for the average Ghanaian. So I think it seems to me that it's something that we will probably learn a lot more and get more specifics with time, assuming that...
So as it stands now, you don't have 100% clear understanding of the 24-hour economy?
Well, yes, I've heard some different... Sometimes I've heard some different twists and explanations.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to me that, I have a clear view of exactly what 24-hour...
What are you waiting to hear? I'm quite curious. What have they said that doesn't really sit well with you or doesn't fully explain the policy? Okay,
so, the way I understand it is that it is not something that government is going to drive. It's something that the private sector is going to drive. So it means that whatever businesses are doing, there has to be sufficient demand that they find it necessary to expand their operation into multiple cycles. That will ensure that we see, we are able to create more jobs and have more production. That sounds great.
Okay.
I think what I want to hear is not making it blanket, but saying, okay, there are specific structural problems of the economy that we have to solve. Like, okay, let's say we want to start with agriculture and then move to agro-processing. So I want to see the connection of the 24-hour economy and the details being linked to the specific problems that has plagued the economy for a long time. So if you say, okay, we are going to start with agriculture, we are going to, I don't know whether we are going to create more state farms or we are going to create what
exactly? So for example, if they say that the 24-hour economy would affect, the ports and harbors, passport services, banking services, transport, financial institutions, for you, this is not enough. They need to flesh it out.
So that is just one aspect.
Okay.
Because you can clearly see for people who do business at the port, how allowing them to operate 24 hours will absolutely be helpful.
Okay.
So that, when people are doing business at the port, you get to see, there's a 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock timeline and things are being right. It makes it easier for goods to clear.
I see.
But that is just a specific aspect. And I think, first, if you want the port to operate, it has to be that businesses themselves are finding it profitable to export more goods and services or to import more goods and services. Because if you operate 24 hours and the businesses don't find the demand, the intrinsic demand to ensure that things are moving at the port throughout the 24 hours, then, it's not necessarily...
Well, Senor, hold on. Let me just also welcome Senor Hosi. He's just joined us in the studio. And it's interesting how he was looking at Prof when he was speaking about the 24-hour economy policy. I'm wondering what he would have to say about it. Senor, you're welcome.
Anyway, for starters, you look stunning, and I think this was made in Ghana, and we should take a lot of pride in that.
Thank you very much. And let me also mention that we still have Daniel Yadomilevo on the line with us. Mr. Yadomilevo, good afternoon. Mr. Domlevo, are you there? All right. Well, let me come back to my studio guest, and then we'll come into Prof. Alidu. Hold on. Let me just get Senior's initial thoughts on this as well.
What 24-hour economy? What Prof was saying? Prof, for quite a good part of my life, I used to run the largest shunting operations in the port. The core port activity has always been running almost 24 hours. There's the birth, but the government processes don't. So trying to do that would definitely be good value for any business, because it means you have the opportunity to clear your cargoes much quicker than before.
When you said
it doesn't have to do with the volume of exports or the volume of imports, but the MPSM now operates 24 hours unless something has changed, man. I was told today by my son I'm an old man, so I don't know.
So you think that it's a good policy and should be expanded?
It's not a bad policy.
Okay.
It's a good policy, but I think that it's just been overworked, and I actually don't think that's been fully thought through. But as processes keep emerging, I think that they keep adapting, which is okay. Sometimes when you look at it, it's like some nice conversation that happened, and then somebody says, oh, it's a nice mantra, and then last night think, how is it going to work? But coming with things like the ports, it makes sense.
Okay.
If we can have the judiciary also work that way, that would be fine.
You want the judiciary to work 24 hours?
Of course, if they can. I mean, there are a lot of cases that are like, you have a 7-year case, it doesn't make sense. You understand? People have worse. So if some of those things for government processes that are meaningful or relevant, that are choked, yes. But you don't throw 24-hour economy in the way that people think that when you live here, then they too now have a new job to come and fill up. It doesn't make sense. When you tell me that I'm a businessman, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm an industrialist, I produce stuff. You don't need to tell me that nobody has banned anybody from working for 24 hours. So you must actually come up with solutions that actually cure a particular sort of supply block, because there's a huge demand for it. But the port is definitely a good example.
So there should be
the judiciary will be there, but I think that the NDC would have to do a lot more policy engagement to bring proper meaning to a nice popular mantra. And I think possibly it's been good for them early, but it's becoming a bit stagnant, you know.
For you?
No, not for me. I think really for everybody. But I don't think this situation is going to be about the NDC 24-hour economy or not. The problems in Ghana, the real problems are hitting everybody sitting
and
here.
Not,
so it's not whether you say 24 hours economy
we'll
or
come
not.
back to that. But, I mean, talking about 24-hour economy policy, it also links to the industries, because we're expecting that a number of these industries, manufacturers, will be able to work overnight or
please, I beg, let's not cut you. No, I beg, let's not.
I'm asking Daniel Yadomelevu a question related to that.
I thought you were making a commentary on it.
No, I'm not making commentary. It's a question I'm asking
I apologize.
him. And Mr. Daniel Yadomelevu, thank you for joining us on the afternoon shift. I hope you're well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very fine.
I'm asking you this question in particular because, of course, we've heard the president say at the beginning of his tenure that we're going to shift from, taxation to production. But you recently have said that it looks like we have rather moved from production to taxation. And I was linking that to the 24-hour economy policy and thinking that, in that case, would you say that maybe this could be a way of getting back on track and moving back to production that the country really needs?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Like some of the panelists have said already, the devil is in the details. When you flesh it out, then we know exactly what we are talking about. There are several sectors of the economy that can work far more than just 8 hours. I've always been mad in particular when you have to stop work and go to the bank. If you go to Ethiopia, here in Africa, the banks close at 8 p.m. So you can close from work, pass the bank, take your money or put your money there. And in fact, I had a friend of mine who is a bank manager, and he said to me he's even thinking about extending the closing period because many times they realize that by 8 p.m. there are a lot of customers still in the banking hall. So there are several sectors. It's not every sector. Even when we talk about New York, it's a 24-hour economy. It's not everybody in New York who is working, or every business which is operating 24 hours. We have to identify those sectors that need additional hours, and then I think it can be helpful.
Okay, but in your case, again, the issue about moving from production rather to taxation, what were your reasons for making that statement?
I didn't say we are moving from production to taxation. I said we were promised moving the country from taxation to production. However, we have moved from taxation to robbery.
Oh, to robbery instead. That's quite intense. Why would you make that statement? What's your reason for that?
Taxation, there are principles guiding taxation, whereby if you make income or you generate an economic activity or you add value, then you are taxed. But when government is not even looking at that, but looking at the situation where, one, even if you are making payment, you and I will go to the shop. If you have cash and you are paying for the items you bought, your payment or the amount you pay is lower than me, who decide to use the electronic platform or maybe Momo or any of those medium. Then I'm being taxed for payment. And even the payments I will be making include tax for the government. So even in paying tax, I pay tax again. And then government is looking at people who have done their long-term savings in terms of securities with the government and taking those monies, claiming that is domestic debt exchange. This is robbing the people. Some have died and have not had access to their savings. This is their sweat. That's why I'm saying that government has moved from taxation, instead of going to production, into robbery. And mind you, this phenomenon we are talking about, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia and myself, we experienced it in Zimbabwe. We were in Zimbabwe together. When after they started using people's domestic savings, that is, securities like treasury, bonds, etc., they moved into people's accounts. Dollar accounts or foreign currency accounts were all frozen and taken to the central bank. I think we had a rumor of that recently in Ghana. but it didn't work. So those are robbery measures that government takes, just to seize the people's money and make good use of it or bad use of it.
And for you, after experiencing that, you didn't expect that that would happen to us here in the country, especially because the vice president was with you at that time, you're saying?
Yeah, I am saying that anytime you see government moving in that direction, it becomes dangerous.
Right.
Me, when I saw the domestic debt exchange, I took away all my, treasury bills and etc. Because I saw the red flag coming. Okay. It can move to treasury bills, it can come even into your savings account. And I remember even international organizations, their bank accounts were swept to the central bank. Okay. And I don't think that is good of a government.
Well, lucky you that you saw the red flags early enough. Unfortunately, for those who didn't, they lost quite huge sums of money. Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Daniel Yaudomilivo. I'd like you to hold on just briefly. We'll come back to this conversation. Yes, we're expanding the conversation to bring in DDEP and, of course, E-levy, which seems to run across a number of promises that have been made in the various manifestos. We're hearing from all of them indicating that they will cancel E-levy when they come into office, or if they come into office. So we'll come to that. But Beatrice, I'm coming over to you because I know that you have to speak to one of our colleagues in Tamale, Cookie T. Take us away.
And with less than 24 hours to the general election, you would expect that the Electoral Commission will be crossing some T's and dotting its I's. So we are crossing over, as you just said, to Tamale, the regional capital of the northern region, where Cookie T, my colleague, is standing by with the Electoral Commission representative and to really gauge the mood and perhaps the preparedness of the Electoral Commission ahead of tomorrow's polls. Cookie, I'm sure you can hear us. Just tell us what's happening where you are. I can see you with the Electoral Commission as representative for the northern region.
Yes, Beatrice, I can clearly hear you, and welcome to the northern region. This is specifically Tamale, and we are currently at the regional office for the Electoral Commission, and currently also here with the regional director of the EC, Mr. Lucas Uriel. I got that correct, didn't I say? Good to see you again. How are you doing, sir?
Nice to see you too. Thanks, you are welcome to my office.
Thank you for having us. It looks very, very calm here. I take it that you are super prepared for tomorrow.
Now, all the
Okay, so we are having a challenge with a connection to Cookie T, but Cookie T is speaking with the Electoral Commission's regional director for the northern region. They are exactly in Tamale, the regional capital. I'm sure she wants to find out really how prepared the Electoral Commission is with less than just 24 hours to the general election. And so, yes, we'll be crossing. We'll be going to her again as we try to correct that line so we're able to hear clearly really what's going on. Okay, it looks like Cookie is back. Cookie, would you kindly continue with your conversation now?
Okay. All right, so currently I'm here at the regional office of the Electoral Commission right here in Tamale in the northern region with the regional director also of the EC, Mr. Lucas Uriel, and you are talking to us about your preparedness for tomorrow.
Yes, so we've received all the election.
What about the robbery?
So we're coming to that and then we'll go into DDEP. But you have an E-levy picture.
We received later on the ballot papers. We also went to the police station with them. We cross-checked. We inspected all the materials, the ballot papers. They were okay. We sent from the regional from the regional police, we picked the BVD to power and check whether they are functioning and everything is okay. We are now parceling them into the various ballot boxes. So the polling station will determine the number of recent voters, how many ballots can cater for.
All right. So mention the number of voters. How many people have been?
Okay, we'll have to correct that line and that connection to Kukiti, who is currently in Tamale, the regional capital for the northern region. And of course, you heard the regional director for the Electoral Commission telling her about the commission's preparedness ahead of tomorrow's general election. And I'm coming to you, Bella, who is on the other side. And the northern region, and not just northern region, but 5 regions of the north, we've been talking about it really, about the kind of role these areas are playing going into this year's general election, bearing in mind the kind of results they gave us in the presidential and the parliamentary polls. And so these are areas really to look out for going into tomorrow's general election. And Bella, I'm just handing over to you as you continue with your conversation.
Well, interesting. And yes, I still have Professor Alidu Seidu here with me. I also have Senior Husi and Professor Patrick Esumin. And we're taking a look at the promises made in the various manifestos of the parties and independent candidates as well. And Daniel Yadomlevo also joins us via phone, and he brought in another dimension on Zoom, pardon me. He brought in another dimension of the conversation that we're moving into now, and that's the issue of E-levy and domestic debt exchange program. So we'll start off with the E-levy and, of course, the concerns that many people have had with regards to that, and the fact that a number of people, in fact, have said that one of the main things that they expect any government to do is to cancel E-levy, because for them, that is double taxation. And Daniel Domlevo has reiterated that. And so I'll just come to my guest. Mr. Domlevo, don't leave me yet, please. Let me just pick the thoughts of my guests as well on E-levy and what they make of it, especially because ISE has indicated that any government that comes into power should be a little cautious in cancelling E-levy, COVID levy, betting taxes, and that's because they need to come up with a better idea of how they can generate money from other sectors before they think of cancelling some of these policies. Professor Alidu, let me come to you. What are your general thoughts on this and what ISE has said?
So I think this is more of economics than political science.
Yes, indeed.
I
mean, you could speak as a Ghanaian.
I think we have a lot of taxes, right, going on. Even the E-levy tax, though a lot of people don't like it. One thing I hate more is the COVID tax. When you go and buy food, you see COVID-19 tax. When I thought we had moved far away from COVID-19, but I still pay money for COVID-19. And I suspect that all these number of taxes has to do with the state of our economy. Maybe blocked revenue sources and our inability to service our international debt and all those. And so government will have to squeeze away to raise revenue to be able to provide the developmental projects that we need. So if you left to me, I think we are paying so many taxes. And some people even think that they don't even know what the tax is used for. Even if you pay tax and know that this tax is used to do A, B, C, D, then that makes a lot of sense to you. So I suspect that it is because of the state of our economy. That's why we still have some of these taxes hanging on and trying to help with revenue generation for government to do their businesses. Yes, I agree with ISE's conclusion that if it is still true, if it's true that it is the state of our economy that is pushing us to tax people more, then it means that before you cancel those taxes, you have to find an alternative means of what? Generating revenue to be able to do most of the things that we do.
Yeah.
So with E-levy, I'm not happy when I pay it, but that one doesn't even bother me more than the COVID-19 levy that I still pay when I go and buy food and I see it in the receipt. I think sometimes it's very annoying.
So as far as you're concerned, COVID levy must go at all costs?
I think, if we can get alternative means to support the economy, I think most of them have to.
Professor Sumin, I mean, you look at even Momo transactions and the statistics that have come out, and it shows an indication that it's actually increased. So I'll just give you a few of them. We're told that in the first 4 months of 2024, Momo transactions increased at 779 billion Ghana cedis. That's a 41.55% growth. In 2023, same period, it was 330.9 billion Ghana cedis. Now, January, you look at it, 198.4 billion. February, 195.8 billion. March, 188.9 billion. And then April alone, 203.0 billion. So Ghanaians are saying that they want E-levy to be scrapped, but at the same time, you're looking at Momo transactions that many people thought would have reduced, but that has increased. And so then that, if you measure that with the promises that are being made that E-levy will be scrapped, what do you say? Should it really be scrapped, or should we re-look at how it's implemented?
Well, let me start with the numbers that you are reading, and I think, yes, it shows that the transactions are growing, but we don't know what the counterfactual is, whether the growth would have been way more without the E-levy or not. So let's put it clear. Okay. But I mean, from the outset, I've said that E-levy is not a good tax. Taxing a mode of payment has never been a good tax. And nothing I've seen will make me change my. I think, yes, we need to expand the revenue envelope. And there are better ways of expanding the revenue envelope. I think I was just chatting with Senor. During the DDEP debate, the group of individual bondholders, they came up with a lot of alternative suggestions of how we could make alternative savings from both the revenue side and the expenditure side that will reduce the need to impose some of these taxes. And, we've spoken about, even at this stage, we are still giving a lot of exemptions. And I think we have to think carefully about whether the exemptions we give, whether we get value for them.
Okay.
And especially when the exemptions are for some profitable companies, or when there's always the likelihood that these exemptions could be abused, so that we end up propping up...
They are abused. I'm saying authoritatively, they are abused, because I see some given to my sector, they are abused.
Okay, Senor, I'll let you come in so you can touch on
later. So I think it's within this framework. But when ISA says that we have to pause and think carefully about alternatives. Look, even with the E-levy, with all the slew of taxes we have, we know that going forward, our revenue envelope is still too small. I think we miss a trick when we were doing IMF number 17, and we decided to do a little bit more of new taxes than rather than tackling the underlying leakages within our revenue envelope and the underlying problems. And I think that's where we really have to be headed. But whichever way you see it, I think E-levy is something that myself and many Ghanaians will be happy to see the back of.
Even with all the money that we're making from it.
I think it's too much trouble for so little. I mean, what we are making from the E-levy, first of all, is way below what was projected when it was being introduced. And then, secondly, I think we have to understand that, generally, one of the issues that we've always had is that we always see taxation only as a revenue policy, but that shouldn't be. Taxes are meant to achieve some other purposes. So when you focus too much on just using the tax to raise revenue, you forget about trying to support important sectors. You forget about trying to discourage some certain kind of consumption, certain kind of things that we don't see desirable. I think that's where the problem is. Oh, how much revenue can we get? And so you see there's a cash flow, we see, oh, this is how much transfers are going on, and if you put this percentage, this is how much revenue we raise. But we really need to understand the economy that generates those cash flows. And I think that's where the issue for the E-levy comes from.
Senor, hold on. I know you are ready to speak now, but let me just go back to Michael, especially for those of you who are interested in finding out what the various political parties and independent candidates have said about E-levy and the decision they'll make if they should win the 2024 general elections. Michael.
Bella, we know one thing for sure and about the NPP and the NDC is the fact that they both agree that they will scrap the E-levy once they assume office. We've heard Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia say that. We have our story here on our website basically telling you that I will abolish E-levy as president. That's according to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You heard that also he reiterated that when he spoke at the UPSC at his official outdooring as the NPP presidential candidate. The Mahama, also NDC presidential candidate, also said, saying he has consistently stated that the E-levy, he will abolish it within the first 100 days of being sworn into office, should he be given the nod by the people of Ghana. There's also the issue of the COVID-19 levy about scrapping it. But the interesting thing is that the E-levy, for instance, gives us so far has raised about 800, last year gave us about 1.2 billion cedis. This year it's over 800,000 Ghana cedis as we speak, and is estimated to even exceed last year's revenue. That plus the COVID levy gives us about 5 billion cedis. The question is, will these political parties have the
for lack of a better word, the balls to carry out that move of scrapping it out, especially in a situation where we are cut out from the international market and we do not have access to other revenues. As we speak at the moment, a lawyer has taken the government to court over borrowing from the treasury market, which is further worsening our debt position. So the question is, will they have the nerve to go out and actually cut out that revenue option? And interestingly, to both political parties haven't been heavy on how they plan to fund, raise the money to replace that which these two levies are giving us. And those are the critical issues that we have to answer, Bella.
Yes, indeed, we have to answer that. And Daniel Domnevo, Mr. Domnevo, I'll come to you to get your thoughts on this as well. Because clearly, I mean, in your case, you would say definitely that E-levy has to go. But if you look at the figures that I'm reading to you and how much money we're told we have made so far per the economic and financial data by Bank of Ghana, then that also raises eyebrows. If we scrap these levies, where are we going to get money from to support our economy?
Yeah, thank you very much. Whenever we are talking about the fiscal space, that is getting money to run the government, many times we tend to assume that all we need to do is to generate more revenue through taxation, which is not very correct. In the case of Ghana in particular, to increase the fiscal space, there are two fundamental things that we have not done. One, the leakages in tax.
100%.
There are a lot of leakages, tax exemptions which are illegal, if I should call it. People who are not entitled to tax exemptions are receiving tax exemptions. So there is only the few who are complying, who are being overburdened by the taxes. That is one aspect we have not looked at. The next one, which to me is far more important than we going into taxation, is looking at fruitless and wasteful spending of government. You and I, we are aware that government is wasting the resources that are given to them. So we don't continue pouring water into the container when we all know that the container is turning from a bucket to a basket. We must seal the loopholes. Have you heard of the amounts that are going into doing projects these days?
Yeah.
Did you hear of how much they spent in putting up the Bank of Ghana building?
Yeah.
Almost every floor is about 10 million or thereabout. What exactly are they using in building those structures? Have you heard of how much it costs the flower pot interchange? From approximately 70 million to about close to 700 million. So anything that you hear, I heard of the e-gate. Government is being wasteful. We should stop the waste first. We should not continue taxing the people only to be put to waste. I agree that if we actually need the money, then we may have to find a way of taxing or generating revenue.
Okay.
But we should not go there, especially when government is extremely wasteful. Have you seen a lot of the payments that we've been told by the Auditor General that about $12 million was paid for Polygu Dam for no work done? We have been told that about $3 million has been paid for Sky Train, and we have received no value. So those wastages must stop first before we even talk about generating additional revenue. So it should not be as if the panacea is always in taxation. Being fiscally responsible is the most important thing for us to do as a country.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, E-levy must go, COVID must go, COVID levy must go, betting tax, all those should go?
Yeah, those nuisance tax must all go.
Okay.
I think even when the government came in, they promised that they were going to cancel several taxes, which we started hearing. People, we have good news for you. This has been cancelled. And before we realized, these taxes were replaced with several taxes and others added. I don't think we should be giving. It's just like you having a son or a daughter who you've been giving money to, and you know that the daughter or the son has been wasteful. Do you just increase the money? I think what you have to do is, my friend, discipline yourself. Okay. Show me how you are spending the money responsibly before we keep adding. Thank you.
Senor Osi just wants to find out from you that, are you sure about betting tax in particular, that we should scrap that?
I am not particularly against betting tax.
Okay.
I'm not particularly against betting tax. But when it comes to taxes like E-levy and what do you call
levy?
it? The COVID tax. And there are others which you see some IT-related taxes, especially if you have imported goods into the country. You see there are platinum of taxes, and you ask yourself why. And even these days, we are being lied to that because the port has been sold for so many years, that's why those taxes are being imposed. But then you see the taxes are taxes imposed by government. Okay,
all right. Let me bring Senor in. So first of all, before you even go into it, which of them should go?
The E-levy is an unconscionable tax.
Okay.
But there's a way to still charge a kind of E-levy legitimately and reasonably.
What's that?
I mean, it depends. I won't call it E-levy. You know, charging 1% is a service. And I think that it should be subject to VAT. Just like any other service. When I pay for adverts at TV3, you charge me VAT. So the telco should pay for that. That's legitimate. I mean, it's reasonable. But don't charge people for value you are not really giving. If you are looking at it as a mechanism to drive tax inclusivity, then what you should be looking at are people who do not file their tax returns at the end of the year. So as president, I could do E-levy, but not in this fashion. So I'll do E-levy to encourage people to start shaping their tax behavior. Just like he said, that it's not, I mean, taxes are not just about revenue generation. It's also about shaping the conduct, the consumption patterns, and the culture of a people in a way that develops or sustains a more viable economic culture for the country. So if you're somebody who never files your taxes, any money that you have, I will tax it.
Okay.
All right, it's okay. But for everybody like you file your taxes. At the end of the period, you file your taxes. All right, there's no reason why you should be charging or asking us to pay E-levy. When you do that, every market folk will now understand the idea of filing taxes.
Okay.
You capture proper data about the tax culture and the revenue culture and the revenue data about your people. Your policy will be rather more informed. And so you see e-tax, E-levy in this instance, more as a punitive tax for non-compliance to legitimate tax culture. I would welcome that.
Okay.
But what we are doing is a charade. It is theft. All right. I mean, the politicians, everybody is my friend. It's not a problem. I mean, for me, it's not a problem. But I don't agree with what they did. I think in my little quarters, I've shared that the vice president has suggested that he wasn't in support of it. But you know, it's not viable. If the vice president really is committed, and he's a good man, he's my friend. I mean, John Mahama is also my friend.
Okay.
You know, the two of them are good people in their persons. But if the vice president really means what he's saying, with a president today who really supports his mandate, I think the first thing he should do this week, or in fact,
this week,
it has finished.
It might be too late.
I mean, the least he could have done for us was that this year, you cancel the E-levy yourself. Under your leadership as EMT and all that, you know, you could have done it. And look, let's situate everything into proper perspective. Nana Addo did not win the 2016 election on the back of the economy.
He won it on the back of what?
The only person we gave credit to for the economy was Bawumia. What sense did Nana Addo make to you on the economy that made you have confidence? I voted for him in 2016. I've not lost an election. The last election, I just wasted my vote.
Okay.
All right. So that one, I say I haven't lost my record.
Tomorrow, though?
Oh, I'm voting tomorrow with energy.
For who?
I will not say, but I will not lose the election.
I was just checking. If
but let's carry on with the matter. It was Bawumia, the confidence people had in him, in his ability to manage the issues of the economy. A lot of the credit we gave to Nana Addo and the political scientist, my colleague, my former hallmate.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one of my subjects. You know, he has to be saluting me every day. You know, Nana Addo was credited, and we expected governance. So the issues of corruption, law and order, changing the whole sphere of the way Ghanaians should think about building a sustainable Ghana is what we vested trust for Nanado in. But the economy part, everybody deferred to Bawumia. So Bawumia cannot run away from.
He says he's not, and I listened to.
I understand.
Mr. Dan Boche yesterday.
Yeah.
He's the chairman of Bawumia's campaign team, and he said that Dr. Bawumia is not the Oga kwata.
I don't.
So
I don't deny
make
that.
those decisions.
I have been privileged to work with all governments at very close range. I have been part of EMT engagements in the Mahama time and also in the Bawumia time. I can relate to that. But it's not a sustainable argument out there. You didn't come and tell us that when you were looking for the mandate. So don't say that now. It's okay to take it on your chin, find a way to re-communicate it, admit your errors, and let's move on.
Okay.
But for this E-levy matter, if he was really committed to it, I think the least he could have done, and I think Nanado could have helped him do, was to actually abolish it way before now. Even if it was 3 months to time, 6 months to time, at the beginning of this year, I mean, it would have made some sense. But to argue it now is neither here nor there. The betting tax, I am disappointed too. While I'm disappointed in the MPP over their conversation, their manifesto position on the E-levy, I'm equally disappointed in both parties and the NDC on the conversation about betting tax. Are you serious, people?
They said they'll cancel it.
They are all jokers.
The 10%.
The two parties are jokers. They are not serious people. When they talk about economic policy, what are you talking about? You want to develop an economy where people take responsibility in the earnings that they generate and contributing toward the development of the space in a difficult time. You are telling that when somebody goes to make a winning, he shouldn't pay tax for income is generated. But you and I should go and pay taxes for the income is generated for working and sitting and bending our backs out here. What joke is that? My staff should pay their taxes. But these boys who are sitting there will decide not to go and then be doing their cha-cha, and when the bench, then that one there, they should.
They say that's a loss of work to.
Who said loss of work?
If you look, hold on.
We are encouraging a very wrong culture in this betting thing. We are not making people find proper value and merit in real and hard committed work. It's okay to bet. I don't have a problem.
Okay.
But when you make an income, that's when you pay taxes, because that's the value you have generated out of the economic environment that the country has given you. The only reason why the two parties are saying that is because of political expediency. And this country is tired of this political nonsense. We need to take proper decisions that build the country for our future and our children's children. That's why I was very surprised when I thought I heard Dom Level say that. It's somebody I have a lot of respect for. Yeah. And that's why I asked you, ask him again. Because he's a person I know who has proper policy, thorough policy thinking and analysis. So if you think it through, nobody who is serious and worth his salt in economics, in finance, you understand, in policy development, in public policy, we'll have this conversation. Okay. But those who have it are those who have a PhD in party politics.
Statistically, we're told that less than 10% of all bets placed are successful.
It's
So
okay.
really,
so that
how
10%,
much money can you even generate from that?
My guy, so think about it. 10% are generated. So the 90%, our people have spent money in there to go and do the cha-cha. What has the state got from that risk?
Okay.
Nothing. Today, if I want to invest in the new business, you want to invest. Look, you guys have remodeled here. The last time I came here, it wasn't like this. Was it like this?
No, it wasn't.
Every single thing that you've bought and put here, you have paid taxes on it, true or false?
Yes. We do.
So why should somebody go and try and charter is 90%? He there shouldn't pay some.
Okay.
Please, we have to let everybody know that statehood requires everybody to sacrifice. And because on the back of that, everybody must also build a responsibility to hold their governments accountable. When you bet and you pay, when you see nonsense going on, you will talk. But when you bet and you don't pay, you still be full. Look,
too much fire coming from you.
You see, this country we entertain too much.
Okay, hold on.
He used that word, so I will not use it. But the nonsense is too much. Okay. So let's be honest. I don't think Bawumia, in his own honesty, with all the PhD he has, believes in what he has said. I don't think Mahama, with all the policy exposure, has believes in what he has said. Setekpa will not entertain this. Nobody there, none of them seriously will entertain this. So the betting tax there, betting tax, if you generate an income, you must pay. Okay. Me, I generate income, I pay. Policy. Income has not even generated. They said, look at my lifestyle. I have generated income, so I should come and pay. Do you know the fact I find you here?
Well, they've included it in the
I'm telling you, income have not been generated. They say they look at my lifestyle because I've been talking to you. You see your dressing alone make people think that I have money. Because I'm sitting with you.
I thought you were going to say because you bought it from me. Because
I didn't buy it for you.
Where from?
But when they see you, so you are working with high class people. So the high class people like Bellano, that means that you are making money. So if you are paying this tax, you should pay more. That's what's happening to businesses.
Let me bring Professor Lido in. You wanted to touch on this as well, and
so I wanted to raise the issue of political credibility with some of the things we've heard in the past from these politicians about specific policies and what they were able to do after they were given the opportunity and what they are promising now. And I say that if you look at our vice president, when the MPP was seeking power, I think largely he was saying that there were a lot of taxes in the system. And we don't even know how those taxes were being utilized. And when they come to power, they'll move this country from taxation to production. We gave them 8 years. And now it's the same thing that we are repeating for the 2024 elections, that there's still a lot of taxes. When he comes, he'll cancel them. So when you juxtapose what he's saying now and what was said in the past, there's a little bit of suspicion that maybe these are just meant to win political power rather than commitment to do it. And I agree with what Senor was saying, that even if that's the case, you are still in charge. Show the example, the way that I'm able to do 1, 2, 3. When we win, we will do the rest. But if it's still just give me another opportunity for us to do, what's the tendency, what's the towards that when we do it, when we give you the chance, you'll do it again. Or you will be able to cancel them. So I think what we say and what we do gives the voters a lot of opportunity to analyze and look at the credibility of the people who say it, and that will determine how we vote tomorrow.
But really, at this point, I don't think that the parties have any choice. They have already stated it in their manifestos that they're going to cancel some of these levies. If they backtrack, that's also going to go against them eventually, because the people who voted for them will come back and say, but you promised that you'll do this, and you didn't do it.
So what we believe, the level, the extent of belief of what they say now depends on what they said in the past and whether they were able to do it or not. Do you understand? So if you're not telling me this is what I'm going to do if you vote for me, then I look at what you have said in the past when you needed me to vote for you. And when I give you the opportunity, what have you been able to do? And whether you're going to repeat just what you did the last time or you're going to behave better. So a lot of people will definitely have a split-second decision that maybe I'll believe what you are saying, or I wouldn't believe what you are saying, based on what you have told me in the past. And we are all privy to that very profound statement that we'll move this country from taxation to production. Right? And now, fast forward 2024, we are talking about still cancelling taxes. When we move into what? When we vote for them. So what has been done in the past for the 8 years period that we have had? So definitely, these are the kind of questions we'll ask ourselves when we're going to vote.
Professor Sumin, and then we bring in the issue of domestic debt exchange program and how that also has affected or will affect the voting chances of the NPP in particular, and whether they are going to make it or not. There are a number of people who would vote based on that. They have lost monies. Their own monies that they invested is what they have lost now. That clearly is also going to play a role, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole process surrounding the domestic debt exchange and what we have done since, I think it was quite problematic. I think the effect that it has had on people's even confidence in the financial system and then even our ability to restart the bond market, I think it's been problematic. But for me, the biggest issue has been, if you ask Ghanaians to make that kind of sacrifice, then we expect to see the sacrifices going all around. And I think that's where we have to ask whether, after asking Ghanaians to do all these sacrifices, whether the powers that be also made the same sacrifices. And I think that's a major issue, because so I think also the other thing is that if you look at what Ghanaians gave up versus the deal we've gotten from the Eurobond holders and the bilateral partners, I think it begins to, it looks quite troubling. If you look at the external debt restructuring we've done, we've only managed to kick our problem down the line. And for me, from 2026 going, I think that's where we really have to revisit this problem and see how we are going to solve it, because we really haven't solved the problem. What we have managed to do is to get more postponement of when we start paying interest in full. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we've done what it takes to ensure that by the time we are in 2026, we are ready. So you get a sense that this conversation about our debt is going to come up again. And we will see what choices we make then.
But we didn't have much of a choice as a country when it came to domestic debt exchange program, because that was a requirement as part of our engagements with the IMF. And so, if that's the case, hold on, it's just a question I'm asking, Senor. So, the way Senor keeps looking at me when I answer all these questions. But that's what, I know it is your matter. I know it is, I'll come to you shortly. But I just wanted to ask, Prof, this matter as well, because that's what we've heard, the authorities say as well, that yes, maybe it was not compulsory. Those who were affected had the choice to opt out of, the options that were being given them. But at the same time, it was a requirement that had to happen.
Well, if you read what the IMF will tell you, what was required was to restructure our debt. I don't think the IMF insisted that we have to do DDEP. What had to happen was that we had to restructure our debt. The same thing happened with the fiscal consolidation. What had to happen is that the deficit had to be cut.
Yeah.
The exact combination in terms of revenue and expenditures are choices that our government make. So I don't think, you can question the process. And I think, when you've seen debt exchange happen elsewhere, I don't think the way it was carried out in terms of, more or less being, I don't know whether it's called blackmailed or being, there's a bit of fear-mongering to ensure that people sign on. I think those aspects, perhaps the political scientists will speak about, the processes around it. But I think for me, the issue is, when it talks about burden sharing, how much burden Ghanaian took, how much burden the powers that be took, and how much burden our foreign external debtors have taken. Clearly, you see that Ghanaians have not been
treated fairly.
Yeah.
Well, you describe it, Senor, as an injustice.
It's an injustice, but he was referring to the political scientist. I'm not a political scientist. I've been told recently that my political wisdom is quite low. So I think that maybe he wants to deal with it.
No. Don't worry. Let me...
That's Senor's baby.
If one thing is going to send this government down tomorrow, on that list of that one will be the DEP, the debt restructuring. And make no mistake, the Eurobond holders have taken a big hit. If you want to talk about other non-commercial bilateral facilities, that's fine. But Eurobond holders have effectively taken over 40% in hit in dollar terms. I am a victim to that. I'm not a victim to your domestic, to the domestic debt exchange. My advocacy on that was just on the principle and was a social activity that I went out there to pursue. And I doff my hat to all those who partook in the entire process, the likes of Dr. Jangba, Martin Pebu, all of them who contributed, who supported our process, and a lot of good work was done. It's also not the case that the IMF did not say you should do a debt restructuring. It did say we should do a debt restructuring.
Domestic debt.
Of course, you needed to do both because the mix was obvious. Now, the question was, for them, it was an advice to an end. They need you to achieve a 55% on present value basis, a debt to GDP ratio over a certain time. Show me how you can do it. If you don't show them how you can do it, then this is the way they know you can do it. All right? It's not a default thing. It's one of the hardest things an IMF will advise you to do. But the first is for you to figure it out yourself. And in all honesty, we did not need to go and do DDEP.
What could we have done in place?
It's lazy governance that made us go and do DDEP. And dishonesty that made us go and do DDEP. The problem that we had today, Kwesi had the Independence Day lecture, organized by the One Ghana movement and the University of Ghana Accounts Department, warned us in advance that a problem was coming. And we all know it. And you see, 1 + 1 cannot be 2.1, just like I said the last time here. It is 2. And the economists, everybody knows, everybody saw that our fiscal conduct was leading us to a dire circumstance. We all knew it. For this Russia COVID thing, I've always said they should stop it. You see, black man, you come and give people free water for 3 months, then you turn around and you're charging a COVID levy for how many years now? You see, black man, how many months now? You see, this is the dishonesty. You let me finish my matter.
Okay.
Please.
There's just some developing story. We wanted Beatrice to handle that very quickly, and then we'll come back to it. Beatrice, we're told that there's some story that's come up. Tell us about it.
Yes, some activities going on all around the country, and we're just about few hours for eligible voters to go and elect a new president and members of parliament. Passengers are stranded at some of the transport terminals within the Sekendita Takrady metropolis. We understand that there are few buses, or the buses are not available at all. In fact, our checks by our reporter reveals that some political parties have hired most of the buses. Here's a report by Pa Kojo Peters from the Western region.
As the clock ticks down to the highly anticipated presidential and parliamentary elections, which is expected to take place tomorrow, eligible voters are eager to travel to their various destinations to exercise their franchise. Unfortunately, some of them are stuck up here at the Kumasi station, eager to have a bus to travel to their various destinations. We are here to speak to some of them to find out why they are still here, despite being here for over 2 hours.
Yeah, but do have 5:30. Can you have Kumasi? Kumasi. Ghana buying the do because election either people and this and Kabas one idea for destination near Kotuaba. You go on near Kotuaba more and talk across you have a brave. You know about what has said, and there were Tolotus into the met my Ambinaka Mayano. Because I quite abandon a Kotonia Sabajuma Monday. Ya Esika near the Konu be Esika. Neabejania is stranded there, and Yabekufia Pakoda. I'm here waiting for about almost 2 hours. Nobody cares about the passengers here. I don't understand why.
If you assume na me bedru ya 5 something, yeah. Ya ba be dia yedru ya na first car so second so a. Ya gina hanum almost 2 hours. Car ni nyina e kwa Accra. Ya so na me nyan be man dey kaka ye nyina baba kupe ya na e beto. Enya abato a me so ya amati mejina ase. E kom dey awie e hye. Yes, why in Yaka? You will say, I'm free Kumasi Naba. Or what means I come back to Kumasi because most of the car now for Kumasi one.
Taxation, she says, because of abattoirs, control to crime, baby. The job buses need to be or said the bear will meet me at 5 domino. Won't say any individual buses in Ejuma. You know, young say buses in a day. Say morning, Kobe. I said the bear bit me a monk of 1 item. I don't want among them, but individual buses in a day. MPs now hang on the uncle for a day. Echo uncle for maybe on the corner. But I it is yet to come and say, hey, union buses. They might be uncle baby.
Ninja passengers Nasala and say, that's no local Kumasana as almost signed back. Never from home common by it. It's about as most alive train. A buyer and the associate you come on. But who said this time they were more for Kano? Who said Batuaba? You'll be up a so called Kuaba. Yaha, because simple say, baby, a high car, so we call baby, a Kotuaba. And the buses now, I have you more than 5 buses. What's the buses? I'm not that. The Kakana will do for 1 month. It will have done more. How much I don't know.
Okay. So that's a report from the Western region. Let us know what's happening in your region, in your constituency, and you're sure that we'll bring it back to you and try to see some answers with a few hours to the general election. And I hope you're getting ready to vote. I'm coming back to you, Bella, because I know that there's something still cooking where you are.
Well, it is very heated here, and of course, we're having conversations about the things that have happened in the last couple of years leading up to the elections and how Ghanaians feel about it. We still have in the studio Mr. Senyor Hosi pumping a lot of fire into the studio. We hope that we have our studio left by the time he's gone, because the fire here is
I was thinking of a fire extinguisher, actually.
Indeed. But also we have Professor Alidu Seidu. He is an associate professor of political science, also the head of department at the Political Science Department, University of Ghana, and also Professor Patrick Esumin is also an associate professor at the University of Ghana, and he's an economist. And we've just been talking about the economy, basically, and we're just gone by, we're talking about DDEP. Senior also brought another angle with regards to even, you know, the water that was given for 3 months, after which we were made to pay all that as well.
I mean, what's the sense in it? Well, that's what, please, Ghana people, tomorrow when you are going, anybody promising free, think hard, because any free thing they give you, they come back for it 10 times, so, and they never stop giving it to you. Don't collect. So if somebody is asking you free and you can't find the way it's going to give it to you for free, please think again. That's what has happened. We did the same thing with petroleum. We're reducing, we were doing subsidies. What did we end up doing? ESLA. We have paid ESLA more than the money that they actually even gave us. The same thing. You say COVID, what is water for 3 months?
But you listen to Abena Asare. She's the Minister of State in charge.
Oh, when you mention people, Abena like this, she's my,
I understand,
my girl.
But she said something about the collection of COVID levy, and she said that we still have to pay for the vaccines that we got. And so if that's the case, it's going to be difficult to scrap something like the COVID levy.
Next, I don't mention Abena, because Abena, I have a soft spot for Abena. I've also declared it. You always get full disclosure from me.
Okay.
The finance minister is my brother. The deputy one is my sister. But
everybody's your family member.
Everybody's my family member. But this one, they all know say Nkoye. It is not correct. What do you mean by vaccines? Is it the first time we are paying vaccines? Do we have polio? This every child in this country has to go for free something for all the 6 killer diseases. Is this the first time? Let's not do that. We all know why we are doing it. We need the money. But my problem is exactly what Prof just said. Things happen in the country and sacrifices must be made. The citizen own the state, for which reason fixing the state will primarily fall on the citizens. There's no doubt about that. But when it commissions its leaders, the leaders must show the example in the solution that has to deliver or rescue that particular challenge you have at a point in time. But when you are sitting down and you are telling me that we are broke, but your life is not showing brokenness, but I should pay for it, I can't relate. This election, can we see the money that has been spent? Where is the money coming from? Everybody should tell us, where is the money coming from?
You're asking us?
All of us, we should ask ourselves, including the viewers. You yourself, ask yourself. It's a rhetorical question, but if you can answer here too, I'm grateful. Where is the money coming from? So when we talk about this, it's not fair to the people. We've seen the lifestyle of our politicians. Their lifestyle didn't go down when our lifestyle was going down. True or false? Prof, you did Ghana, it's not economic regression. There's no regression.
Senior, these people you say are your friends and family members, have you told them this in person?
Oh, all of them, they know. The thing you know about, you get with me is honesty. You always know where I stand on the matter.
Okay.
All of them, they know where I'll even vote tomorrow morning. I don't lie.
What action have you taken against them?
I'll give you advice. I spent time. I used my brains. I showed you how to actually save 83.9, almost $84 billion Ghana cedis. So we don't even need to go to DDEP. Or even if we go to DDEP, start implementing a part of this so that I can balance it and reduce the harshness. But what it means is that governments too may cease being. I mean, it's a political season. They want to do things that they don't have to do. They want to overdo them. They want to overspend. They want to waste, like Dom Levo said. And I think that the politics is bigger than the economics in our country. And let's get it clear. I'm an ex-lecturer of policy. I'm a student of economic policy. This department is my department. All right? Public policy, the bedrock of it is economics. But the house of public policy is politics. So politics will always override economics, reasonable thinking.
Okay.
So all this thing they are saying, they shouldn't talk about, please, you just have found a name that you can sell to the people so that you can collect more taxes. Well, that name, today my wife asked me when she saw a receipt, is the COVID still there?
Yes. The levy is still there, however, but let's look at the real state of the economy, and Michael and Beatrice are on standby to give us those details.
Indeed, and these are obviously reflecting on the ground. And Michael, I know you've got the data here telling us exactly how people are feeling and what is going on within our communities, of course, within our pockets.
Exactly. So I'll be walking you through some of the economic indicators and how they fared so far this year. We'll start off with inflation. And as we all know, inflation is the rate of increase in the prices of goods and services over the last year. So basically, from what you are seeing from the figures, you see that they are all above 20%. It means that month on month, every month compared to the previous year's month, your budget would have to increase by that amount to be able to afford the same goods and services that you did last year. So if you look at the last figure here as at November, that stands at 23%, which is currently the inflation rate in the country. It means that to be able to afford the same goods and services that you did in November 2023, you need to increase your budget by about 23%. So it means that if you were spending 200 cedis, if you're spending 100 cedis, now you have to increase it by
120 something cedis.
123 cedis to be able to afford that same amount of lifestyle, basically. And that's what the inflation figures are really telling us. And those are the, like you said, this election is all about the bread and butter issues. How is this affecting the average person, especially when incomes are not increasing in direct correlation with expenditure? And these are the issues really that are coming up.
And I know with all the numbers that come out, particularly from the Ghana Statistical Service, repeatedly they will say that the inflation figures we are seeing, driven by food inflation.
Exactly.
Is that the situation even in the 23% we see in the November facts?
Exactly. If you look at the inflation rate, you see that increase from 21.5% to 23%. This increment was largely driven by food inflation, according to data from the Ghana Statistical Service, with food inflation standing at a little over 22%. Just tells you that, of course, to be able to consume the same amount of food you did last year in November, you should have increased your budget by some about 22%. And that's really the issues that we are talking about here, that this particular election, really, like we've said, it's really going to be all about the issues, the bread and butter economic issues. Now, beyond the inflation...
Before you even move on, just staying with the food inflation, when you talk about food inflation, sometimes the argument is that you have a government that has a policy of planting for food and jobs. So what is the problem? If we are planting for food and jobs, we should have enough food. And therefore, of course, the logic of demand and supply, if you have more, you should pay less in terms of trying to get the same item. So is it that the planting for food and jobs policy has a problem, or it is a matter of how much we import? Because we import a lot of rice, sugar, oil, and even toothpick, really.
It's a mixed bag of things, you know, especially for a country that is very import dependent. You know that once your cedi begins to depreciate, that's what affects the cost of importation, which will also transcend to the cost of food that you import. Aside that also, if you are not growing as much, of course, the little products that you have, the demand will go up, and subsequently price will go up. And those are the nitty-gritty issues. You talk about the policy. We do know that the PFJ Phase 2 was launched sometime last year to commence, take effect fully this year. However, from some reports that we've had, for instance, from the Peasant Farmers Association, they argue that way after half of the year, they hadn't been registered onto the platform to begin to benefit from it. They have argued that although the policy in its totality is a good one for the sector, it hasn't, because of the delay in its implementation, because they argue that, for instance, if after June this year you haven't received your inputs, you haven't been able to get the fertilizer to apply to your products, at what point then do you begin to see the impact of that, especially on your yield? And those are the basically the issues there with the planting for food and jobs and how it impacts on food inflation.
Perhaps my last question before you move to the next slide. When you look at the data from July, in fact, when we shifted from 54%, you remember we reached that stage of inflation, and then it kind of kept reducing until where we are now. But when it hit 20.9, which was in July, even per the data we're seeing now, the argument was that perhaps we've been reducing from 54%, so it's going to keep going down. I believe the government targeted about 15 somewhere 15 percent.
to 19.
Exactly. So between July and November, where you have 20.9 to 23, what is driving it? Aside from food inflation, could it be the Christmas season or perhaps election season? A lot of people are spending more. What could be
the main conversation, really, the main contributor to inflation over the period has been food inflation. That has been the major driver of inflation in the country. And when we hit 20.9%, a lot of people were optimistic that probably the Bank of Ghana would be able to hit its target for for this year. But however, we began to see some uptake a few months down the lane, and things are changing. Some are predicting that from the look of things, the BOG would not be able to attain the lower bandwidth of the target of for inflation about 19%, because as we speak now, we've shot up a bit from 21.5 to 23%. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe there's a magic wand they have that would change the dynamics by the end of December to reduce inflation to the 90%. But from where it sits right now, looking at the trend, it doesn't seem...
We may end the year with it.
It doesn't seem like it, but we'll see how it all fares. So basically, that's the issue of inflation. The fact that at least the cost of living for the average Ghanaian is going up just by the issue of inflation. That is, if your income levels remain the same as they were last year. And those are the issues that a lot of people will be considering, especially as they assess the manifestos of the political parties as they head to the polls tomorrow. So next on it is the policy rate conversation. Now, this is another issue that affects everybody from business persons to the average Ghanaian. If you notice, the policy rate has stayed relatively around 29%, and up until earlier last month, it was reduced further to about 27%. You know, the Bank of Ghana also uses the policy rate to regulate inflation. And how much I get in terms of interest rate on loans, right? Basically that. So this, of course, is the average rate, the rate at which the Bank of Ghana lends to commercial banks. So in essence, you will not get a loan based on this figure 23%, lesser than 23%, because this is the cost that the bank is incurring from getting the money from the Bank of Ghana. They will add a margin and then give it to you. But the last time I checked, it was between 33 and 35% if I wanted to go to the bank. Exactly. So the question is, so that's the point. So if the lending rate in the country is high, already the banks are borrowing at quite a considerably high rate. So until that comes down, you as the average consumer or a business person, you would have to, of course, borrow at a high rate. And now remember that if you are borrowing, if the policy rate already stands at about 23%, think about it, just at 23% alone, it means that the average business, when you borrow every year, you have to pay 23% on the amounts that you borrow. The question is, are you making up to 23% even for a business to be able to pay that much? Break even and even get your profit. Especially when the cost of doing business is also quite still high, when inflation is high, cost of fuel is high, and a whole lot of things. So those are basically the issues that a lot of people will be looking at. How affordable are loans for me to be able to afford, for instance, a mortgage, or to afford to buy a vehicle, or to afford to raise capital from the local market? And those are basically the issues that a lot of people will be looking at, and to understand what policies, how the policies that the various political parties are proposing will address these issues. But I'm just wondering how this also feeds into one of the recent data that came from the, I believe, the World Bank, which said that about 850,000 people had been impoverished. I think that was in 2022. Yeah. That report came out in 2023, because you just mentioned the bit about car loan. Yeah. And you know that the banks don't just give loans for cars. They will tell you if it is more than 5 years old, we cannot sponsor that. At least I know most banks do that. But that means that if you're getting something that is 5 years and to, let's say, 1 year or fresh, you're paying more for that. How is that playing up really for ordinary people who would want to at least live a certain level of comfortable life, as it were, and really the data coming from the World Bank? I'll take you back to the inflation figures. So because you spoke about impoverishment and people being pushed to the below to the poverty line, it means that if you were surviving on 100 cedis last year, you need to increase that 100 cedis to 123 cedis. If your income hasn't increased, it means that the quantity of food that you can afford now drops, because your income is still the same. The size of your cake. Exactly, and those are basically the issues. And this is how, for instance, just looking at the inflation conversation, people will become automatically impoverished, because if you cannot afford the same cost, if you can't afford the same lifestyle that you could a year ago, as compared to today, you are becoming impoverished. And those are basically the issues right there and how they play out. So we'll move now to another issue, the depreciation of the cedi. Between last January and now, the cedi has depreciated by almost 30%. It's over around 29%. So that means that as a business person who's importing or who buys goods in foreign currency, you need to increase your CD base by about 29% to be able to afford the same products that you bought in January. And that's why you see constantly the Ghana Union of Traders Association, the various trader groups, and are lamenting about the issue of the CD depreciation, because it affects you directly. Once the CD begins to depreciate, it means that the amount of CDs you need now to import the same number of goods needs to go up. And that's what we are seeing play out here. The highest it has gotten is 14.15% as at November. 16.415% as at November. The figure we're beginning to see some appreciation of the CD over the last couple of days. Some are asking what is happening, but we're beginning to see the CD appreciate significantly. As at today, the rate is standing at about 14.461% from, according to the Bank of Ghana's rate, because of course you will get it higher than this when you go to the commercial bank. Even though we started the year at a little over, at almost 12 CDs to the dollar. Yeah. It shows you, explains to you what I was trying to put out, that the fact that the CD has depreciated significantly, because it means that you need to get extra CDs now to be able to afford the 16.
I mean, that's quite interesting in terms of the rate of the depreciation. Exactly. That's about 30%. Last year was less than that. I think, because I remember the finance minister, Dr. Amin Adam, arguing that the level of depreciation is still less than what it was under the then or the ex-WOW NDC administration. I'm just wondering where you stand on that. Usually,
they would argue on the nominal side of the depreciation in terms of the movements. But of course, the reality is, what are the real figures saying? The business person will say that if 8 years ago the CD was 6 CDs to the dollar, today how much is it worth? And those are the realities on the ground. How does that impact me as a business person? Now, just to paint a picture of how this impacts the average business person, if $100,000 in January was worth 1.19 million CDs, that same $100,000 today is worth 1.64 CDs. So it means that, do you see the difference? It means that you need a little over 50,000 CDs to be able to get $100,000 just because of the depreciation of the CD.
So let's even break it down a bit further.
Okay.
Earlier, when we were talking about the laws in the country, and you were mentioning that, of course, it's illegal for you to do business in dollars in Ghana. Yeah. And I gave the example of the real estate where you have rent and purchases in dollars. Yeah. So let's assume that I bought, say, a 3-bedroom apartment for $150,000. Yeah. And the rate at the time I was buying it, let's assume it was 11 CDs per dollar. Yeah. If I'm still paying it, and maybe I started paying 2 years ago, but now it is 16.5. Yeah. Will I be paying the 16.5%, or I will still be using the $11 rate I used at the time I signed the contract?
So if you're taking a loan on a floating rate, those are some of the things that would affect you. And you see, these were the real issues that came up, especially last year when we saw the CD depreciate significantly to about around 16, 17 CDs. There were some people who said that their mortgages and its ratio to their income significantly shot up just because of the depreciation of the CD. And those are the real issues. So as you can see over here, like we've explained, the average business person needs to raise more CDs. Your capital is basically depleting just because of the depreciation of the CD. And Bella, these are really the bread and butter issues that a lot of people will be considering as they go to the polls tomorrow.
Indeed. And that's a very important question that Beatrice asked about whether you still be paying that rate or you'd have to pay the new rate. But let's just head to the eastern region now. Yvonne Nikwe is there, and she's gauging the mood, of residents ahead of tomorrow's elections. Let's hear from her. Yvonne. Hello, Yvonne. Yvonne, can you hear me? Well, I believe not. Well, we'll try and reconnect with Yvonne Nikwe so she can give us a further understanding of what the mood is like, especially in the eastern region. That's the home region of the president, by the way. And so the concern would be, are the people in his region satisfied enough with the work he's done? And will they want to then give the mandate to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to continue what they might say could be the good works or not of the president. And we'll see if we can reconnect with Yvonne Nikwe. But we also want to hear from you, especially because Michael and Beatrice have broken it down further for us to understand the state of the economy. But the real state of the economy is your pocket. And so we want to hear from you exactly what your state of the economy is. And we're streaming live on social media at TV3 Ghana. And so on Facebook, you can find us there. We know a lot of you are watching on there as well. We're grateful. On Twitter as well. And on Instagram, wherever you find yourself watching us now, also on TV, just go on social media and let us know what your real state of the economy is like for you. We're also simulcasting on 3FM 92.7. And my guests are still here. We'll just go into it very quickly and then we'll see if we can reconnect with Yvonne Nikwe when she's ready. But let me come to you, Professor Sumin, because of course, these numbers, for the regular Ghanaian, they are real states of the economy. Yes, we're looking at inflation figures, etc., and that really affects us. But if I go out there and I'm going to buy kinky, and maybe 6 years ago I was buying kinky for 1 cedi, and now I have to buy kinky for between 3 to 5 cedis, that is my real state of the economy. And for me, as far as that is concerned, I would definitely say that the government has not done a good job in ensuring that prices are stabilized. Also because we're told that about 850,000 people have moved below the poverty line or into poverty, and that's because of the rising cost of the prices of things all across the country.
I think the food inflation is a real problem. Coming on the back of all that the economy has gone through, we've had a conversation about DDEP, we've had conversations about jobs and then income. So I think for a country that has done, had programs to try and address the agri sector, I think the rising food inflation is a problem. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like we really gotten a handle on it. I think if you look at, so from December 2022, we've come all the way to, which was 54.1. We've managed to slash it. But if you look at throughout the year, we've stayed within the 20 to 25 range. And you get the sense that, there's a big struggle to try and get it below. There's a sense that what we are seeing right now is more supply side, and, to continuously rely on the monetary policy to try and fight what you have is a little problematic. I think, Senor is here, he's a businessman. There are business people in this country. They will tell you their real cost, the cost of doing business in the country is rising, and that has to be dealt with. But I think when we return to the food picture and then the programs that we've had, I think one of the issues that we seem to have, so there are two issues here. The programs that we've had is success, but also whether even if the program were truly successful, whether you see food prices come down the way we want. Because one of the things we tend to do, and you saw this sometimes when the former agri minister speaks, he said, oh, the program is doing well, planting for food and job is doing well. And then when you ask him for evidence, oh, farm gate, go to farm gate, there's food there. Yeah. But people don't buy food from the farm gate.
We'll bring it, but they buy food from his ministry. We'll bring it from the we'll bring the farm gate to Accra.
So I think when we are thinking about investment in agriculture, it's not just inputs and subsidies and making sure that things are happening on the farm gate. But you also have to think about the distribution, transportation and storage. So all of those are very important things. Otherwise, if you are producing and they are rotting on the farms and they are not getting into the main market centers to reduce prices, then it's a double whammy because the farmer is losing and then consumers are paying higher prices.
That's
so
the problem we're having now.
So I think there's that aspect. But the other thing is whether the programs that we've had, they've been successful. It appears that maybe in the first couple of years, maybe PFJ was doing well. Then it suddenly became an agri subsidy, and we've known the problem with implementing agri subsidies, where the subsidies are going. But overall, I think what we are suffering from is a broader long-term plan on how to sustainably make sure that we are investing properly in agriculture and the sector is doing well, and then we avoid, having to import food. I think that is, when you do you can talk about all of these programs. The price is a sufficient statistic. You can invest all the money you want. If I go and at the end of the day, the price is rising, food prices are rising, it simply means that whatever you've done is not enough to meet the demand. and then the prices will go up.
Well, we'll take a break very quickly, and we'll come back and continue the conversation. And also, one of the topics that we'll be looking at is the impact of campaign songs on the brands of the political candidates as well. And I'm sure I've seen Professor Alidu smiling already, so this is definitely something that he'd want to touch on. At the moment, is that song even influencing you? Whatever song it is for whichever party or independent candidates, is it really influencing your vote? We'll look at that. We'll continue with the conversations about manifesto promises as well. This is the afternoon shift on your election command center. And of course, we're all about Ghana Decides. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
The Lumba one. Who's talking? Mine is Onapo. Onapo, I don't know, but I don't think that there's been any song.
I'm a Ghanaian, and I love luxury accredited faith, and I love democracy.
December 7th, Ghana is voting.
Only peace. Peace, I give it to you all.
I love Ghana.
Peaceful election before, during, and after.
One Ghana.
Peace. Peace to everybody.
One Ghana. Ghana Bakumpe.
This message brought to you from the luxury accredited faith.
Champion!
This festive season, it's time to go big and go loud, because with GoTV, Bronya City. From match days and movie days to local stories, big little adventures.
Really?
It's unmatched entertainment for the whole family.
Yes.
GoTV brings the joy anytime, anywhere. Get your festive season sorted. Get GoTV.
Franco Trading Enterprise is still your leading mobile phones, accessories, and your electronic retail outlet. We have products such as mobile phones, television sets ranging from 24 inches to 86 inches, air conditioner from 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower. We have washing machine, refrigerators, Bluetooth speakers, CCTV cameras, and many more. For bulk purchasing and retailing, visit any of our shops nationwide or our website at www.francotrading.com. You can call the numbers on the screen for any assistance. Please note, do not pick any number apart from these numbers. Franco Trading Enterprise, still the home of quality mobile phones, accessories, and your home appliances.
You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply
Uncle! Uncle!
This Christmas.
The span of campaign music was both for the love of money, political parties and candidates.
I did a song for them, but anything I do, I put myself in it, I make sure it is the best. So, I have love for the party, and I think that contributed to that factor.
Growing up, I was already into the NDC march. So I did those songs. To be frank with you, NDC songs I was doing that time, I did not charge anybody for any pin. I just did it willing. They asked me, and I said, okay, I will volunteer and do it.
By the 2000 elections, the MPP campaign had decided on singing the Thompson hit song Erade Kasa to push their message at a time when Ghanaians were thought to be in the shackles of economic hardship. And it worked. Erade Kasa was not only a hit song in its own right, but had become synonymous to the campaign, making way for many more. And the very famous Why are these songs such a catch? Political communication strategist Professor Kobe Mensah lets us in on it.
Clearly, you are able to have the attention. You're able to drive home your message. And then, of course, if you're lucky, or if the voter is not the kind of, very dogmatic voter, but there's somebody that is actually a floating voter, open to new ideas, they probably may want to pay attention to your message.
Notwithstanding how famous the song is, it does not guarantee victory for a candidate. We saw this in 2012 and in 2016 with the NDC's hit song Onapo, which stuck around for 2 elections defeat. Win or lose, these songs have become a must-have for the leading parties and their candidates. But why?
What I do know is that it energizes our base, and for a campaign and for any political party, that is very important to energize your base.
The victory will be a product of our hard work and the resolve and commitment of the people of Ghana from all walks of life. But the music will actually rejuvenate the spirit. That is what the music does.
After the NDC's defeat in 2020, it switched tracks to a few beats slower. That's Mamafa, which will have its own contest with a remix of Nana Yewena and a song by dancehall giant Samini. Musicians have done their part, but which song immediately rings a bell to voters till date?
The campaign song that is my favorite is Onapo Mahama Onapo Mama Onapo Mama Onapo. I like the beats and the variations and everything that goes into the song, the drama of the song and everything.
My favorite political song, I think, is the NDC anthem. It goes like, from victory unto victory, the NDC shall lead.
With this clear memory, what makes a good political song and why are they such a catch?
They told me I should take the words and make a hit out of it. So that was it. And I did it with Daddy Lumba. And it became the biggest political song.
You don't just praise the candidate. You try to fix some of the things that the candidate wanted to do or intend to do. I fix the message into the songs. When you actually deploy a song, you are invariably trying to prime the target voter through a certain beats, through a certain
song types.
Well, you can measure the effectiveness by looking at the way people jam to it. If people are, some of the songs are so boring. They sing, they are like funeral dirges. Others too, before the moment they play it, whether you are NDC or MPP, you feel like getting up to jam.
And do these campaign songs really inform voter choices?
No, NDC have the best songs, and MPP too. This year I think they are trying, but that will not really make me vote for any of them.
I can be a fan of Shatawale, I can be a fan of Stonebwoy, but that doesn't necessarily mean when it comes to politics, that person should, because that person has sang the song, that should have an influence on me.
It's entertaining me. I listen to them and then I'm just happy to hear. It's like I'm just happy to listen to them, but they don't actually convince me to vote for the party.
Well, political parties and political scientists disagree.
I think they would. When you see Dr. Bawumia, you listen to him, you listen to his message. Every young person, I believe, should be energized that there's hope for this country.
The music will come, but the commitment of the people of Ghana is enough to get us the victory.
It's convincing enough, yes. And some people, when they like the tune, why not? You vote for the political party that's there.
The impact, however, on composers of this song may be far-reaching.
You do something for a party, automatically the other one, they don't really like you.
It brought me into the limelight, and then people got to know me much.
It's yet another election year, and campaigns are already marinating in songs to drive home their messages. King Palute's Sisifia and Stonebwoy Jerry a response from the NDC. But the two major parties aren't the only ones investing in music. The APC, a movement for change, have all released campaign songs. You probably would have enjoyed the catchy lyrics and clever rhymes over the years. As the political campaign season advances towards the December 7th elections, political parties will continue to use music to convey their message to you. But ultimately, the choice is yours. Frederick Kunzotiane, TV3 News, Accra.
In a forgotten time, she ruled with a fierce heart. Amwenima, beloved goddess, destined for eternal slumber. Is it a claw? Forgotten by time, she awakens in a new era, searching for her place in a world that has moved on. Amwenima's era, rediscover the legend. When the sun rises, there is hope. While this hope lingers on, the citizens look up to the government, the economy, the national development agenda, and everything in between.
On Ghana Tonight, it's our utmost priority to bring you insightful conversations on the economy, break down the biggest issues while setting the agenda for transformation and national development. The big and important stories are treated from the human interest angle, while the facts and the figures are painted with precision. So now, Let's cut the convention and start the conversation here on Ghana Tonight. I am your host, Alfred Okamsi.
Ghana Tonight shows Monday to Friday at 10 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Flamingo Paint. Superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage, simply superior.
Mentor 13. From soul-stirring sounds to electrifying beats, these aspiring stars are ready to dazzle you with their vocal prowess and stage presence. Who will rise to the occasion? Who will steal the spotlight? Set your reminders and get ready to cheer for your favorites.
bring down the turnout is that there are a lot of disease names in the register.
Okay.
And then we don't expect them to vote. But those who vote, I'm sure will be a little bit over 80%.
Tomorrow. Okay. You know, safety is of prime concern to many citizens as per the voting tomorrow. How ready are you to collaborate with the Ghana Police Service to ensure safety and orderliness in the region?
Yes, there is an election security task force which we have met a number of times with the police. We have given them what we call the flashpoint or trouble areas. They are also preparing towards that. As at yesterday, they started receiving the security personnel from Accra, Kumasi, and other places that are coming to support the number here. Of course, we don't have enough number to cover all the polling stations, but we've got a number of personnel from Accra and Kumasi.
Okay.
Today, a number arrived. So they are currently at the Jubilee Park, dispatching them ahead to the district centers. And what we have done this year is that we have given every district commander the presiding officers' numbers. Okay. Mostly when the security personnel get to the center, the presiding officer might have left. So what we are saying that they should get there a day before, get to know the presiding officer, and probably even get to know the station where they are going to be assigned. So right now, most of them from the who are assigned going to the faraway centers are already there.
Okay.
They are now getting to know their presiding officers. Tomorrow, some may even leave at dawn, so they will know when they will be dispatching the ballot papers, so that they will get there to join the presiding officers and provide their security at the center.
Lastly, for the citizens who are in these hotspots, what will be your message to them?
Well, the election is a peaceful exercise. You are to cast one vote and go home and allow your neighbor to cast one vote. It's a constitutional right. So when you are there trying to prevent somebody, you will get into the problem with the law. And the police are prepared to deal with people who want to obstruct or perform things that are not required of them on that day. We are saying that when you vote, go home. You see, when you crowd there and the group by party, the crowd comes, and those want to ignite the fight. Because when some of them even try to signal to the people in the queue, vote for this person, vote for this person. And by that, it developed into a problem.
Sir, but the political parties are saying that after you vote, stick around, make sure that you observe the counting so that everything is free and fair.
It's not proper because you have an agent there.
Okay.
The parties have their agent who are to see to their interests and see to it that our officers are doing the right thing.
So the electorate need not be there.
When you are there, and that is where the problem formates.
Okay.
Because this party come, this party come, and they sometimes throw insult at each other. They are sometimes trying to even signal to the voters in the queue, vote for this person. And by that, it developed a problem.
Okay.
So what we are advising them, that go. You can come at 5 to observe the counting. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
You cannot police the ballot. The police are there. Your agent is there for your interest. So we will advise them that they should go home.
Okay.
Come at 7, at 5, and observe the counting and get the results and go home.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
It's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
grateful.
Thank you so much. And that's the Regional Director of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Lucas Iriel. Tomorrow, definitely, I'm sure we'll encounter him again and continue this conversation. But 1,209,940 voters are expected to turn up tomorrow, because that's the number of eligible voters in all 18 constituencies in the northern region, from Kwandai, Bimbila, Wulensi, Zapzugu, Tatale, Sanguli, Yendi, Miong, Saboba, Gushegu, Karaga, Savlugu, Nantong, Tamale South, Tamale Central, Sanerugu, Tamale North, Tolong, and Kumbungu. These are all the 18 constituencies in this region. So if you're here, please make sure that you head to the polling stations tomorrow to cast your vote. I am Cookie. This is your Election Command Center. We'll be back with more.
So much Cookie T, and Cookie T stationed in the northern region. She'll be updating us from now till the end of the elections. And so if you're looking forward to all the updates, she's your go-to woman alongside our other correspondents in the 5 northern regions as well. But let's head to the eastern region now. And Yvonne Nikwe is on standby. She joins us via Zoom to, let us know what the mood is like in the eastern region ahead of tomorrow's general elections. Hi, Yvonne.
Hi, Stella.
Good to hear from you. I hope you're well.
I'm doing well. Good to hear from you too.
All right. Now tell us, are people excited about tomorrow? Are they preparing earnestly for it, or do they just seem unperturbed, unconcerned about tomorrow? What is the mood like?
Well, the party, yeah, how people here access. The music was the number of sales, they are very, very. Because the holiday was people going about their private businesses as usual, but they are ready to vote as
I could barely hear you, by the way. If you could come again. Yvonne?
Hello, better?
Yes, you sound better now. So earlier I asked what the mood was like on the grounds.
If you can hear me better now, I said that for people to come and I think to you, lots of people in the central business now because it's the holiday. When people said yesterday, those who were not part of the strike came around, witness what will happen. Indication that a lot of them would turn out tomorrow to cast their ballot at the various polling stations. We're expecting over 1.8 million in the region to cast their ballot tomorrow at over 1,000 across the region.
I see. Now, generally, what's the feeling like? What are people saying? I mean, have they indicated which side they're tilting more towards or not? Well, we're having some technical challenges with Yvonne Nikwe. She is a correspondent from the Eastern region, and we'll see if we can continue with her much later. Hopefully, we can hear a lot more from her. But the conversation still continues in the studio, and we have Professor Alidu Seidu. He's an associate professor of political science and also the head of department at the political science department of the University of Ghana. Senyo Hosi is here as well. Maybe they should call you the fireman, or what's your nickname, Senyo? Is it G Papa? What the G is what? Grandpapa. I see. No, okay, lapi, but I see. Okay. Well, we also have Professor Patrick Esumin. He's an economist and also an associate professor at the University of Ghana. And much earlier, we had Mr. Daniel Yadomlevo, the former Auditor General, also join us via Zoom. I'm not sure he's on there now. Hopefully, we can connect with him later. But we're continuing the conversation on manifesto promises. But even before that, there was an earlier documentary that we played, and I really want to hear from Professor Alidu what he makes of the impact of campaign songs on political parties and their candidates. Prof, because when I introduced that earlier, you were smiling. I could tell that there was some brightness on your face all of a sudden. Tell me, does that really influence voters?
Yeah, if you look at campaign song, it's a form of communication, as we all know. It's actually meant to communicate the policies, the programs, the intentions of political parties, but the leaders of political parties to the general voter population. It also, in some sense, speaks to the temperament and the character of the people that they seek to elect. At least that's one of the most prominent functions. But the other one has to do with mobilizational. See, it helps to socialize. And one of the critical functions of political parties, apart from winning elections and prosecuting their manifesto in government, they also have to provide an avenue for socialization and capacity building. So basically, political songs actually socializes the people. It gives the momentum for people to come together, to gel, to have fun, and to think about what should happen. But most often than not, some of the campaign songs that we hear now, you are unable to tell the message. You see, it's more mobilizational. It gives you the soundbite, you can jump to it, but it's bang, 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 bang. You know, there are not even messages. So sometimes it's funny, but what happens is that when they play it, people can sing to it, people can mobilize, and people can know that these are my people who are coming around. So over the years, I think there have been a little bit of innovation in what we do with it, but you still tend to see even in 2024 there are still some songs that you hear and the message is very little, but more of them also have a messaging that speaks to aspects of their party's manifesto promises, that speaks to the temperament of their leader and sing the achievements of their leader moving forward. But sometimes even recap historical accomplishments that the party have been able to make. But by and large, we as a community and as people in Africa, we usually mobilize around songs and those kind of things funerals, naming ceremony, everything. There's always a little bit of music in it. So I think traditionally, it serves as a form of unifier and a mode of socialization, which is a core function of political parties. But also the messaging is very important. We should not just look at the fact that it's danceable and it can bring people, but it should carry a message as well.
Okay, that's the thing, because you look at sometimes even the artist that usually records the song, and there's some connection sometimes. Let's look at Daddy Lumba when he did that very famous song for Nanado. I guess that also for people who may have liked Daddy Lumba at that time, that drew them to want to vote or not. Do you think that actually works? We've seen Nasir also record a number of songs for Professor Dr. Mama, as well. And so you see that connection there. And maybe for the grassroots, or maybe for people who are aligned with these artists, they might just want to vote for this party.
Yeah, so it's a very dicey enterprise for musicians who dabble in this things. One, it could shoot out your market, right, or your brand in the market. It could also kill your career if you're not lucky. But it also depends. And so most of the artists who take up these positions are usually playing a high-risk game. And even for assuming you sing for one particular party, especially the two dominant political parties, the other party will not have issues with you, whether they mention it or not.
Should that even be the case?
So I think they are being a little bit professional in this. Maybe it's a contract. You pay me this, I do this. Or I even do it for free with the assumption that if the party wins power, maybe I could get a benefit. So, but whichever way you do, when you do for one of the bigger political parties, the other one will have issues with you. And it's also a high-risk business for political parties, because if you select a particular individual that people don't like, right, or people have issues with, and they make a campaign song for you, it may win the attraction of people who like the party, but they don't like the medium through which you are propagating your promises. So I think it's a very high-risk business for both political parties and for the artists. I remember recently, I think in social media, okay, I shouldn't mention names. One particular artist did a song for MPP.
You didn't want to mention the name.
And then Alain also sang in an NDC platform. And people were saying, but where are you? Are you here or you are here? And
he did? Okay.
I think recently Alain, he sang in an NDC platform.
Okay.
And I've also listened to, even beyond musicians, artists complaining that maybe he or she wasn't produced because he is assumed to have aligned to a particular political party, or he has campaigned for a particular political party. So those things come up, but we can't do without it, because governance is participatory and people are sometimes demand driven too. And when you have a talent and you are professional about it, you can help them. But the fact that you have sung for a particular political party or you appeared in the platform of a political party doesn't mean you are supporting that party. It could be a professional thing.
Okay.
But I think it's very difficult for Ghanaians to understand or accept it from that perspective.
Well, is it really professional? And do these songs really generate a win for the candidates? We can use the American elections, for example. And the vice president, she had all the big time artists come to her rally, perform. Beyonce spoke. You know, Megan Thee Stallion was there, she performed. And a lot of people thought that for some reason, having those big names and big artists on the platform was going to secure her a win. But we saw how the elections went, and she lost both the popular votes, you know, as well as the electorate votes as well. So, Electoral College, thank you for that. And so clearly, it's not all the time that these artists
Bella, they can pull crowd to your rallies and to your meetings, right? They can amplify your campaign message, but that doesn't mean that every Ghanaian will vote for that party because of that.
I see.
So they are crowd pullers. Most of them are crowd pullers. People attend. Oh, I've never seen Bella. So Bella is on Party A's platform. I'll come and see Bella. Right? I'll go and see her. Maybe take a picture with you and all. But that doesn't mean I'm going to vote for that party anyway. So we can pull crowd for the party. You can convince some people to vote for the party. But there are still a lot of people who will not vote because you appeared there.
Senor, I know you're very big on economy and all those things, but let's be honest here. Has a song ever swayed you to want to vote for one party?
When you are hungry, you're talking about song. I don't know for people.
You know, some of the songs carry the campaign message.
I don't know. I've said that the most important campaign message ever in this country. Since my eye opened, I attended my first political gathering of Congress in 1992. I went for the National Independent Party's one.
Hey.
Yes, I was there. I was there when Nanado was elected. Okay. I was there when Mills was elected. I'm a professional political show. I mean, if that's what you want to call it.
Advisedly.
I use advisedly.
Yes.
You know, I'm not moving anywhere, but I love to follow politics. My sister, when people are hungry, that matter is neither here or there. Kufuor said gave us the most important message. He said, "Shewa sitrim
na to aba,
pa." He didn't say to aba pa. So the reality of people is more important than any of this grammar. It is okay because you are trying to energize your base. So music helps. But tell me, who spent more on music than John Mahama in 2016? Onapo,
that was 2020 actually.
Onapo is 2020.
Yes.
No, 2016.
It was 2016.
Ah!
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
They danced to the tune more than even
okay.
2016. Yes.
You got Shatta Wale, who was more popular than Shatta Wale at that time. But I love that song. I didn't know it was a political song till I went to a certain pub to do my regular tuning back in those days. And I asked for the song, and then the owner came to tell me they can't play it here. And I was wondering why, because I don't think Mama paper was done because of John Mahama. It was about Ghana money and US money, Benjamin paper. That's what I believe. But it was good for his campaign. Where did he land him? -1 million. That's where it landed him. No, here we now, he lose. So I'm telling you, my guys, all this thing is good for political discussion and all that. What will matter tomorrow is people's reality. You can't sing away anybody's reality. If it is going well for you, no amount of song will change your reality. If it's not going well for you, no amount of song will make it go well for you.
Which is why I want to know.
And these things may matter politically when you really have less of an economic issue. So you use songs to deal with issues like apathy, create excitement, and get everybody around. Yesterday, didn't we see people go to Baumia's campaign only to go and say yes? And you think that people too haven't gone to John Mama's place to go and go and say, hey, Job, which one is? I don't even know which one is which. Eshiradu. Forgive me, John Mama, when he goes on the campaign, just say, so that's the one I've been here. See, that's what you go and hear. So, forgive me, this matter is nice for political conversation. It won't have any effect.
Which is why I'm coming to you to ask you, what is your state of your economy?
The state of my economy, Joe. It is you people sitting in this office that don't look like the economy.
It's makeup. Can
the cameraman show Ogbodu and Beatrice sitting there? Look at the way they have crossed their leg. Do these people please show them? I can watch the TV.
Senor,
I'm not showing them.
I'm asking about you. Why are you relating it to them?
No, because you people should ask yourself first, how is it going for you?
So don't look at what we are wearing and the hair and the makeup, because you know that when it comes to TV, all these things are borrowed.
Everybody knows that, Senor, I don't make up. What you see is what you get. My mom, if he not be that. And the economy is not going well.
But MPP says, Ekoye, mama.
Please, you see, what my disappointment in the MPP campaign is the dishonesty about the reality. It is okay to come to the people and tell the people that things have not gone well. And look, I have to be honest with you, Baumia is a man who really cares about the country. I believe so. I've worked around all of them, and I know John Mahama too deeply is concerned and is passionate about our country. So I don't have doubts about, but look at what all of you have done and where we have come today. The reality is not good. People have lost their investments, people have lost their money, people have lost their job, and more importantly, there is no hope in sight. Be honest. I've read all the manifestos. Nobody is making sense.
Not a single one?
No.
Not even one policy?
No. Forgive me. I'm not saying there are no sensible things in manifestos.
Okay.
But fundamentally, when we are looking at the economy, tell us, what is that paradigm shift we are going to create? What are the new value chains we are going to stimulate? There's no vision. It's just rhetoric. But tomorrow we still have to vote. I have to be honest about that. I mean, it's good my big brother is here. And if you're asking whether I'm lying or not, I've read all the manifesto. You don't really see a major policy shift that transforms the structure of our economy. The first time we had something like that was from Kufuor. That's why I give him credit as from the economic side, maybe the best president we've had. But he also, I also credit him for the one who started destroying our state institutions, politicizing it. He's the one. But if we talk about the economy, you have to give it to Kufuor. When we transformed and we brought in the service sector, we actually redefine certain policy frameworks and open up a whole new world of economy. That's when banking became a big thing. That's when people started getting jobs in that particular sector. Don't come and tell me digitalization. Today, do you need government to do digitalization? All the payment platforms that are happening in this country, did anybody borrow it? Our boys have already created it. What is the value in that technology is going to stimulate or you're going to leverage? What have we done with things that we have a comparative advantage on? Nothing. You don't see policy frame, any policy thing to really redefine that and create a whole new window for people to either get economically engaged or economically transformed. Okay. I haven't seen it in any one of them. 24-hour economy, I've told you, they are good size to the thing conceptually, but 24-hour economies are economic outcomes other than economic inputs. Government can facilitate on the part that it controls, but a 24-hour economy is an economic outcome. When my factory can get all the raw material it needs, and my capacity is low, my demand is high. Do I need anybody to come and tell me to run 3 shifts? Do I need it? I need you. Do I know a businessman? Do I need anybody to tell me to run 3 shifts? Nobody needs to tell me. But in the same way, you come and say digitization what? Digitization say what? It's a tool. What is that sector that we are going to transform? Are we looking at BPOs? Are we looking at KPOs? Knowledge process opportunities or operations or business processes that want to now look at transforming globally and position Ghana as a company? Nobody has said anything. All of they said are things that you throw. Let's go through the list. Okay. You guys have it. The highlights. I'll take it. NDC, MPP. Okay. Let's take it one. Abdallah sent it to me. If you have it, you should put it.
Let's project it so that
put it there. Let's all discuss it.
We take a look at all of them so that at least maybe you watching as well, if you can tell us your thoughts on some of these manifesto promises as well, whether you're impressed or not.
NDC will initiate a Jumara program. It sounds like Kukupaku do must join their party to create, track, and mentor 10,000 youth established business annually. What are we talking about?
To create.
Create. What are you creating?
It doesn't explain itself.
No, tell me, what are you creating?
10,000 youth-led businesses.
See, I think when I go like this, I have to come like this so that it doesn't depend on when you record. That because I'm talking one person living. NDC will implement an expanded national apprenticeship program to include a business growth apprenticeship module and vocational training with startup support from informal TVET sector. Our TVET sector is a problem. Our artisanal skills are weak. They are not as competent as it used to be. Anybody in the building sector today will tell you the Togolese are taking over their businesses. It has a matter to do with the culture, the orientation of our people. Not because they cannot carry this and do that. It's their attitude to that particular work. But these are people going to give services to the sector. You have to create new openings in the broader economy. Because you have quite a stagnant, effectively a stagnant economy. We don't talk about economic growth. But because if you look at the elasticity of labor, all right, relative to GDP, our GDP growth is not actually generating enough employment. So which new part of our GDP are we opening that will stimulate proper job creation? And then make these TVET people have the opportunity to deploy their skills. Are we rather looking at exporting our human resources? Because we have a lot of people. So let's rather build them with the right skill create new markets for their skills, and say, when we get you there, we are taking you somewhere. Like our nurses, you can't post them. You two, you are not facilitating for them to go and get jobs somewhere. Then when there are people going to Bahamas, they will create a political problem out of it. I don't know how we are thinking in this country. So you sit down today, when I go through all these things, you see there are nice things sitting in the air. The NDC will develop a comprehensive credit system. Who creates a credit system specifically for a particular sector? The credit system is there. How would that change people borrowing or lending to them? It's okay, I've done NDC with them. The other one.
Because I was going to say that
you let me go to the MPP and then finish that one. Fast. Look at these people too. Where is their job one? Economic expansion. Expand the economy from this by this to this. How are you expanding the economy? Which new opening are you creating in the economy? So we are sitting here running on government expenditure and making G in the GDP thing look big, and then that look like the economy is growing.
So wait, you say you are voting tomorrow based on what? Because now you seem to be ravishing.
You let me finish them.
All the manifesto
I spent time on
promises.
NDC. I have to do the same to
Okay,
MPP.
to be fair, all right.
So that the thing will balance well.
All
Fiscal responsibility. Establish an independent fiscal response. There is a fiscal responsibility council now. You've not empowered them. You've made them an advisory body. Why haven't you done that? Who are you fooling? Today, when we were engaging them during the DDP, we asked them to give them powers to really stop and not just make it an advisory body. And do you know who runs it? Practically the best governor we've had in this country ever. Polakwa. Charlie, look at fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline, you are sitting here. You collect money from the people. And you are rather buying more land cruisers, doing this, doing that. I mean, where is the thinking? Where's the fiscal responsibility when our entity sector bills are only just going through the roof? And we don't even know how we are paying for it. Where's the fiscal responsibility? You create 180-something new state-owned enterprises just to find ways to get your people in. Where is the fiscal responsibility? Are we all not sitting there looking at the numbers?
Okay.
Me, I didn't go to school more than these people, so if me, I can see it. I don't know for them whether their school didn't go through them or they just went through the school.
So which is why I'm asking
you let me go to the next one. Then look at another one. One-time tax amnesty. The amnesty was given the last time. I even myself, I applied for it. Every government, every year we are saying we are doing amnesties. One of the amnesties.
Did you get?
Of course. Me, I don't lie. Because I didn't know certain taxes were supposed to have it. So I made somebody come do a proper tax audit of my everything. When they did it, they said, oh, maybe I may have missed this, I may have missed that. So I went back myself. I declared it. I didn't even know there was amnesty. I did it myself.
Okay.
But it was there.
Okay.
I missed at that time. It was there. It was granted. Are we going to be doing amnesty every year? Then let's know that we have a permanent amnesty policy.
Okay.
You understand?
So
the real people they should go. The real people they should go and catch are they themselves. Okay. Abolishing bad tax, digital tax filing. Today taxes are filed digitally. So I don't know what they are talking about.
Okay, for the sake of time, which is why I'm asking you. So you've been through a number of the policies from both.
Train 1 million youth.
There's also GTP that's released a whole great transformational plan. With all their plans. So that's what I'm asking you.
I learned to is my friend. Me, I'm a very conflicted man in this whole election.
So
everybody is my friend.
So what are you voting based on?
But I'm telling you what I am thinking.
Yes.
When I reach there, Oshiki himself.
But if nobody is convincing you with their manifesto promises,
I still
then
have
what
to
are
vote.
you going to vote based on?
I said I still have to vote.
Okay.
And everybody must still vote. Sometimes half a loaf is better than none. The biggest problem in going to this election is the credibility of the people on the ticket.
All right.
They've all lost credibility, and I'll add something to it. One of the things that we should realize: the two leading candidates, they all have experience in how not to run a government. Yes, they all have experience in how not to run a government. The fact that I would admit that the Nanado government is worse than what we saw, as far as governance and other things are concerned, than what we saw when we sacked Mahama, does not mean that Mahama's time was better. Well, it does not mean that it was good. Let me get it right.
Okay.
The fact that worse is worse than bad, or bad is better than worse, does not mean that bad is good. Yeah, I'll get my quote right. The fact that bad is better than worse does not mean that bad is good.
Okay.
That is the problem we have on the ticket. So whoever wins the election has a major job to do to re-engineer confidence in this whole concept of democracy. Because they are almost saying nothing And everything they say, they don't do. And everything they are doing, they are not even really saying it. You catch them.
I need to cross over, but I know Professor Lidu, just maybe 30 seconds to a minute because I need to cross over to Michael and Mr. Joe Jackson. They're seated.
I have a different perspective about the role of manifesto in elections. And I think largely manifestos should not seek to create a major structural change. It could be one of them. But if you look at the level of challenges that we face in the country, not all of them will require that kind of major structural change. Sometimes manifestos can institutionalize things, right? There's an idea. Manifesto can provide the institutional environment or create an enabling environment for compliance, right? Create an enabling environment for a lot of things to happen. So sometimes manifestos can create that kind of environment and institutionalize ideas in the system. But also manifestos are also, so sometimes it may not just be a very big structure. It could be what? Strengthening, it could empower, it could enable, it could create compliances. So if you look at most of these developed economies, here we talk about infrastructure, how many bridges, they are done with those things, right? So don't they still have manifestos? They do, but they still have manifestos because sometimes it institutionalized. But also manifestos are created within a context. And if you lose the environmental context, we may get it wrong. And the environmental context or policy environment could either be internal or it could be external. And each of the variables that come under the internal or external can determine the kind of policy. So sometimes there are already institutions in place that may fight corruption. So if I'm having a policy on corruption, my statement will be that I will enforce those, I'll make sure those institutions are enforced. So the level of challenges determine the level of what clear-cut policy prescriptions that you may have in
well, if you're watching us on TV and you have to step out and you're wondering how to, keep watching us, well, we're also on radio, 3FM 92.7. It's a simulcast, and so you can watch us there. We're streaming live on social media as well. Facebook at TV3 Ghana, also on X or Twitter at TV3 Ghana. So you can join us and let's keep the conversation going. We're looking at manifesto promises, and we're on the economy, and of course, how well or not this government has managed the economy, and whether the promises that have been made in the various manifestos seek to address some of these challenges. So, Michael, I'm heading over to you now because you have a giant when it comes to issues concerning finance, economy, all that seated next to you. Take it away.
Yeah, Bella, this year's election, as you said, is really an economic conversation, and that's what's taking center stage, and especially you've seen it reflect in the manifestos of all the parties that are contesting, particularly in the NPP and the NDC. And to give us he wears two hats, actually. Our guest is a financial economist and also a business leader, so he comes with two very interesting perspectives that would help us situate issues on where we are currently as a country and probably what the way forward is. And we have joining us today in studio is Joe Jackson. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Awesome. So first off, let me just ask you, how is the election fever going for you? How many elections have you seen so far, and how different is this one?
Wow, I've seen every election since '92. Look at me. So this is a really odd election in a sense. In the sense that people are very passionate about it, but at the same time you get the sense also that a lot of people haven't made up their minds yet and are still struggling with the decisions to take, and they're looking at it as being between a rock and a very hard place. For a lot of people, but they have to take a decision, and you have to vote.
You talk about excitement and all of that, but looking at 2016 and this particular election, I don't know if it's me, but I feel like 2016 had more energy and life compared to this particular elections. What are your thoughts?
This election definitely has more energy than 2016.
Oh wow! Okay.
This election has definitely got more energy. It's definitely got. Listen, the crux of the matter is our economy and how it's affecting us, and which of the two main candidates are offering us hope for the future.
Okay. Let's bring it home now. So tell me, for you as I'll be hoping to get two answers from you, one from the economic financial side of you and the other as a business person. How has this year in particular been for you? Or what's your assessment of it?
To talk about this year well,
yeah,
you have to rewind to 2022.
Why 2022?
2022 is when the current crisis in the economy really took hold and captured us and literally flung us down onto the floor.
And by that specifically, what are you referring to?
I'll say this to you. In 2022, that's when we defaulted. We were unable to go back to the markets. We had the domestic debt exchange program. Interest rates went sky high. The exchange rate took a complete nosedive. So for us, any discussion has to be benchmarked against 2022.
Okay.
And the 2022-23 into this year have been horrible for this economy.
Horrible, you say?
Yes.
Why?
Let me explain it to you. 2022 January, March, if I gave you 6,000 cedis, I had given you $1,000. Look at the way you're dressed, nicely. Every single item, from your glasses to your shoes, were made outside.
My shoes are made in Ghana. You can cast some slack over there.
If you insist. But think about it, right?
I get your point as well.
Everything, the food we eat, everything. If I gave you 6,000 cedis, if I paid you 6,000 cedis, you could do $1,000 worth of things.
Yeah.
Today, if I give you 6,000 cedis, 2.5 years later, you get $320.
Wow.
You've gone from 1,000 to 320. 68% of your purchasing power has been wiped out. It's gone.
By
Finished.
no fault of yours.
By no fault of yours. And because it happened so fast, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, but in 2.5 years, here we sit, we haven't had time to adjust. I assure you, if you were paid 6,000 cedis, and as your employer, I told you at the beginning of this year that, listen, cost of living is very bad, so I give you a 25% increment. What would you say?
You'd be excited.
You'd be excited, right? You say, this is a good employer.
Yeah.
Now, guess what? If you're paid 6,000 and I gave you a 25% increment, you get to 7.5. 7.5 still doesn't buy you $500.
It's actually very sad the way you paint it.
No, it's not sad. It's reality. I want anybody to debate me. It's not sad. And that is what we face. Because we are in it each and every day, we kind of have adjusted our coping. But this is a reality.
So you are a business person, you have staff that you take care of. How has this affected you?
My staff are underpaid. It's as simple as that. My staff are underpaid. Whatever they were earning in 2022, right, I cannot under any circumstances give them a 68% increment. So they are earning less than they did 2.5 years ago.
Just by reason of the economic dynamics.
It is what it is. It is what it is. And it's easy for us to get caught in this argument about inflation, interest rates, and all the other bits and pieces. But for me, this is a stark description of the reality, and it's not just you, it's me. It's every single person. Everyone in the studio. Your guests face the same problem. Your cameramen face the same problem. We all do.
So you are in the financial space. How are the businesses that you also deal with dealing with all of these things? Because you've just highlighted here that just by mere reason of the cedi depreciation, over 60% of your capital is gone in relation to the dollar. How are the businesses you are interacting with also faring or coping with this?
We're not. We're suffering. We're suffering. I mean, think about it. If I was an importer and I had 600,000 cedis as my capital, I could go out and import $100,000 worth of goods, sell, and make some money. Right? Today, my 600,000 cedis capital can only buy $32,000 worth of goods. How much will I sell? How much will I make? If I have a factory, how do I buy inputs? And at the same time, the cost of getting financing from the financial sector has gone through the roof. Things are tough. Let nobody ever think that things are not tough.
Now they say tough people get going when times get tough.
Yeah. Tough people get going. I don't think they come any tougher than my structure as I look at myself. I'm telling you, things are tough. Things are rough everywhere. And so, the decision today is simply this. We've hit rock bottom. And listen, if you ask me how last year was, at the end of 2023, we hit rock bottom. We could barely go any lower. This year has, to some extent, operative word, to some extent, brought things so that we are not going any lower than we've been before.
Relative stability.
Relative stability. But let me give you an example. Sometimes the numbers can be deceptive.
Okay.
Somebody will tell you that at the end of 2022, inflation was at what, 50%, 54%.
Yeah.
And today it's at 23%.
Yeah.
Oh, things are better, isn't it?
It depends on how you look at it.
But let me explain. Let me just do a little calculation for you.
Yeah.
Assume that in January, I bought a drug for 100 cedis.
Yeah.
2022, I bought a drug for 100 cedis for my child.
Yeah.
A 50% end of year inflation, 54% means at the end of the year, that same drug cost 154 cedis. Now, at the end of 2023, at the end of 2023, it says, so inflation has now come down to 32%.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means?
32% increase on the earlier.
32%, not on the 100 though.
On the 150.
On the 150. So now you add another 50 cedis or more. So you go from 154 to what?
Yeah, approaching 200.
You're approaching 200.
Yeah.
So this year, if we say, oh, end of year inflation is around 23%, it is not 23% of the 100 though. It's 23% of the 200 plus. So you get to what? 230 cedis.
But some will argue that.
So hold on.
Okay.
So the real thing is that inflation may have been said to come down from the heights of 50 to the low of 23. But in real terms, an item that you bought for 100 cedis in 2023 today is 230 cedis or more. Has your income gone up?
No, it hasn't.
Thank you. So the real question is that things are tough. The rate at which we were digging the hole has slowed down. But we are not out of the woods yet.
But some will argue that at least small progress is better than no progress.
What's small progress?
At least if you've been able to slow down depreciation from about 54% to now...
Not depreciation, inflation.
Inflation, sorry, from 54% a few years ago to now about 27%, 23% even as we speak today.
Yes.
At least it's better than nothing at all, don't you think?
I think so. I agree with you.
Yeah.
You've made a significant... Let me toss another argument at you.
Okay.
Food inflation is rising. Food inflation is rising. So the people of Ghana are paying more for their food. Now, typically, the months of September, October is when we've had our harvest in August.
Yeah.
And so food prices are at their lowest. Food prices have dragged up inflation again from 21% now to 23%.
Yeah.
If this is what is happening in October, What will happen in February?
Well, the government says it's planting for food and jobs 2.0 is the answer, and a lot of investment has gone into it.
I pray
and
so.
Well, they've also explained that the Russia-Ukraine war, for instance, is part of the reasons why. Well, I'm outlining what the government says.
Don't do that one. Don't do that
basically,
one.
As part of the reasons why.
Russia-Ukraine war was how many years ago? How many people have we adjusted? The Russia-Ukraine war took us somewhere. We are now where. This is because there is a shortage of food in the north. An olonka of beans that cost 20 cedis 2 years ago, today in the north is costing 100 cedis in Tamale market. So is that one to, let's be realistic. You see, it is by admitting how bad things are, then we can look at the two opposing leading candidates and ask ourselves who may be offering us the better solution. But you see, you cannot start from a premise of not admitting how bad things are.
Fair point. Some will also argue that, well, like you have stated, it's 2022 up till now that things have experienced a nosedive. But prior to that, at least things were relatively stable. But let me now ask you then, objectively, what you think or what your assessment would be of this particular government's performance, especially with the economy.
You see, let me tell you what. The difficulty you have is this. The government started in 2017. 2017, 18, 19, 20. Things seemed relatively okay. And I say relative because some of us started shouting wolf a long time ago. Screaming and shouting that this country is broke. This country is headed in the wrong direction. This country is running into trouble.
I saw the video of your CEO kneeling and begging the president to act.
Good.
Yeah.
How many years ago was that?
That was about 2-3 years ago.
Yes. You know what happened? When COVID happened, it removed the blinkers on everybody's eyes. That made us think that we were okay. We were not. And COVID just exposed how weak and fragile this economy was. COVID just exposed how weak and fragile our overborrowing had made us. The COVID war, yes, COVID happened, Ukraine happened, but what they did was to expose how badly things were. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to go around assessing what happened between 2017 and 2021. How does that help me solve today's problem? Today's problem can only be looked at as, one, what is the problem? Two, which vision and which solutions can help me solve it? Telling me what happened in 2017 all the way to 2020, it doesn't help me.
Okay, so for you as business people, tomorrow we are going to the polls.
Yes.
What are the key things you'll be looking out for before you finally make a decision on who to throw your weight behind?
Simply, tell you, there are two sides to this argument. One side is simply this. There's the NDC or NPP, whose vision of the future offers me the most hope. There's another side, which is sitting on everybody's mind, which is also this, that given what has happened to us in the last 3 years, will a vote for the NPP not reward those who have damaged us? And it's a decision which we all have to look at and say that, does the vision of Dr. Mahmoud Malumia, is it big enough, good enough for us to offer to overlook the damage that has happened and give him a second vote of confidence?
Would that be a fair point to make, especially when we've heard the NPP flag bearer state categorically that he wasn't at the helm of affairs, he was only a driver's mate, and he could only advise, he wasn't in charge, he wasn't at the...
I agree, but even the Constitution of Ghana recognizes that there is a party we vote for a party. You don't vote. Otherwise, if he had stood as an independent candidate, it would have been different. He's voting for a party.
Okay.
On the flip side is that Muhammad did not leave power in a blaze of glory. Right?
Yeah.
And so, we have to ask ourselves, is his renewed vision good enough for where we sit?
What do you think?
Me? Oh, that's not a very fair question. I'm a businessman. Don't do this to me in public. Oh. It's not a very fair question.
Okay.
I'll tell you what the fair question is.
Okay.
And my answer to everybody was, I say, assess your own life. And see who offers you. You see, the democracy is just simply this. If you come and the way I feel is that you have disadvantaged me, what do? I vote you out. If you come and I feel you're going to give me hope, I vote you in.
Okay.
So my decision may be different from your decision.
Interesting.
And that's why people will vote for both sides. Somebody, and listen, I was talking to I was talking to a cleaner in my office. And she offered me an interesting perspective. I said, Auntie Comfort, who are you voting for? And she says, oh, met to MPP.
Okay.
I said, I didn't know to MPP. Well, Abraham, my head, I say, Abraham, the DBA, then so me back to school.
Okay.
So, the reality is that you have to look at where you sit in this whole equation and determine whether what has happened, how much of a difference it makes. Right? I sit in a completely different part.
Okay.
And I have to look at my life, my loss of purchasing power, who offers the best vision, and take a decision. But essentially, what I urge all Ghanaians, look into your lives and look at what is happening and vote wisely. Vote wisely means vote for the person that brings you the best. Don't vote because your mother voted that way or your uncle voted that way or you like the song. Vote by looking at yourself and saying, what will improve my life in the next going forward?
Fair point.
And that's what we do.
So if you just tuned in, this is the afternoon stretch here on your Election Command Center. My name is Michael Obodo. I'm here with Joe Jackson. He's an economist and a business leader. We are basically discussing the issues of the economy ahead of tomorrow's polls. But news just coming in is that there's a clash between some military officers and NDC members at the Whitegate Hotel in Galilee near the Gas South Municipal Assembly. The NDC supporters and the police officer had stormed the hotel, which was being manned by about 5 military officers over allegations of ballot stuffing. Our Central Regional Correspondent, Akwesi Ado, is joining us for more on this particular issue. Akwesi, thank you so much for your time. What more do we know about this developing story?
Okay, so thank you very much. So what we know is that for now, by the intervention of police, calm has been restored to the area. But there still appears to be the impression that stakes are very high, and then there is still tension within that particular zone. And then a lot of people are speaking about it, especially the NDC supporters. Because what we do know that early in the morning at around 9 a.m., news started circulating that some persons were allegedly stuffing ballots at the Whitegate Hotel, and that they were being offered protection by some military officers. So at around midday, the NDC parliamentary candidate for the Ausitenia is Philip Nakoyo Okuno, in the company of his assigned police officer and some party supporters, stormed the hotel premises. But just when the police officer entered into the hotel premises, the military officers got apprehensive and then began cocking their weapons. So the police officer had to, reach out to the Central East Regional Police Command, and then in no time, officers from the command arrived at the area. There were heated exchanges between both parties, and then during the melee, the Gas House Municipal Chief Executive, Joseph Nyani, also arrived at the hotel premises. Let me say that the police from the Central East Regional Police Command said they could not enter the hotel premises because that place fell outside their jurisdiction. And that is so because it is just a space that is dividing the Botiano English Amafam constituency, which falls within the Greater Accra region, from the Senya East constituency, which falls within the Central region. And so, according to Central East Regional Police Command, they have now, referred the matter to the Regional Divisional Police Command to investigate the issue. But the NDC parliamentary candidate for the Senya is Felix Nakoyo Okuno is calling on the Ghana Police Service to beef up security within the Senya enclave. And he is also raising concerns about the fact that there appears to be some sort of military deployment to particular zones within this enclave, contrary to the earlier communication by the military that they were not going to deploy officers as part of the election.
Some very concerning reportage right there. But generally, what's the atmosphere like? Have you been speaking to people within the constituency? What do they make of this development?
I've been speaking to persons within the constituency, and in fact, let me say that they are very alarmed because the people who live in the vicinity, according to them, it's unlike to see military persons even patrolling the enclave. So they began asking questions as to why a certain number of military officers are lodging in that particular hotel. Because during the exchanges, I overheard the military officers telling the police that they were brought to the hotel by the guest house municipal chief executive for deployment just in case the situation gets out of hand within the Botiano English Yamafam constituency during the elections. So it is getting the civilian public very alarmed as we get closer to the elections because they feel that it's not even time for the military to be deployed to anywhere within the country.
Please hold on while we take a listen to the NDC parliamentary candidate for the constituency who has also been speaking to the media.
So that there were some military guys at the White Gate Lodge near between Iron City and Galilee. So we sent our men there to survey, to recce the place, and the information was true. We went there being law-abiding citizens. We reached out to the police authority. They were there only for them to say that it is not within their jurisdiction and that they've been sent from wherever to come and do monitoring. We know that the military have not been deployed to do any sort of monitoring. Now, if really they are not there, yes, we did. We strongly suspected. And if really they said they were not doing anything, what was Hawakum since 8? We suspected that they were tampering in the hotel. So the whole hotel was cordoned and we were not even made to enter the hotel. What are they hiding in the hotel? Why are they preventing us from entering or from accessing the premises of the hotel? Ordinary citizens come to the hotel and you see military men or people disguised as military men clocking their guns to kill us. We are Ghanaians, we are citizens of Ghana, we believe in the system, but when we visit the place and you allow your men to clock their guns as if we are criminals. Meanwhile, they are the criminals. And I call on the IGP to come in because we have seen that we are not being helped when issues are being raised or when concerns are being raised. We are just being left like that. So the elections are coming on tomorrow. We will not allow any form of intimidation or whatsoever. We will stand on our feet and will not allow anybody, any unscrupulous MP, any failed MP, any outgoing MP to destroy the peace that we have in Kaswa. So tomorrow I'm sending a strong warning to the IGP and his team. If he doesn't move his men to the ground, whatever happens tomorrow, when there is any chaos, we will not sit down. We will also take action in equal measure. This is a sound warning to the IGP. When there is chaos or there is any bloodshed in Kaswa here, it is on Hawakumsin because she has brought tax. She has brought tax to Kaswa to terrorize the good people of Owutu Seja East constituency. She knows she's losing. She should leave the office and leave the constituency safe and peaceful. Thank you.
So that was the NDC parliamentary candidate for Ewutu Senya. Is very unhappy about developments in the constituency. She's raising allegations about the fact that some military men have been assigned and are helping with ballot staffing in the constituency happening around the Galilea Hotel area. But our correspondent is still over the phone, Akwesi Ado. Akwesi, this your constituency you are in appears to be in the news almost every now and then, and over a lot of controversies. The same constituency where we had heard both parliamentary candidates pulling out weapons and the likes. What really is happening there?
Exactly. So let me say that even for this year, Kaswa can be described as being very peaceful compared to previous election years. But let me say that the stakes are so high, and the police would have to stamp their authority and ensure that they exercise fairness in whatever they do. And this is to every stakeholder playing one role or the other in this particular election. But then also, let me raise this serious concern. Because while this really unfolded at the Whitegate Hotel, we had the MCE for the Gas House Municipal Assembly, Joseph Piyani, physically obstructing myself from taking videos. Let me say that whatever that was happening at that premises wasn't a private matter. It was of public interest. But the MCE verbally told me to stop filming the scene. And then when a colleague of mine from another media house tried explaining to the MCA that, look, MCE, we are properly identified as media officers. You know, as we have been coming to your assemblies to interview you, we cover your events, you know us. Allow us to do our job. Let me say that unfortunately the MCA did physically assault that colleague of mine. And this is a very concerning matter, a matter of concern, because if you're going to the election, and then the MCA, who is supposed to be the municipal security chief, is rather preventing journalists from performing their mandate. I think this is not fair. But for the Kaswa area, for now, let me say that apart from this particular issue, we haven't heard of any other matter that is so serious. And we are only praying that tomorrow it stays in. But it would also be very, very, very paramount that the police get ahead of the political party, just in case they have, devised any kind of strategy to cause chaos within the Ewutu Senya instantly.
Interesting, Akwesi. But let's talk about the constituency proper now. What are the key issues that the constituency will be looking out for as they head to the polls tomorrow? What are the key pain points for them?
Okay, so for the Ewutu Senya East constituency, you know that Kaswa is mainly a commercial hub. Kaswa serves as a commercial hub to the adjoining constituencies such as the Ewutu Senya West, Gomwa East, even the Bochano English from constituency, and then parts of the Aguna East, as well as the Gomwa entry. So a lot of people are concerned about the state of the economy. That is the current state of the economy. You recall last week we spoke to some constituents of this area, and their major concern, apart from infrastructure, was the fact that the economy, current state of the economy, wasn't favorable for them as business operated. Because when it goes today, the prices change, there is the price fluctuates the next day, and so it doesn't augur well for business. So the main issue at stake here is the economy. And then when it comes to the parliamentary elections, we know that undoubtedly Madam Mavis Hawakusen has stayed in power for over 12 years, seeking her fourth term. But people are raising concern.
So we are having some technical challenges. That is our Central Regional Correspondent, Akwesi Ado. They're bringing us live updates from the Ewutu Senya East constituency, where there are reports of some military officers found in some hotel allegedly helping to stash ballot papers in the constituency. That has raised a lot of concern. Akwesi, if you can hear me, you were making your point. So we know that the Ewutu Senya East constituency is very close to Accra, so of course the economic issues will spill over there. How are people responding to this?
Okay, so for the economic issue, people are very much interested in it because virtually a larger part of the population here, the people are traded. There are only a few persons who are in PhD clerical work, who mostly commute from the constituency to Accra, and then later in the evening they would return. There are others who even decide to stay in Accra, and then during the weekend they will come back to the constituency.
Some technical issues there, but that's Akwesiado. He's our Central Regional Correspondent there, still bringing us updates. You're still stuck here. We'll go back to him later to get some more updates on the region, on how things are faring, and to ensure that things are moving on steadily as we go into the polls tomorrow. But this is your Election Command Center, and we will bring in you all the updates and all you need to know about the various constituencies as we build up to the elections. But I still have in studio financial economist and business leader Joe Jackson, and we've been talking about the very economic issues that bedevil a lot of businesses and what the expectations are into the coming elections. But Mr. Jackson, so tell me, what would you say is your assessment of the two political parties and their manifestos, the NPP and the NDC? What stands out for you? What catches your attention as a business person? We'll start off with the NPP.
A lot of promises.
Okay.
And the question you have to ask, and it's not just for the NPP, but for the NDC, how are you going to fund these promises?
You have always said this from the get-go.
How are you going to fund these promises? The coffers are empty. And it's easy to make promises, but you've got to fund them. And this time, you can't borrow. You cannot borrow. There's no, you can't go to the market and do a Eurobond. And if you watch what is happening with treasury bills, which we are now supposed to be a short-term way of bridging cash flow issues for the public purse, have now become a long-term way of funding the public purse.
Yeah.
The cost is going higher.
Talking about that, should we be that worried? You know that the government has defaulted on its debts. A lot of these that were concessionary loans at about 10%, 9%. They are about this treasury bills we're talking about in excess of 20%.
Yes.
Should we be worried?
Oh, you should be.
Why?
You should be because here's the challenge you have. You are piling up short-term debt, using it to finance long-term government expenditure. And if we couldn't pay at 19%, how on earth are we going to pay at 25% long term? So we should be worried. As a nation, you should be worried.
What options do we have?
Cut down expenditure.
It doesn't look like it, because if you look at all the manifesto policies, none of them seems to be leaning towards that light. It's all about expenditure and hoping to raise more revenue through the expenditure.
Listen, I really do, I'll be honest with you, the numbers don't tally for me.
Okay.
It's easy to make a promise. It's easy to say out, for example, take out E-levy.
All right.
Sounds good, doesn't it? I'm sure a lot of people are cheering. Hooray, we'll take out E-levy.
Yeah, take out COVID levy.
Take out COVID levy.
Both give us about 5 billion cedis.
How are you replacing that figure? It's as simple as that. How are you replacing that figure? Are we in a position to take out all these levies and still fund the kind of things that we promised to do? I'm not sure.
You've spoken about cutting down expenditure. Big ticket on government expenditure list is salaries and emoluments, apart from capex investments.
Yes.
What else is there to really cut? In answering this as a business person also, where would you start from if you were in the helm of affairs? What would you tackle first?
The size of government. And when I mean the size of government, I don't just mean the ministers alone.
Okay.
The appointees, the special advisors, the huge number of deputies and directors that we've put in MDAs. See, the size of government and salaries does not come from ministers alone. Ministers are an important part of it, and we should reduce the size of ministers. The good thing is that everybody says, I will reduce the size of the our cabinet and the minister. That's the ministers. That's fine. But it's not just that. All the appointees, all the special advisors, and the emoluments, they must be cut.
Fair point.
The amount of money spent from the central, from Jubilee House, it must be cut.
Then what next?
What next?
Yeah.
Yes. What next is that we must sit. You see, too many times we've put our foot soldiers, etc., into the employment system.
Yeah.
We must do a really serious audit of who's employed, what are they doing, why are they there.
Okay.
We must sell off some of the state enterprises.
Sell off?
Yes.
Why?
Because we are broke.
I was thinking
if you are broke, don't you sell assets?
We know a number of these state SOEs are not profitable. Wouldn't you have suggested rather that we probably retool them and then maybe rake some revenue from there? Or you think it's too bad to recover?
How many years have state enterprises been making losses? How many times have we paid lip service to the State Enterprises Commission, SIGA, etc.? How many of them are even able to submit their accounts at the end of the year? How many are making profits? And year after year after year, we still follow this, what I call myth, that these state enterprises will be deployed for the good of the common Ghanaian. If it was your business and you had made losses for so long, would you be keeping it or selling it? Why is it that what belongs to all of us belongs to nobody? It's a myth. Sell off those enterprises. Bring some more money into the coffers.
You seem to be sounding like you agree with the idea that government has no business doing business.
You see, if only we were disciplined enough to run government businesses properly.
Right.
If only our ethics were right, our morals were right, and we didn't treat government property as a property, then government could be in business.
Okay.
But the reality of the situation is this. As we sit, people don't do that.
Finally, tomorrow you're heading to the polls. What would you be looking out for as you go to cast your ballot?
Tomorrow, what will I be looking out for? Tomorrow, I'm looking for peace. That's the truth. Tomorrow, I'm looking for peace. I want to be able to go and vote in peace. It's when today, or if you haven't made up your mind by today, you have a problem already.
So your mind is made up?
Yes.
Who are you voting for?
Oh, I can't tell you that. Oh, please allow me. Oh, you want? I have a regulator. I have this. No. I don't belong to any party. Leave me in. I've told you what to do.
So what has influenced your choice?
I've told you how to think about it. Think about this. What has happened to my life over the last few years? Then think about what good you have and what bad you have. I give you the example of my cleaner who says, because of free SHS, no matter what happens, they're going to vote for MPP. I don't begrudge them. I appreciate what they're saying.
Yeah.
But there are other people too. So after the whole point of this is that let's all vote. Let the vote be fair. Then what the masses say is that somebody has benefited enough to choose X or Y. That's the whole principle. So you go and decide whether you've benefited. benefited. Let me go and decide whether I've benefited.
Clearly, you haven't benefited.
Me? No, if I say I've benefited, then you are driving me to make...
And if I say on how the economy has fared so far, and according to him, consider your current economic situation and let that decide who you vote for. This is the afternoon stretch here on Election Command Center here on TV3. My name is Michael Obodu. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you more on what to expect for elections 2024. But, well, Bella has more for us. Bella, over to you.
Well, yes, thank you so much. And that was a very interesting conversation that you had with Mr. Joe Jackson. And, of course, some ideas that he thinks could be implemented to fix our economy to some extent and reduce the losses that we're incurring. I'm still seated here with Professor Esumin. Professor Patrick Esumin is an economist. He's also an associate professor at the University of Ghana. Mr. Senyor Hosi is here. And Senyor, how do I describe? What should I say?
I'm a finance and economic policy.
So I should stick to that.
Analyst.
Okay.
I'm a businessman.
Okay. He's a businessman. He's a money man. And then also we have...
I see the money these days.
Professor Alidi Seydu is an associate professor of political science, also the head of the department for the political science department at the University of Ghana. But Professor Esumin, let me start off with you. You heard from Joe Jackson, and he's talking about cutting down on government appointees, ministers, and also all the other others as well. And that's something that you were even reiterating when he mentioned it as well. So that's definitely a policy that you think should be implemented so that we can sort of balance our economy and our expenditure a bit more?
Absolutely. I think for the circumstances that we are in and the sacrifices that we are asking Ghanaians to make, I think it's not too much to ask for government to also do something about how government lives. And it's not just cutting down ministers, cutting down appointees, but also, you know, ensuring that we get value when you spend in the city. I think that is one of the bigger problems. That, you know, let's compare. The government is the biggest buyer. You expect that when government spends, it will enjoy lower costs.
Yeah.
Because of its size. But, you know, sometimes it's troubling when you see the government building something and the private sector building something and the huge cost differential. So I think ensuring that we get value for every cedi we spend is extremely important. It's all part of reducing the expenditure, because if what is supposed to give you the 6 classroom block is giving you 1, then you are losing value. It's one way that we are also, you know, government, we are also losing money. It's part of how government expenditure rises. So I think I'm generally supportive of that. But I think at the beginning I said that it looked like the manifestos have been written to win elections, not necessarily to solve our long-term economic problems. And I still stand by that. I think we have to see a believable plan. A plan that we know, even if it tells us that, look, in the next 3 years, there will be difficulties. But because of what we are doing, from 4 years' time, you start seeing the benefits. Then, you know, it's something that we can all rally around.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it appears that people, both parties are dancing around the issue and saying things that especially the youth want to hear, so that it will help them to win the election.
But there's no proper economic policy that addresses the issue. That's what you're saying.
So, I mean, if you think about the biggest challenges of the Ghanaian economy, the structural issues that we keep talking about, I haven't seen anything that suggests that maybe when they come to power, then they will do. But I haven't seen anything in the manifesto that suggests that we have a clear plan on how we are going to solve the longer-term problems of the Ghanaian economy.
I mean, when we look at even government procurements and the fact that with this government in particular, the biggest problem has been the issue of sole sourcing, which is something that they had campaigned against before they came into power. And then you hear a lot of these scandals and you find out that most of them involve sole sourcing as well. Now, GTP, which is Alan Chemante's movement, it's one of the things that he addresses, and he says that they are going to ensure that when it comes to the issue of sole sourcing, they get rid of it completely, and they're going to go through the processes and ensure that all government procurements are done the right way. I don't know if you've come across that in you know, their manifesto, but isn't that one of the ways of addressing some of these issues so we don't lose money, looking at how much we're spending on some of these projects?
Well, I think it's all well and good to say you stop sole sourcing. I think there's a bigger problem than that. You can cut all the sole sourcing and even restricted tendering.
We create it.
We know
we manage it. I don't know why we are going around this in this country.
We can still find ways. I think it's the whole thing of strengthening how our governance works. And there are so many loopholes. I think we shouldn't just pimp. Look, procurement is a big problem.
Yes.
But we shouldn't just say, once we just say, no sole sourcing, all our problems are solved.
It's just one of the policies that he had mentioned in addressing the economic challenges that we have.
Okay. I mean, sole sourcing might be a source of the problem. But you look, I think if you speak to many people who have to use the public procurement, there are a lot of problems in the public procurement system. You know, the public procurement should fit in a broader objective of how we want to grow the economy. There's nothing wrong with saying certain things. We want to grow certain Ghanaian businesses. So we put it in a procurement act that some things should be done by Ghanaian enterprises. It happens around the world. You know, the British, the American government won't give you money to go and promote other businesses.
Yeah.
They have to promote. So I think that is the thinking that we want to inform. And then cutting away the corruption and the overpricing. So it's not just simply getting up to say, I've cancelled so our problems are solved. We need to think about not just that these are the problems, but we need to think strategically. This is what we want to use our procurement law to achieve. Beyond just saying we are cutting, we are removing sources.
So, I mean, he brings in the issue of corruption as well, and how much money we're losing to corruption alone. Now, you see the Auditor General, for example, even come up with a full report on losses that we have incurred as a nation. And then the next question is, beyond the Auditor General putting out some of these figures and asking that these monies are retrieved, what is done to ensure that it doesn't happen again? Every year, we see another Auditor General's report, and we've lost 5 billion here, we've lost this amount here. And it just, you know, we make a lot of noise about it, we sweep it under the rag, and then we move on.
You just have to give it 2 weeks. People will talk small, we'll all forget. The next matter will come, or the next scandal will unearth itself. My dear, corruption is the currency for our democracy.
Corruption is the currency for our democracy.
It is the currency for our democracy. It is corruption that funds our democracy. Let's get it clear. There's clean and good money that is going and funding the elections you are seeing. But more of it is not good and clean money. People will come back for it. What have all these politicians not said about a certain businessman? And they will come and they will deal with him. By the time they come into office, by the first event the guy is doing, the president himself is there helping him cut the sword. And they lie. Me, this country, sometimes we like going around, we should stop the matter. I don't know the politicians, they need corruption to fund the democracy.
To our detriment.
You are part of the problem. You are saying to what
when you say we are part of the problem as Ghanaians, how are we part of the problem?
I bet you are my friend. I become honorable this or honorable that. And then there's some job that they are employing people. What will you start telling me? Oh, I have this my person. I have this my person. I have this my person. Everybody must help somebody. You know, so you know what you say is corruption. Is that meritocracy?
But if the fish starts to rot.
You understand? It starts from the top.
Exactly.
So you see,
so should we not address it from there?
I don't disagree, but I'm just saying that we shouldn't also absolve ourselves from the whole matter. The people who are the businessmen, my colleague businessmen, we are the part of the people who go and sit down with the politicians, because the politician needs money to fund his democracy. His campaign, he has to fund it. When you go, I told you, I've been to NIP, I've been to Kufuor, I've been to Nanado, I've been to Mills. All right, but I think that when Nanado was doing again, even Mama, they went to do something at Trade. I went to pass inside. I don't attend, but I'll go there, spend, and then have a feel of what's going on, interact with the people. Most of the people who were sitting there, they were all looking for what they will get from the politicians there. The politician, how much is his salary? How much is his salary? Back then, the salary was just up to 15,000 Ghana cedi. But every church harvest, he wanted to come and give me some money. Look at the money Bamia went to, and then Napo, my brother Napo, and then Mama. They all went to give at that man's church. The white man, that man with the beard ran about. U10 beard, no, I don't know the name of the church.
Is it Philadelphia? Church of
Philadelphia.
So, yeah.
The only America in Ghana. Look at what they went to do there. Where did they get the money from? But that's what people were, and people were shouting. Ghanaians were shouting, hey. My guy, when you continue this, the politicians, just like I told you about free, when they promise you free, they'll come back and collect it from you. It's the same way. You want this small largesse, they'll give it to you, but they'll take it back from the back door. in the management of your funds. And that's where this procurement and this corruption, this whole thing comes into play. How many Ghanaians go out there to really volunteer? Seydou, Alidu. How many Ghanaians genuinely go and volunteer like you see in America? That this is what I want to do to support this philosophical orientation that I'm following. Very few to none. Everybody's trying to generate political currency for his own pocket. So please, the politicians need money because the electorates extort money from the politicians. They will give you one, and when they get the power, they will take 10 from you. It is like that. So if we want to fix this, and that's one of the things that I got frustrated with this whole, is who is dealing with the core governance issues in the country. If we deal with the core governance issues, a lot of the economic issues will also be cured. That's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing my way clear with any of these parties. I don't see hope in sight. Something must happen to whoever is sworn in on January 7th. Just some spirits must come from somewhere and catch the guy and say, no, never again. And the person will have to start turning things around. If we don't put structures and systems in place and start reorienting the culture, we'll go nowhere. Take out soul sourcing. I mean, I was finance committee chairman at the Ghana Highways. I was on the board. I was on the board till recently. I resigned. All right, because I have other board appointments. I couldn't make the commitment time. And I tried to instigate some study into our procurement costs because I was building my factory, my rice factory at the time. I bought concrete for 450 cedis per square meter, but they were paying 1,000 something for their things at the place. When I one day asked for something, they said this can't be. So let's understand why and do a comparative analysis, because as a private man I can't be paying 450 and the state which is doing something bigger is paying. And I'm not talking, this is the price of a unit item which has been deployed, installed, everything. You know, so it didn't make sense to me.
What did you do about it?
Do you know where I ended up? They did the full report. The report came. They looked at the Mama government time, and it was over 100% relative to what do you call it, World Bank. Then during this government time, you've seen 100%, 200%. They did a nice presentation for me. Then I said I wanted it right. I wanted to go and sit down with the vice president and have a proper conversation, because I need data. And then go and when I do that, I get attention. They got instructions not to dare give me any document up to today.
You didn't get
till I resigned. In fact, when the Private Enterprise Federation renominated me to sit on the board, because of that thing I did, they inaugurated the board where they didn't even put me on it. The PF wrote back to them and said, he's the same human being we are nominating. They delayed my swearing in by about 1.5 years or something like that. My guy, we don't want to fix the problems in this country.
So, for example,
so if you don't go and cure that thing and you want to just follow restrictive, you say take out sole sourcing. Do you know what they do? The restrictive tendering, they create their own companies. So the one man who is going to win the election, he brings his 3 people in addition, and then so what are you going to say? And sole sourcing cannot stop, because sole sourcing too is sometimes critical, depending on the agency and all that. So what systems do you put in place to bring in controls around abuse? If the NDC and NPP are all on the same pot, you have institutional representations in the same space, so that people can have visibility. The ease with which people do this thing will not be there. But the procurement authority, almost everybody there is from the president. When they call you tomorrow, whatever you will pass it. I'm telling you, on the board at GH, a lot of the times it is with the independent nominees who could talk. And guess what? When they've just redone the act, because of that, I'm sure that they've taken out PEF from even nominating anybody on the board. Oh yeah, so
in such cases, you look at promises that have been made by some of the parties, GTP for example, where they're saying that they're going to have an anti-corruption
change the constitution. It's in the first place.
Hold on, it's just a question. So Alan says that if he wins, he's going to have an anti-corruption czar. that's going to fight all these corruption cases as well. And so prosecution is going to come in. Then NDC...
Don't you have
in
OSP?
place of the special prosecutor, they are introducing...
So what's the difference?
Corruption.
Is it name? So what is the difference?
Wait, you say
what is the difference? If they come and say, they're kind of their brother for. What is anti-corruption czar? We have an OSP, a single man. So who is a czar? I tire with this kind of. If we want to solve a problem, let's solve the problem. The corruption that we have is driven by the fact that we have power centered in the presidency. And because you have that, there's so much political power centered in one place that now depends back on the on it being a benefactor to electorates for it to get there. Now it needs money for it. So it needs people to sponsor him being a benefactor and creating more beneficiaries who will now become the electorate. It's a U-turn matter. Whoever invests in him will now come back and collect the money. It's political entrepreneurship. You can't go and carry a politician. You go and carry a politician whose child is going to school at Precinct GSS. He's staying at Adenta. You appoint him small, no. Then all of a sudden you've given him a place at Cantonments. He hasn't been flying business class. Even before he will fly, maybe once in 3 years or 6 years. He goes alone. His children haven't gone with him ever before. And then now he's flying business class.
It is his family.
The businessmen walk up to him. We start telling him that, you know, this is your job, they can sack you right now, so you have to build a buffer.
Yeah.
You know, now your children, first of all, they'll sponsor your children to go to GIS or sponsor them to go to ICS. You are paying dollars. Your salary, how much is it? And when they sack you from that job, who else will hire you?
Okay.
So when it happens like that, the people go and plan with the businessmen. We loot the state so that they to get their buffer, and then they don't have to go back to Adenta. They now have to build a house in Chado, or build a house at Airport Hills, or build some in Cantonments. How are you going to get the money?
So what he's saying is that there's going to be an anti-corruption czar to replace the special prosecutor with independent prosecutorial authority separate from the Attorney General. And then there's going to be an anti-corruption award scheme.
Anti-corruption award scheme, forget it. We don't want award. Catch the people today. He himself, he was there. He was minister for something. When he was there, which people did he bring for the catching?
Hold on.
We didn't see anybody.
Okay.
You should stop it. We know where the problem is. All our corruption is rooted back in political financing and also sustaining the new quality of life of our politicians. And then, you know, they all have a very funny thing. Let me tell you, what at the next election? A lot of the people who want to come around for election, they'll be part of the people who have managed the loot. Now they loot the state and believe that looting the state, they've now become the best people placed to come and save the state. Please, we should stop this thing. If we want to fix it, it starts with the constitution.
Okay.
You need to disperse the power of the president. If you don't, you can't control this, and you have to put control mechanisms that bring visibility into the life and the management of our affairs.
Okay, by the way, it's not just the GTP. I mean, the NDC has also said that they
all
are
of them
also
forget.
introducing, hold on, they're introducing ORAL, which is Operation Recover All Loot. And yesterday...
That one they must do it.
That one they have to do it.
Whoever comes
so
cannot pretend not to want to
You didn't
do
let me learn, so I bring that in so we look at all the angles of, you know, fighting corruption in the country. And yesterday, they introduced Basintale as the man who's going to lead the Operation Recover All Loot. He was dressed as a general. I'm not sure if it's Army general or whatever, but he's one of the people that's going to lead that fight to recover all loot as well. Very interesting one. Professor Lido, I'll come to you shortly, but some unknown men we're told have attacked the executives of the NDC in the Ashanti region prior to a scheduled press conference that's to address the deployment of some military officers to the region. So some 200 military men have been deployed from Accra to 34 constituencies in cars without number plates for the elections tomorrow. Anita Akufu is in the Ashanti region, and so she's going to give us some updates right now. Let's listen to her and understand. Anita, if you can hear me, how did this happen and what can you report to the region? So some 200... Anita? Yes. Number plates for the elections tomorrow. Anita Akufu is in the Ashanti region, so she's going to give us some updates right now. Let's listen to her.
Joseph Yamini, who was briefing us on some tip-off the NDC has received regarding some 200 military men who have been deployed from a greater period ahead of the NDC.
Cross over to Anita to understand exactly what has happened. And so, forgive us, but we'll try and reconnect so we get a clear understanding of that. But, Professor Alidu, so you look at all the conversations. Of course, you've talked about the importance of manifestos, the roles that they also play in helping people decide or not decide. But to go a little deeper into this and the issue of corruption, because it affects us all, I mean, the concern has been, and even this government has always said it, every time we've said, fix this government or fix this country, they hit back at us and tell us, fix yourself, because we also equally have issues that we need to fix. Corruption is endemic all across the country as well. And so, clearly, are they making a case in the sense that we also need to look at ourselves and fix it so that we can now hold these leaders accountable to a large extent when they're flouting the laws?
Thank you, Bella. I think we can't all govern. It's not possible, both theoretically and practical. And that is the reason why we elect governments. So when we elect government, we are transferring our power, sovereign power as individuals, to the government to act on our behalf. Right? So it goes back to the whole traditional conception of the difference between direct democracy and representative democracy. So when we transfer our right to do most of the things that we could have done for ourselves to a particular body called government, we expect the government to be able to do it better. And because of that, we have invested so much powers to you to be able to do, sometimes even to the detriment of those who are electing those governments. So I think when we demand accountability or when we demand government to act, I don't think government should come back to it. Yes, fine, we have responsibilities to do. And also, there are laws and regulations that govern what we should do and what we shouldn't do, and what should be done to us if we do what we are not supposed to do. So I think it is one of the defense they usually bring up, but I think it is not one of the best defense. Non-corruption, I think Senor mentioned it clearly. It is a political entrepreneurship, right? And basically, it has to do with funding our democracy. Like you mentioned, democracy is a very expensive enterprise, and democracy and money, they are like Siamese twins. You cannot run a very good campaign and win elections without money. So in most democracies, what they do is that they regulate funding and funding source. So the state is able to come in strongly and to provide a regulated fund to political parties. And people who contribute to political party campaigns do so in a recorded manner, so that at the end of the day, they can know who is funding and for what purpose and how much money has been spent. But if government don't have the power or we don't have the resources to fund political parties and they are able to cut corners and get their monies, it's very difficult for you to keep monitoring what comes to them. Because mostly what people do, so in the United States, for example, funding is clearly documented. And there are thresholds for how individuals can fund and how political action committees can fund. But here they bring...
Not to cut you, I'll just let you hold on. We'll cross over to Anita shortly and then we'll come back to you. Anita, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, talk to me. So what exactly happened?
Okay, so like I was mentioning earlier, we are the Ashanti Regional Secretariat of the NDC, and we're here for the press conference where it was led by Joseph Yamini. He was telling us about some 200 men who have been deployed from Accra to the Ashanti region just for the elections tomorrow. And according to the NDC, they have enough trained military men right here in the Ashanti region. And so the MPP doesn't have to send extra 200 men who are in vans without number plates to come to the Ashanti region. Midway through the press conference, we had unknown men banging on the door, and then they entered and said that everything the NDC is talking about is not true, disrupting the peace of the press conference, and that is how we run out of the space. And so that is what is currently happening at the NDC Secretariat right here in the Ashanti region. We're still around here hoping to get more information on what exactly happened and what the way forward is going to be like. But right about now, this is what I can report right here in the Ashanti region.
So when the NDC was addressed, the media or those of you who were there, did they give evidence to back their claim that the MPP has bussed some military men, or are these just allegations?
So for now, we can say it is alleged, because They didn't have any concrete proof. They did not show us any proof, but that is the tip of they say they've received, and they want the media to know so that tomorrow, if anything happens, they are ready to face the military men boot for boot and fight with every single blood from the words of Joseph Yamin, like he said at the press conference. We have videos to that effect, everything he said. So hopefully we can listen to what he said.
Actually, let's just go and listen to exactly what Mr. Joseph Yamin said. He's the national organizer. And, well, there was a press conference. So let's just quickly listen to him now.
Put out some information.
Okay, well...
Put out some information which to us is a threat to our democracy and the peace we all enjoy. There's the need for us to all meet. And we want you to send this information.
All right. Well, we're having some challenges. We'll come back to this particular issue. Anita, are you still there? Well, I think Anita is also off, but Anita.
Hello, Bella.
Okay, so these men who also came to bang on the doors while you were at the Secretariat, were they military men or were they just, you know, individual civilians?
So we've been asking around when it comes to the executives who these men are and if they even know their names. And nobody seems to know them. And so we can't tell who they are, whether they are from the MPP and they decided to come in or whoever they are. And so hopefully much later we'll get more details as to where they are from and why they even came to disrupt the press conference. And interestingly, while they were trying to push around the microphones and all of that, we realized that the team from the NDC, they were quite calmly sitting down watching them. And we didn't have people also try and attack these men, and that is how we also got out of the space. So that is basically what happened.
Roughly how many men barged into the Secretariat?
It was one who tried pushing around the microphones, and he spoke, which we have some short video to that effect. We had other men who were also guiding the gate and preventing even the media people, which is myself and my team, from going out. Because earlier we wanted to step out when we realized that things were getting much heated. But they were preventing us from going out till when everything just went south, and then we're able to run out of the office.
I hope you and the team members are fine, by the way, and no one is hurt.
We're not hurt. We're safe. We're able to run out quite early, and we left the scene very, very, very early.
You literally had to run out of the place?
Yes, we did. We had to run out because when we realized what was happening, we didn't want to wait till it escalates before we find a way out of the space. We quickly had to run, basically.
Please be safe out there, and we hope that you get some more information on this matter so we can apprise our viewers as well. And hopefully the NDC can also back their claims with some evidence, if really it is true that it's the MPP behind the busing of these military men. And we seem to be seeing a few of these things happening. I mean, earlier in the Wusu Senya East constituency, we saw how some military men were guiding or guarding a hotel for no reason whatsoever. We're not even sure why, and they were preventing people from entering the premises. Now we're hearing some allegation about military men being bused to the Ashanti region. Meanwhile, we've heard from the Election Security Task Force indicating clearly that the military are not going to be engaged whatsoever until the Ghana Police Service is overwhelmed and needs them to come in there. And so it's really quite, you know, confusing seeing this happening even ahead of the elections. But we'll keep you updated on that as well. Professor?
I think, like you've mentioned, this is a serious source for concern.
Yeah.
Because we know that when it comes to elections and election management, it is the work of the police and other security services and not the military. And it was very clear, a press statement issued to the effect that the military will stay back until they are requested by the IGP. Now, two incidents, Wusu Senya and then Ashanti region. I think it is not healthy. The earlier we find a way to minimize this kind of interference, the better. Because, you see, this election is very critical, and people are willing to defend their vote. So now, if maybe tomorrow there's this kind of things happening, some people are willing to risk their life to defend their vote and will not be going on the right direction. So I think people who are in charge should do the right thing, make sure the right deployment of the security task force is done, minus the military, and then we move smoothly and peacefully. But I still think we need to condemn what happened. Press conference, people come in and disrupt and threaten journalists. Yeah. It's not good for our democracy. So I think we have to do the right thing while we still have time, so that we don't tread on a trajectory that will not be good for our peace and democratic development. So I think this has to be condemned if it is true, and then the right deployment must be done and the right plan, strategy. I even heard the IGP saying they are even developing a 30-year election strategy. It's not longer going to be ad hoc. So I hope this is not just part of the usual talks that we get. Something has to be done, and it has to be done now before tomorrow.
Well, so a statement was released on the 1st of this month, just a few days ago ahead of the elections, and the Ghana Armed Forces noted that the military will only be deployed upon a formal request from the Ghana Police Service. So at the moment, it said that the military will only be deployed upon request by the GPS, but at the moment their role, as outlined, will be limited to standby support, with the Ghana Police Service taking the lead in ensuring security at the polling stations. And so really we're not going to see any military at the polling stations, but even, you know, in the environs as well. And that also causes some state of unrest for citizens as well when they find military men.
So maybe they are not too military or what? I don't know.
I mean, it's a legitimate question for us as whether the people there are really military
or something.
But it doesn't make sense what we saw in Ewutu Senya, I guess, that you have the military guarding a facility that is not known as a military facility. And if you typically would do this, the protocols as I know it will definitely require notification to the police. So they understand your operation, your activity. They don't need to know the details, but for us to see the police and the military, you know, almost at each other, I think that was totally off. I really want to call on the military high command. They are my friends too. They are very good people, and there's a well-disciplined organization that they look into this matter and bring proper order. But the reputation of the military is really important. For starters, a lot of our institutions in this country have lost confidence with the people. If you look at the Afrobarometer, the judiciary, the political establishment, the military is about the highest ranking. Please, let's not lose what we have, because when confidence in all our state institutions just get gone, it's only chaos that will be on the table. And what's going on right now at the NDC press conferences is despicable. It's unacceptable. Nobody can tell who is behind it yet, but this is not our governance. This is not what it's about. So the Ghana Police Service must quickly act on this matter. And I think the information minister, because it's something that has to do with a press conference, should really get quite involved and at least issue a statement, whether on Twitter, or condemn these things quickly, so that people will know where government stands. Suspicions start tapering down. You know, there's no value in trying to sustain any heat. You know, my brother said it right. All we want is peace. But we are not also going to trade peace with anybody suppressing the will of the people. Because within peace is also justice. So sometimes you need justice to get your peace.
Exactly.
So everybody should get steady. Right now, everybody they hustle. This election will end tomorrow. I don't think there'll be a second round. Whoever wants to win.
You don't agree with Professor
no. I said that whoever wants to win, please win. And we want to enjoy our Christmas.
Okay.
The suffering that people are suffering, we've suffered it already.
Let's not prolong it.
So whatever it is, we have a new government next year who will start us on a new path. We don't know whether it will go well or it will not go well. But make sure whoever is, Master, look here, whoever wants to win the election, where's the camera? Here. Whoever wants to win the election, win it today, tomorrow. We don't have time to share our Christmas with you.
But it's not a decision for the person to make.
If the person doesn't win the thing tomorrow and makes us go and win, take us to December 28th, I swear we'll punish you.
Easy. Okay.
Hey.
Easy. It's really not for the candidates to make that decision. It's up to the...
Allow us to enjoy our bronya small.
Well, let's hope that everybody goes out in their numbers to vote for whoever they think deserves to represent this country as president in the next 4 years. But speaking of this security issue, and I know you are a finance person, numbers guy, but again, you're also Ghanaian. You also witnessed a number of the security problems that we faced last 4 years during the elections, where 8 people died. We saw the deployment of military at various polling stations, which is why there was a need for the police service and the military to assure us that this time around, we're not going to see a repetition of what happened in 2020. And yet, we're barely even starting elections, and we're seeing reports of military men allegedly, you know, involved in certain altercations and guarding certain facilities and all that. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think, you know, swift action is needed and swift information is needed. It has to be that when public officials, when the IGP speaks, it has to, you know, it has to back up what he's saying, not just that you say nice things. So when you say, oh, the military will not be part, it has to be seen that the military won't be part. So if something like this is being alleged and it's not the case, they should come out and declare that it's not the case. If there's any special reason, also that should be explained, so people will know that this is what is happening. I think, you know, there's already too much tension. Like Daniel said, we just, yes, somebody will have to win the election. We just want this to pass so that we can return to our lives. Of course, you know, we hope that, you know, when we vote, whoever comes will do things ultimately that will improve our lives. But we have to be alive to enjoy whatever improvement comes. So please, we just hope that whatever is happening, you know, the powers that be should act and provide the necessary information so that we don't get into this rumor mongering and all. There's a lot of suspicion around the election. So I think it's important that the correct information is put out.
So that it doesn't also suppress voter you know, turnout as well. Because if I'm seeing military men around, I'm probably not going to want to step out and vote because I'm not sure what could happen.
I think it's right. I think it's a little too early. I'm quite surprised to see that it's not even election day, and we're already seeing these skirmishes. And so I think it's important that you know,
we need swift action. Look, what happened on Monday? What was it? The security services thing.
The voting, was it Tuesday?
Special voting.
Special voting. It was on the.
I mean, how it's been handled is just not right. It breaches any reasonable governance principle you would want to think about, because the misconduct of our security officials there, if it's been dealt with very swiftly, it sends the right message to the general public that this time around, no nonsense. But you do this and we're not seeing anything. It seems as though it is an action that has been blessed by the state. Then it feeds into more suspicion into the election, all really unnecessarily. This election, you'll be hard to rig afterwards, but it doesn't mean that people can't do things, you know. The way the two parties in particular are always suspicious of each other, depending on who is in government. It tells you that the two of them, they know what they have been doing. You understand? And that's what it is. You know, so they know what they have been doing. But, I mean, there's no point in trying to create an environment that will fester the suspicion around it. What needs to bend this country down is not the facts. It's only the perception of facts that is required to bring this whole roof down. When you hear that something is happening, and they've killed your mother, they've done this, meanwhile your mother is sleeping, you will jump. You will jump before you even realize that something has really happened. So it's a perception management project. So the information minister must really wake up to the coffee. Don't be like Bella, who refused to give me good coffee this morning. I have to bring my own coffee. Everybody, look at your face. Yeah, you repent going forward. The general public narration, and as much as possible be very moderate and nationalistic with your conversation. At that seat as minister, you are not minister of your MPP government. You are a minister for the state. Manage the communication. The Electoral Commission also manage the communication. The police manage the communication, but you have to be proactive.
Yeah,
that's and responsive to the events of the time.
It's important, and we hope that the Ghana Police Service will respond to this very quickly, so we have a clear understanding of what's happening. But let's speak to security analyst Adam Bona. He's joining us on phone, I believe, or via Zoom. Via Zoom. He's your former area chairman.
Yes,
Senor, so everybody, you have some relation, though.
That's what
anyway,
the G Papa only one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adam Bona. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
All right.
And good afternoon to Senor Moti and my good brother, Prof.
Doc, so I'm not sure if you've picked up the latest information about what happened in the Wutu Senya East just a few hours ago, where we're told that some military men are guarding a hotel, and as a result, they are preventing people from entering the hotel. And the allegations that there's some ballot stuffing going on in there. That has not been proven yet. But just a few minutes ago as well, we also spoke to Anita, our correspondent in the Ashanti region, and she says the NDC during their press conference also alleged that the NPP has bussed some military men into the region as well, and that caused some fracas. I mean, what have you picked up so far, and how does this really affect our elections, which is barely 24 hours away?
Well, Bella, it's a shame what is going on. I think the military high command should bow their heads down in shame, total shame. I mean, you ask if the moment the confrontation started, I got wind of it, and so I monitored it live. I monitored it live whilst it was unfolding. And there was a near siege. And then some of the people who called me had actually jumped on motorbikes to go and buy petrol to come and set the whole place ablaze with the military officers in the building.
Are you talking about are you referring to Wutu Senya East?
That's what I'm talking about, the Wutu Senya incident. Yes, this morning.
Wow.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. I mean, I have all the, yes, I shared the images I sent with you. I've shared with a lot of I shared, so I have my ears on the ground and I have people on the ground. So once it was unfolding, the people nearly, because there were gunshots, and there were gunshots from inside and there were gunshots from outside. And so this is how far people are ready to risk. And so mine is that whoever sent them should bow down his head in shame. Because when I checked from the military high command, this was, someone who just called them, and they sent them there to go and do what? What are they guarding?
Yeah.
And you see, it is not just happening in the Wutu Senya area. As we speak, there's huge or large deployment to the Ashanti region. They are brand new unregistered motorbikes. Into the Ashanti region, and I will call on the military high command to call the bluff of the CEO in the region.
But
what's the name? General Opoku.
Okay.
They should call him. They should call him and let him know that the Ghanaians are watching him. Some unregistered pickups, some unregistered motorbikes, and these motorbikes they are deploying them together with soldiers. And are you aware that 2 days ago, some soldiers died in the Ashanti region? This is something the military high command is not telling us.
What led to their death?
The police went there to go around with them, and what do you call it? The commander said no, they want to do their own patrols, and they got into an accident, and I think 2 of them have died 2 days ago. But we haven't gotten wind of it, so it tells you that things are happening. Maybe because some of us are, active players in the security circles, we know what is going on. I mean, things are happening by the minutes. Bella, things are happening by the minute.
So who
Intel keeps coming by the minute.
Who deployed these military men along with the motorcycles and unregistered vehicles to the Ashanti region?
Well, I'm sure they know themselves, but they are heading there. I think they are in Ashanti region now.
They're already there.
Themselves.
What's the reason why they've been deployed to the Ashanti region? Because we've been told that the military is not going to make any showing until necessary.
Well, from what we are seeing, have you not read the declaration of Ashanti region as a republic by the Ashanti regional minister? Because he signed a letter purporting to usurp the powers of the Inspector General of Police and the #1 person when it comes to election security task force, and he's giving his directives. Unfortunately, you, the media, are quiet, because then when you go through the release he brought, he intentionally left out you, the media. And mine is that, as of this morning, whilst I was on Metro, I mentioned that, you see, until he's asked to withdraw the letter, and until the military comes out the security task force comes out to say no, disregard what he said, you will get there tomorrow, and security officials will turn media officers in the whole of Ashanti region, turn you away from, probably reporting. Because that letter is still active. And on what authority does he have to usurp the powers of, what do you call it, the security officers or the internal security who are supposed to be in charge of this? And besides that, we are told, we have at least a release from the military that they are not going to deploy. They are not going to deploy at all. Yeah. So I'm just giving you fresh information that from the Ashanti region, soldiers have died. From the Ashanti region, they've sent unregistered motorbikes and pickups. 2BN, the guy in, what do you call him, in the western region, he's doing his own. 4BN, the guy in Opoku, is also doing his own thing. And it's as if the military is headless. It doesn't have any command. The military is complete, is in disarray. The military at the moment in Ghana is in disarray. No leadership. I'm calling on Pepra to call his men to order. There's no leadership. Because how can the military high command, listen, how can the military high command issue an instruction that military should not be deployed? Yeah. And a day before D-Day, military officers are found in a Wutu doing what?
Which is the concern, because then who is signing off on that deployment?
So I'm telling you that it looks like the military at the moment is headless. There is no leadership. To put it mildly, there's no leadership. Because then if anybody at all could call and ask the military to go into that facility, to go and do what?
Doc, so
what are they there for?
How does this augur for, could this augur well for our democracy and the peace we enjoy, especially because now we're going into elections in a few hours. We've been told that we will not see them there. What is the guarantee that we'll get to the polling stations and we'll not see military men dotted around?
Well, you see, I am comforted by the fact that no military has ever defeated the will of the people. I'm comforted by that fact. The American military didn't defeat the Vietnamese. The Arab Spring, the military dictators couldn't defeat the people. In Afghanistan, the Americans were chased away. So it would not happen in Ghana. The will of the people, if the people decide this is how we want to go, we would go that way. And mine is that it's a cry on call to Ghanaians. If you see a military that is moving to a polling center, hoot at them, chase them away. I think that the authority I would have to ask Ghanaians to do that would be that letter they themselves, that press release they sent out. And there's a protocol. If military would have to be called by the police or internal security, there's a protocol that exists amongst them. It goes through a certain chain, or they call them. And so if you are, let's say you are in where I am, where I have to vote, and everything is going on quiet, and you can see a military guy or a military officers moving, you stop them. And as we speak, go to Jubilee House. Do you know a company, when they say a company in the military? A company in the military is about 150 officers.
Yeah.
They are in Jubilee House. Why is somebody coming to bomb Jubilee House? What are they doing in Jubilee House? You see, mine is that these things are happening, and the officers themselves are not happy. They are giving us second by second information, which I think, just like my brother Senior Jose said, when the Afro Barometer rating came out, the military were rated high. I don't think that they would want to play on that and allow themselves to go down like the judiciary and the rest have gone down. Yeah. No, at least let's have some of these institutions, being rated high. And Ghana Armed Forces is rated high internationally. They should not let themselves down. So I'm calling on the CDS, Pepra himself, my brother Pepra, that at the moment, under his command, it looks like the military is in disarray. There is no head. Everybody is just doing what he has to do. And when it gets to that point, I mean, it looks like it will be each one for himself, because this incident in Kaswa, fortunately, the police got there, and it was timely, so the police de-escalated. So I'm told those who had gone to buy the gasoline, they got there at a time when they had de-escalated.
Okay.
And this is how serious this issue is. If they touch the building, what are you going to do? It's needless. Soldiers already dying in the act of elections. And I think it is completely wrong for the Ghana Armed Forces today to be doing what they have to do.
Okay.
And Prepare has done well as a soldier, you know, as an officer rising to the top. I think that he and Coates, he and the chief of Army Staff, the two of them, they have to manage their boys. So you said what is going on it's not good.
There was something you said earlier, that there was exchange of gunfire at Kaswa. Exchange of fire between the militaries. And you say that by the time the police got there, the issue had de-escalated. So was that exchange between the military and
what I'm
civilians?
Saying is that the police got there and they de-escalated.
Okay.
When the police got there, when the police got there, that tensions calmed down, because then the people had seen the police. Because when I had the call in the morning, I was told that there were 5 military officers who were in the building guarding some printing of ballot boxes and what have you. So I quickly called those I can call, that because then they had also called me to tell me that they will burn the place down, and we don't want that. So I quickly called and said, please send officers there to go and de-escalate. Fortunately, the police got there timely and de-escalated. Okay. And that is how you see the military officer who now has a mouth to talk and talking back at the police officer. Because they were actually held hostage in the building. They couldn't come out. Because I hear there were gunshots in and there were gunshots out. And when you are in a building and you are shooting and someone is outside shooting, the person outside could overpower you easily because you don't see what is going on outside. Okay. So I think that it's only illusion. Our people, we are one people. Somebody will win, somebody will lose. All right. But the way we've taken it, if we must kill one another just so that an election will be won. I don't think it is good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adam Bona. He's a security analyst. And the Ghana Armed Forces has actually put out a release. I'll read that very shortly. But let me just go to the Savelugu constituency quickly. It is one of the 18 constituencies in the northern region. And at the moment, with less than 24 hours to the 2024 elections, residents of Savelugu are concerned about their security and their safety. So let's cross over to Cookie for more on this. Cookie. Hello, Cookie. What are the residents really saying to you? Okay. Well, let's come back to the matter at hand. And of course, like I said, a statement has been released by the Ghana Armed Forces. And I'm just going to read that very quickly for those of you who are watching. It says that military deployment in support of elections ongoing, Ghana Armed Forces. The Ghana Armed Forces wishes to inform the public that the deployment of its personnel to designated locations in support of the Ghana Police Service for the peaceful conduct of the upcoming 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections is ongoing. The public is therefore urged not to be apprehensive if they see the movement of military personnel in their localities. Ghana Armed Forces wishes to reiterate that no military personnel will be stationed at any polling station. Ghana Armed Forces with the Ghana Police Service, the military will only be deployed upon request by the Ghana Police Service. This collaborative approach ensures that the elections proceed smoothly and peacefully while maintaining law and order. Ghana Armed Forces wishes to once again encourage all Ghanaians to exercise their civic rights responsibly, cooperate with security personnel, and refrain from any act that could disrupt the peace. They reiterate the commitment to safeguarding and stability and sovereignty of the nation while protecting the integrity of the election process. And this is signed by Brigadier General E-Agri Kwashi. He's the Director General of Public Relations at the Ghana Armed Forces. Let me just go back to Savelugu very quickly. Cookie, if you can hear me, what more can you tell us? What are residents saying?
All right, Bella, we can hear you. Currently, we are in the sub-local constituency. I'm here with Grace. I'm not the regional correspondent. Now, if you follow keenly the 2020 elections, then you do know exactly what happened in this constituency. I remember that then parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Jacob Idris Abdullah, he had won the elections at the time. And in the midst of the jubilation, bullets were fired, and the stray bullets actually caught a 15-year-old who unfortunately lost her life. 3 other persons were also injured, including another teenager. And I remember when Chris here reported exactly what happened. And I remember also when the police were inside the NDC office, what did they find at the time?
Yes, so some weapons and ammunition were found at the NDC party office. The police arrested some people, and after the speak, the Tamale High Court has printed and charged the people who were arrested. So as it stands now, those people, nothing was found against those people, so the case is over.
Okay, so we are back here in this constituency ahead of tomorrow's election to pick the mood on ground and also to ask the women, especially in the community, how they feel. They feel safe, do their kids also feel safe? That's why we are here in the sub-local constituency to pick the opinion of both men and women in the constituency. But Chris, you're going to help with the language because I'm not too familiar with it.
Okay, so we are here with some market women, residents of the sub-local constituency, to find out from them 4 years down the line, what does it look like when it comes to their security? 2020 now, she comes down that Kana sub-local constituency. Unfortunately, so here, but this time, police yell na both security now, the town bella. Vokamal na yelling that la election, 2024 election. After Doya.
Yeah, it comes here. But should
okay, email school. So what this woman is saying is that as it stands now, they have been assured of their safety and security, and so they are only waiting for tomorrow. Both their various polling stations to cast their votes. What happened in 2020 was unfortunate. They are praying that this time it doesn't repeat itself because they have promised to sustain the peace of the area. I have another woman here. But 2020 now, in South Africa, election. Okay. Everything here is working according to plan. We are not afraid that something of that sort will happen again because we have all learned our lessons and nothing untoward will happen this time. We understand the need for peace, and so that is what we are working towards. I also have to engage some men here. People can come get closer. 2020 father Bayamo, big sound now. Police and security. Haji Pataya, any incumbent man. And you have been told Tankas to pay Yamo. When you tell you the Napa Grand worship. The forest. Landing. Okay, so we are certain that this time we will not record any violence because we are all vigilant and we are all ambassadors of peace. And so we all need peace in Sabulbu. And so this time we are going to ensure that everything goes on smoothly and successfully. Cookie, I think that all the people we have spoken to are talking about the fact that they learned their lessons from what happened in 2020. It was unfortunate. And they are praying that tomorrow when they go to the polling station, they will go get back to their houses and wait for themselves to communicate.
But I just want to ask a few of them also, if they've taken their decisions already, as to who they are voting for.
So even though
All right.
Okay, so what they
Thank you.
They are going to vote tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much, Christopher Amwako and Cookie T in Savalugu. And of course, they are having interactions with the residents within Savalugu who are concerned about the security situation in there, especially because there was a life that was lost in the previous election. But let me come back to the studio. And earlier I read a statement from the Ghana Armed Forces where they are indicating that they are the ones deploying the military. I'll start off with you, Professor Alidu. What are your thoughts on this? And of course, looking at the situation now, does this douse the fire a bit?
Yeah, I think timely, proactive communication can do a lot. It can save us from crisis, it can de-escalate tensions, and can bring peace. And I think the military high command should do that. But now, I think there should be a condemnation of what happened in Kasua, but also in Kumasi, either from government or from any other institution. Because if you don't condemn it, you can't just barge into a press conference and start attacking people. Whether you are whosoever you are, you can't do that. We are in a democracy, and press freedom is guaranteed. It's one of our very important cardinal principles, and the media are an integral part of our election stakeholders. We shouldn't allow that to happen. If you don't condemn this, the next day they'll kill a journalist. So I think we need to condemn it in uncertain terms. And like Dr. Bona mentioned, look, Ghana, we are not exceptional. What happened in Liberia, Cote d'Ivoire, it can happen in Ghana. We are not so exceptional.
What we did to Major Mahama?
It just have to be, look, if it looks like nobody's in charge, the people will take the laws into their own hands. So we have to be very careful. We are not exceptional. And there is no military power that is stronger than the will of the people. And the people are the majority. So we have to be very careful. We are not so special. We have to take care of what is happening in a way that will deepen our democracy. Let's just take care.
Let's leave it there.
Yes, I think so.
But Senor, I mean, the concern for me specifically is if the Ghana Armed Forces was able to come out and state in their statement that they are only going to wait till the Ghana Police Service calls them in when they are overwhelmed, why didn't they just include in that statement that don't be surprised, however, because we'll still be deploying military to some of these
Let's
areas
get a statement very right.
ahead of time?
Okay.
Why do they have to wait for things to get to this point before releasing a statement?
Okay, so one, I want to commend the Ghana Armed Forces for this, the CDS for supervising this. But I think that he must quickly step in and look at what is happening in Ewutu Senya.
Okay.
I think that there's some amount of indiscipline that is creeping into the armed forces. I've spoken to a number of people around who confirm that's not really sanctioned from that very top. But of course, there are some other senior people who can be called on to facilitate these. So what is happening at Ewutu Senya is actually more important to respond to. So they should diffuse it as quick as possible. One, I commend them for responding. This story just came up, I think in less than an hour.
Yeah.
There must be an active communication and engagement center around the elections for all the key institutions. And I think I just said it much earlier, right? And this is what we are talking about. Unfortunately, they haven't responded to Ewutu Senya. Unfortunately, what's happening, we haven't seen anything from the information minister. Is upon Kumasi information minister?
Or even RegTech? No, I mean from even the RegTech
no, it's not.
No, it's now Fatima. Yes, who is the information minister.
Okay, I mean, something like this should really be sitting. So from the government perspective, some positions should quickly be communicated. The police should have actually taken a position on this and actually notified people that they were going to, make one or two.
Which is what I'm saying. That at the time when they addressed the public, or when the military also released their statement,
so now,
didn't they have told us?
Read what the military said. They said they were not deploying people to polling stations.
Yes.
They didn't say they would deploy people around the country. People exist around the country. For strategic reasons, they may make unique deployments to particular areas. The truth is, Ashanti region is a major hotspot, a hotbed in this particular election. And for obvious reasons. The vigilance of the opposition who find that place as not a stronghold is higher than before. Their popularity seems to have inched up. If Baumia is supposed to win this election, he must have a very strong showing in the Ashanti region, else almost forget it. All right? So there's a reason, it's a battlefront. So it's just like you see with the CNN thing, the what battle. This is our blue and green belt. This one is a blue belt. They have to defend the belt. So there's a lot of tension. So they are going to move people. They haven't said they will not be moving people across the country.
But Adam Bonai, Dr. Adam Bonai is telling us that these are unregistered vehicles that they are deploying.
I don't know about the vehicles.
So shouldn't the
I don't know. I don't know about the vehicles. Okay, but clearly from this communication, it is obvious that the transportation or logistics deployed was sanctioned by the military. It is more important whether it's registered or not.
Is that how they operate?
No, well, there are clandestine ways in which they operate, but I don't think this will be one. I'm sure if people can't see the registration, I don't know, because their number plates are not like ours, all right? But more importantly, they've come out to tell us this is them. It's good you are raising these issues. I'm sure they are listening. We want to be able to identify you much easily, Ghana Armed Forces. So if you are using unregistered cars, please use cars that we can know that it's your own. So nobody will think anything. The suspicion is not necessary. It doesn't help any of us. So just help us cure that problem. The other bit is they move every day. The military moves every day. Haven't you been seeing military moving? So it's not.
Well,
it doesn't
maybe for you are privy to such information.
I agree.
For the regular Joe,
so for me, it's an opportunity for learning. It's an opportunity for learning for the military and communication. But if you follow what they said, they haven't breached what they said. What really is a matter from what they said is how come we're having people going to man hotels? That is what the problem is. And interestingly enough, they haven't responded to it because, and when you see public offices are sensitive as this, selecting what they respond to, they know that Professor
Simin, I'll come to you shortly, but this is, we want to take a quick break. We'll come back to you. And good afternoon to Dr. Note Jua. He's also watching this afternoon. But we'll take a quick break. This is your afternoon stretch. I'm doing this with Beatrice Edu and Michael Ogbodu. We'll be right back.
Leave
by the National Peace Council and the Institute of Democratic Governance, the NDC's John Mahama reiterated his party's commitment to a peaceful election but emphasized the need for trust in the process and also urged stakeholders to match their words with actions, calling for impartiality from institutions to ensure a peaceful environment for voters.
Peace is the foundation upon which our democracy is built, and it is essential that we preserve it even during these critical times. As patriotic citizens, we have a collective responsibility to ensure that our country remains a beacon of peace and stability in our sub-region, and we in the NDC stand prepared to play our parts to achieve this. Divisive language, hate speech, and inflammatory rhetoric that can incite violence should have no place. We must compete on ideas and not on insults. However, it is all well and good for us to commit to peace and recite beautiful platitudes. All the efforts at building peace before, during, and after the 2024 elections would come to naught or be undermined if there is mistrust and insincerity.
On his part, presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, exuded confidence in Ghana's democratic process and peace.
As we acknowledge the efforts of others, we must also endeavor to contribute our due. That is why the signing of the 2024 Presidential Peace Pact is profoundly significant. We have never turned our backs on democracy because that is the path we have chosen for ourselves. Every election presents an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the Constitution and the rule of law. Each time we head to the polls, we have passed the test. We have shown that it is possible to rise above our differences and unite for the sake of our country.
According to the National Peace Council Chairman, Reverend Dr. Enes Edujemfi, peace must be sustained beyond the elections, expressing his hope that signing the Peace Pact will not be a mere public show.
The Peace Council can report that it has offered alternative dispute resolution training, ADR training, for all the political parties in the country, and has encouraged them to set up conflict management mechanisms within their political parties to address conflicts that are internally generated as one sure way of dealing with politically associated violence. It is a commitment to the fact that when we are not satisfied with the outcome of any election results, we will not motivate our supporters to resort to violence, but will use the appropriate means to resolve our concerns. Resorting to violence is inimical and must be avoided at all costs. It is my hope that signing this pact will not be just another public show, but that all our aspiring presidential candidates will play their roles effectively, particularly after the declaration of the election outcomes on December 7, 2024.
Supporters of the leading political parties, the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party, have been captured on multiple occasions dancing to one party's campaign song. For once, it is possible to see party supporters from all divides ignore their differences. That is what everyone wants to see: peaceful coexistence despite the outcome of the polls. Stakeholders are aligned that peace is the only way forward. The die is cast and the heat is on. The mark is set. It is a contest between a former president seeking to win power again and an incumbent vice president leading his party into a possible new government. Who wins the 2024 presidential election? Whatever the outcome is, Ghana wins. And as the saying goes, a stitch in time saves 9. Christian Yali, TV3 News, Accra.
Obviously, we've got more of that for you because with the country holding another election on December 7, 2024, That's, by the way, it's just tomorrow. The race is on to see if the MPP, that's the governing party now, will secure a historic third term and win parliamentary majority, or if former President John Mahama will return to power and also win majority in parliament. Well, aside from the first parliament of the Fourth Republic, which the NPP boycotted, I'm sure you know that, the MPP, the NDC and other small parties and some independent candidates have featured in some of the parliament. Well, we'll be taking you through the evolution of the Fourth Republican Parliament and the speakers who have guided these parliaments. And that's exactly what, Michael, we're going to be talking about. I mean, from 1992 until now, where we have a hung parliament with just, you know, that balance of power of a Siama from Formina in the Ashanti region, who has decided to go back to the fold, as it were, going into this year's general election.
Exactly, and with all that has transpired over that period, with all the drama that has come from Parliament, especially because of that development over who is majority or minority and the likes.
We still don't know that yet, because the House is still adjourned.
Yeah, so we'll be walking you through the history of Ghana's Parliament and how it has fared over the years. So I'll be walking you through basically that. So the first Parliament in the Fourth Republic, as of 1992, had 200 seats, basically 200 constituencies. Out of that, the NDC had 189, and the People's Convention Party, that's Hilary Man's party, had 8 seats and 2 independent candidates. You will remember that this was the parliamentary elections that the New Patriotic Party boycotted over the stolen verdicts. According to them, they felt that they were not being treated fairly and the elections wasn't free and fair. So this was what the parliament looked like in 1992 with 200 seats and the NDC in majority with over 180 parliamentary candidates. So basically, the first parliament lasted between 1992 to January 1997, from 1993 rather to 1997, and every Ghanaian living everywhere Eagle Party had 1 seat, and of course the NPP boycotted that particular election. Now, just to give you a perspective on how the gender disposition was in that particular parliament, you see that we had 16 women in 16 women as part of the parliament, and you notice that 16 is even less than 10% of the total members of parliament for that particular parliamentary season, and the speaker was Daniel Francis Annan right there. So now we move on to the second parliament that was between 1997 to 2001, and that parliament also had 200 seats. We see the NDC there still leading with 133 seats, but the MPP resurfaces now, and a significant number there. They had 61 seats after boycotting the election in the previous session. Then the People's Convention Party also had 5 seats and 1 for PNP. So we continue in that parliament. Remember the previous parliament, there were 16 women. The number increased further to 20, which is quite an improvement from the previous one, although you could still see that there's room still for more, for improvement. And the speaker for that parliament was basically Daniel Francis Annan. Now on the third parliament, still 200 seats, the MPP this time around assumed the majority seat, and I believe this was around the John Ajekum Kufuor's era, when he took over power from Jerry John Rawlings. The NPP increased their numbers from about 60 now to 100. The NDC standing at 92, PNC at 3, CPP with 1, and independent candidates.
So we can confidently actually say that this was when we started that 8-year cycle where, you know, NDC and MPP will come and after 8 years, the next would have to change. And
basically that.
That has been the case until now. Well, the MPP is hoping to break the 8, or that cycle, as it were.
Exactly. So that's basically it. And of course, this is where the trend also continued, where the incumbent has majority in parliament, just as we are seeing over here. And you see that after the 8-year period, power changes hands both for the presidential and the parliamentary. And the NPP now had majority. That was the 3rd parliament. This time around, 183 of the 200 were men. And unfortunately, we see a drop over there. The previous parliament had 20. Now the number stands at 17. Still now under 10% of the total parliamentary candidate. That was when we had Speaker Alajete as the Speaker of Parliament. Then we move on further to the 4th parliament, 2004. NPP increased their numbers to 128. NDC now at 94. We still have the PNC, CPP, and 1 independent candidate. The independent candidate number reduces over here.
Yes.
And then we have Ebenezer Bejisechi-Hughes as the Speaker of Parliament. Now the constituencies had increased from 200 now to 230. We have 208 parliamentary candidates being male, 22 being female, an increase by 2 from the earlier figures that we had seen. And then we come to the 5th parliament, 2008, when John Tamale takes over from John Jacob Kufuor. Remember, that was the time where the conversation came about whether or not you needed to be a John to be president in the country, because that further affirmed that narrative. And then we see the NDC return to dominancy in parliament, increasing their numbers now to 116 seats. The NPP still having significant numbers, 107. You see the difference over here, just about 9 seats.
Yes.
Quite close. We have
but at least
2.
the third parties, as it were, help to balance the equation.
Exactly. So but interestingly, if you added all the other independent candidates, I don't think they will still have, the other smaller parties will still have gotten dominance. So the NDC was majority in parliament in there. We had 210 of the 230 being male, 20 being female. So it looks like the women just hover around the lower almost 20 region over the period. And hopefully, I'm sure with the affirmative action bill now passed, we're hoping to see more feminine participation, especially in our elections. And that was when we had the first female Speaker of Parliament, Joyce Adeline Bamford Addo. So it's interesting that we had a female Speaker of Parliament. However, the number of female MPs actually dwindled slightly from the previous Parliament. And now the 6th Parliament, now 275 seats, increased from the 230 to 275. NDC 151, NPP 210. Both parties actually improved their numbers from the previous year, from the previous Parliament. But however, NDC maintains their dominance. We see PNC at 1, CPP at 1, and independent candidates show up again, increase again over there. So the narrative continues. And you see over here an improvement in the numbers. However, the ratio is still quite concerning. It's moved from about 20 now to 31 because of an increment in the number of seats in Parliament. This is when we had Speaker Do Ajao, who was himself a member of Parliament, however, had to vacate his seat as he was appointed a Speaker of Parliament. A by-election had to be conducted to replace him at his constituency. Then we have the 7th Parliament now, 275 seats. We have NPP sitting at 169 and NDC at 106. This was the first year of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And then
that drastic change.
Yes, and then we see an increment, quite an increment in the number of women to 38.
Yes.
237 still male. Professor Aaron Michael Kwe was the Speaker of Parliament. That was quite another interesting parliament. And then the peculiar and the iconic parliamentary season, 7th Parliament, 275 seats. That was the 8th Parliament, rather, 275 seats, and there's an even split. And then we have the
magic wand,
the almighty Famina MP there, literally the golden what do you call him?
Boy?
The golden boy of the moment,
yes.
the rejected stone who finally became the cornerstone of Parliament, saving the seat. And of course, he was tossed, honored in that regard, made the 2nd Deputy Speaker of Parliament. And we see a decline again now in the number of women, which is quite concerning. From about 38 now, we are seeing 235 of them are basically men. And then we have Alban Suman Babin, who is the Speaker of Parliament. So basically, this gives you a wrap-up of what the Parliament has looked like since 1992.
But you know, one other interesting bit that is in the midst of all of this has been how, for instance, third parties have lost their influence, as it were.
Exactly.
Because remember that in 2000, when Kufuor won, it wasn't a one-time victory. And we heard Mr. Senyo Hosi there in that conversation with Bella on the other side, saying that, Ghanaians, we should just ensure that we give whoever we want to vote for a one-touch victory, because we do not want to sacrifice our Christmas for a runoff. So in 2000, when Kufuor took over the reins of power from Rawlings, the reason we had that runoff was because third parties were that strong enough. In fact, if you look at 1992, when we started the Fourth Republic, third parties had as much influence as over 11%. But it has dwindled to an extent that as of 2012, we had just around 2%, with, of course, Samia Nkrumah in Parliament, the daughter of the first president of Ghana. You know, she won the General seat in 2008. Unfortunately, she couldn't retain it. She's going back to that area as an independent candidate. And so the conversation around whether or not we're going to have a runoff because of the cheddar and the Alan Tremanting bit becomes somewhat interesting. But let me say that we do have with us via video call Dr. Samuel Efriye. He's a political analyst, and he joins us live on the line now. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you for joining us on Ghana Decides.
Yeah, good evening to you all, and good evening to your cherished viewers as well. We
just went through the Fourth Republic Parliament, as it were, from 1992 till now. I'm just wondering what your own assessment is of what we've witnessed so far, bearing in mind the particular or special parliament we've had in this 8th Parliament, the Hunk Parliament.
Yes, just watching you and reviewing this current, that is the Fourth Republic Parliament, you can realize that most of these Parliament, except this one, the Hunk Parliament, where we have most of these parties having majority seats. So there was no problem of counter issues when the majority decides. So it has been evolving for all this while. So this current Parliament, which ended up having the Hunk one, determined we're just trying to see how it works. And it has given us a lot of experience, and I will not begrudge any member or speaker as of now, because it was a new kind of parliament that we have never experienced. So this was, I would say, that is an experiment stage of a new type of parliament that we are supposed to work it out. But unfortunately, we were not able to see through and work it out to the expectations of Ghanaians, and which is making the future a little bit bleak for another Hunk Parliament, or even the opposition taking over Parliament, because the parties involved have led that they have to avoid these Hunk Parliament because of this current experience of the Hunk Parliament. So it has been something that we couldn't learn much, or we couldn't try to manage this, that is the current Hunk Parliament, so that it could have given us a future about even the opposition taking over the Parliament. And that is what has been the challenge.
So I'll go into some of the things you've mentioned in terms of some specific phrases you used. But if I heard you correctly, did I hear you patting the speaker on the back that, I mean, this was a new thing and you believe that he handled it to the best of his ability? Is that what I hear you say?
No, I will not say that. I'm saying that the speaker could have worked it more out. You know, when you have Hunk Parliament, the critical issues is about consensus building and trying to work ourselves out. So here, the speaker could have managed it more better than this current situation that we have. And so here, I will not blame him too much, but I think that he could have done better than what we have now. That is what I think I would say.
Again, you've just talked about how we've not been able to manage this parliament that we've had. And of course, it started on a very chaotic note. Obviously, we will be safe to say that one of the reasons we've had this parliament is because people decided to vote skirt and blouse. But if you look at the current data we have, or the polls, it doesn't look like we are going to have another hung parliament. Yes, there are going to be a number of toss-ups in terms of constituencies, but it doesn't look like we're going to have another hung parliament. I'm just wondering what you know in terms of your forecast into the 9th parliament.
Yes, you know, this experience has taught or has given a lot of lessons to the parties involved. So they want to avoid that. They want to have, no matter what happens, the parties want to avoid this situation. Even if it turns out to be, let's say, the NDC wins, you realize that Chairman Siodin Petia was trying to say that they also have to avoid that be the MPP taking over the parliament. So here is a lesson and the experience, and I think that the two parties will avoid this, whatever it takes. And I don't expect that we have hung parliament and even the opposition taking over, that is any party taking over that parliament, especially when one is in government and one is in opposition taking over parliament.
I get the understanding from what you're saying that we didn't really enjoy the hung parliament as we expected it to be, because again, the concern was that we've had a rubber stamp parliament, and therefore with one that you have equal numbers, you should be able to, as it were, have a lot more of the government businesses scrutinized. But obviously we didn't have that with head blocks and all of that. Going into the 9th parliament, what would you expect? Because at the end of the day, Ghanaians will have to vote. What do you expect them to do so that we have a better parliament than we did have in the 8th one?
In democracy, I think we all need to improve whatever we do and ensure that parliamentary democracy tends to better the lives of people who vote them to power and into office. So, and even this current parliament, the hung parliament, more than I think 50% of scrutinizing government spending was effective at this current hung parliament. So even you can even realize that because it was hung, there was a lot of scrutiny, and that was also beneficial. We cannot just say that it is totally bad, but I believe that this parliament could have been an opportune time for parliamentary democracy to let us know how we can manage the government control or the executive control over that is parliament in terms of members of parliament or having the opposition in the other side. Because Ghanaians were thinking that it could have been better so that we can scrutinize government activities more, but later it tends to be something that we all not appreciating what they were doing. So currently, we will say that the hung parliament will be avoided by all parties involved. At the same time, to ensure that the new ones that are coming, realize that when you look at the current candidates, parliamentary candidates from both sides, you realize that their qualification, their background is they are young. Most of them are young. But realize that they also upgrade themselves a lot in terms of qualification, in terms of whatever experience that they have. So I believe that even though the new parliament, that the 9th parliament, we will have more younger ones, at the same time experience in terms of qualification, but the 9th parliament will be experiencing a lot of, in terms of lacking experience from the old, because most of the old folks are leaving the scene.
Doc, we'll have to end it here. Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Efriye. He's a political analyst. And I'm handing over to you now, Bella. But he raised an interesting issue, I believe Professor Ali Dusedu, for instance, would want to look at, which is the quality of MPs who may be elected into the 9th Parliament. Because mind you that even going into this year's election, we've had stalwarts from the NPP and NDC deciding not to go. Others lost at the primary. So the quality of MPs you're going to have with the new ones that are coming up. Bella, to you.
Well, thank you, Beatrice. And I'll allow Professor Alidu to respond to that as well as we sort of wrap up the afternoon stretch and allow the evening team to take over. But Professor, what do you say to this?
Yeah, I think it's a genuine concern raised by a lot of political observers, largely because of the number of seasoned MPs who have built institutional memory over time, deciding not to contest. And others have also lost their primaries in their party contest. So there's a lot of fear that the MPs that we're going to have maybe the next parliament may not be as competitive in terms of debate, understanding the parliamentary proceedings and the parliamentary order. It takes time to be able to build people to imbibe those values in them. So largely, we are not saying that, okay, those who are making the argument are not saying that the people we are going to elect are not good, but it takes time because Parliament is a law of institutions and it takes time to imbibe those values and understand the standing orders and all those things to be able to debate very well. So largely, I think we've passed our golden age of parliamentary business, during I think the first to the mid part of the Fourth Republican Constitution and democracy, parliamentary democracy. You have seen the kind of reasoned argument, logic and reasoning that was espoused by the MPs, but also the genuine sense of collective good for the nation in the kind of submissions that they made. If you look at things now, it's running down. It's not just the Ghanaian parliament, but I think across the African continent, there have been a fear that parliament technically has become what rubber stamp for the business of the executive, and they are doing the bidding of the executive. So I think parliament will have to win themselves of this perception and do the right thing and genuinely pass policies that support collective national interests rather than partisan interests. So there's a genuine concern, but let's see how things play out.
well, indeed, but as it stands now, and like Michael said, at the moment for the side of the MPP, 47 of them will not be coming back to Parliament, and if you break it down further, 28 of them lost their primaries, and 19 of them chose a voluntary exit. So the likes of Kwesua Makwata, Honorable Kennedy Ejapon, Honorable Seche Mensaboso, and he's one of the stalwarts that many people have said is going home with a lot of information with regards to parliamentary work because he's been there for many years. And so ideally, they're hoping that he would have passed on some of that knowledge to the younger ones as well. And the NDC side as well, they also have a number of MPs who are not coming back. And so we're just going to project some of these photos just for you to have an idea of who are not coming in. I mean, Honorable Jose Owusu, Joe Wise, as he's popularly called, he's also not coming. He's also another, very influential as well.
Parliamentarian. A true policy-oriented parliamentarian. Of that list, you take the likes of Dambotre, Chimensa Busu, par excellence, of course, Joe Wise as well. It's fantastic. But if you go back and even look at the team properly, those who want to go, I think that they have enjoyed themselves already, and they don't want to come and share their money with anybody.
Is it really enjoyment? Because having conversations with MPs, most of them will tell you that by the time they go out of Parliament, hold on,
what I have said,
hold on, most of them have complained that by the time they go out of Parliament, they are even more broke than when they started. And that's because there's a lot of expectation from their constituents, maybe because of the promises they make as well.
What ETR can also do, the Parliamentary Training Institute, I think they've been instituted a lot of training programs. So they can buy in the expertise of like Che Mensa Bonsu and all those people to actually mentor the young ones that will be coming, maybe in a very rapid manner to see whether they can quickly move the ladder of learning and be able to do things properly. So I don't think they should just let very experienced people like that just go and waste, quote and unquote. They can re-engage them and see how best they can mentor, either at the party level, MPP or NDC as a party, or even at the national level. If they are able to do that, I think those institutional memory that they have, you can transmit it to the incoming ones, and then we'll see how they can learn quickly.
Okay, well.
I see Jogate there.
Yes.
One of the people I love and admire, you know, Jogate.
He was hoping to become president.
Jogate is a very good man and very minded on issues of policy. I mean, all the people I see there, maybe minus Kennedy Japan, you know.
Why minus him?
I really don't see the depth of his policy orientation, and his attitude does not give me any reason for me to, and I know his dealings, so I don't really have much.
When you say you know his dealings,
I'm just saying,
very broad.
So it can only be broad. We are on TV. I don't think I want to make him a subject of a conversation.
Okay.
I don't really see his honest commitment.
This is the man who came in second in the MPP presidential
Yes. I don't think he
could have become the flag bearer.
He could have. A lot of people too could have also become, including Jogate too, could have been the flag bearer. But I'm just talking about issues of proper public policy and public policy management, and people with an honest heart. I won't add him to that list.
No? Okay.
No, I won't. Not any day.
But there's Dan Botre as well.
Yes.
And he's one of the people who, the party has really praised. In fact, reason why the NPP decided to make him the campaign manager for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as well. So he seems to be running the affairs because he's also...
Yeah, but at the end of the day, let's be honest. What democracy are all these people living for us? I mean, I had a comment about what they said, old people and the young people. It's neither here nor there. The question is, what democracy are all the people going? As much as I have people who are my favorites in there going, what democracy have they left for us?
But Bella, you see, to some extent, there have also been a lot of internal wrangling within the parties. You know, control of the party, who is doing who's bidding, and even sometimes internal sponsoring of candidates against people that were not doing the bidding of other people. So when you prioritize personal partisan interests against the collective interest, definitely you are going to have MPs who come to parliament wouldn't be able to do. I would say they wouldn't. They are not cut for the job, but it will take them a lot of time to learn, to be able to get to the level of those that. So some of them are opting out because it's not that they don't want to be in parliament anymore, but they are not happy.
They are not happy. It's become moot because of the governance that has been birthed out of this democracy. This is not the time of the Rocha. This is not the time of J.H. Mensah. When he gets up to speak, you just want to listen, even though they were in the minority. You learn from them properly.
We don't have that.
Forget.
Now.
Yes.
This constitution, if you don't change it, this is what you get. You get Galamsey MPs. But what are we talking about? Plenty of them going to come into your thing. Galamsey MPs. Either they themselves are Galamseyers or they've been funded by Galamsey money.
These are allegations that we cannot substantiate.
You cannot substantiate. I agree. But you and I know it, but we can't substantiate it. So
maybe you know, I don't know.
You know it in Jesus' name.
You are alone on this.
I agree. I want to be alone. I'm saying, so this is, you are saying young people are coming. Of course. Look at the people who have been coming. Look at the way people's life have been quickly transformed by just one appointment. And now that appointment is dependent on you becoming an MP because of the nature of our constitution. Do you think most of these MPs are going there because they want to debate laws and debate policy? No, they are looking for what do you call it, ministerial appointments. Now the appointment to these two people have not made it easier for them. They say 60 and 50. Do you know what they are saying?
Okay, we should be wrapping up shortly. But
some people also think, I think it goes back to constitutional amendment. That the constitution says majority of our ministers must come from parliament. So there's and most of the MPs warm up to the executive arm of government for appointment because of the poor condition of service in parliament. So when they go out there, then they do more of the executive job than
trust me, when you take that thing out, plenty of these young guys who are going there, they don't see where the money is coming, they won't go.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure hanging out with all three of you. And I've enjoyed this conversation as well.
For 1 hour. Look at me.
We're grateful for your time.
Magic without coffee.
Professor Ali Said is an associate professor of political science, head of department, political science department, University of Ghana. Then there's Senor Hosi. Senor, is actually G Papa.
Only one, no two.
Businessman.
And then also, we've had Professor Patrick Esum, an economist. He's an associate professor at the University of Ghana. But the election night team will be taking over Of course, the absolute stretch, we're done with our part, but my team members are still here. And Alfred from Election Night is joining my team on the other side as well. Alfred, good to see you.
It's always good to see you guys, Bella.
Yeah, well, I believe that,
you
know, at this point, you're, of course, going to handle the rest of the show with your team as well. But Beatrice and Michael, I believe it's been a great day for us as well.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Yes.
Some amazing 6 hours.
Hopefully we didn't have to bring the fire extinguisher. It's remained cool.
No, that's Alfred Okanse, by the
way. Your shoe alone can pay salary. You don't look like
I can show you where to go and buy. You have no idea. Well, thank you so much, guys. And it's indeed been an engaging conversation over the period. For the last 6 hours will remain your election command center.
Thank you.
The conversation continues, and so stay with us. Now, I'm going to tell you about this documentary that my colleague Godwin Asedeba put together about election manipulation and how young people, especially the youth, going into this election should resist electoral manipulation or partisan manipulation for that matter. And that's going to be on your screen shortly. We are live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. This is your election command center. Let's see the documentary, then we'll transit into the election eve conversation tonight.
In a country where promises are made but rarely kept, the youth have had enough.
2016.
The anger is real. The betrayal is deep. This election, nothing will be the same. Will the political elite listen to the cries of the people, or will they push them further into the shadows? Will the politicians answer the call, or it is too late?
Ballot box
As Ghana prepares for the 2024 general elections, a wave of apathy and disillusionment is sweeping through the youth. Once the backbone of election campaigns, many young Ghanaians are now questioning their roles and the promises politicians make but never keep. I am in the Ashanti region. The Asawasi constituency is buzzing, but not with excitement. Instead, there's anger, frustration, and despair. Young men who were once hailed as campaign heroes now recount stories of betrayal, injuries, and shattered lives. I met Zuga, not his real name, a former election mercenary. For years, he allegedly worked with both the New Patriotic Party, NPP, and the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Ghana's two dominant political parties. He was a foot soldier, a thug for hire, engaged in election rigging, ballot box theft, and multiple voting.
Yeah, babe. 2016. Oh, pride.
For a ballot box, no more the coin.
Yeah, and just say we are the core baby. Charlie, pause.
Ballot box, na me person me who baby.
Car exchange. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, to me, yeah. Hey, papers no. Papers no. A box no. Yeah, the echo share a dime bi mu. Near Tari. E wo wuro mu. Kai. Yeah, bro. Ba ize bane baba. Hey.
That was it. That was in 2016.
2016, no.
Zuga's journey into political thuggery ended with a fractured leg in a campaign rally accident. His party, he says, offered him a paltry 50 Ghana cedis for medical care and abandoned him.
Politics, me who the Ebeboa me akosiafa. Nti me neutral. Me ni NDC, me ni MPP. Me MP nti me na yabu e wodu yankwanta. Me lead pass, serious pass eba. Overtaking pa me na yabu. Yeah. Oh. Booyah.
No insurance, no fee.
Recover no 50 Ghana.
Fucking shit.
Then I demand me na me demand will be 50 Ghana in Kaho Bio. Me taking me roughly 3 years and sign a recover. And Yamia and coming kai. And Yanun I mark I damn I own. Mean to me, Shanika. It's a trouser. Politics no more. Says don't go 7. Your brothers and you know, Amuna Yakuamuno. Don't go 7, and I say your brothers. Almost half for Mu and your politics.
Naya Quincy and I say they were attacking.
Yet, Takati will be as a police for now.
Jay, another young man with a limp, shares a similar story. At just 26, he's already a veteran of election rigging.
Last 4 years, Matuaba, Minkwa Matuaba, bear 8. Because your mommy bear 7. And I dear me got 2 min sound count, I 8, and I made the shame. And you'll be a grand of 8 miles, sir.
Happy person, no crown.
I never crame. Let me call you. And yeah, easy. Yet, say, I demand crowd, because police for our was we are trap on it all. So we are nipa, yes, we are nipa. So what must who says I demand our best through? Say I dare who Yaba youth. Yaba get to know about the share. But there I had the panono. Wamuka say, yeah, to me. I put about 20 cra, Neddy my. The Omudimaya cry, say I casano womunim. By intimate body.
8 votes now walk and wine out.
Matuamo be I know the ultimate woman. Obi ababe chia kase debi amoba by say I fire adwene enti na enfe anka say am betu ye wa anka say I be kokkrasi bi by this year wo mu hwe enti hu oba wa ba betu ye last 4 years anka oba kra anka oba betu ye.
Jay now urges the youth to reject political exploitation.
Enye bibia na o say ndi echiri because who di echiri kra wo mu wi a wo mu hwe Mfaso te say mfaso bia no enti amai sesi a zongo youth no ya fire adwene say sesi a de on faska yempe osika yenye vote no mudi a mu fire enko the way amudi ekono.
The cost of political exploitation is not just physical but deeply personal. I visited the home of the late 33-year-old Abdul Wasiu Idrisu, who was allegedly shot and killed on February 18, 2019 at the NDC office in Kumasi.
Hey, brother, what's the word here? Me don't yanko say this said that me so me come my name when I'm ready. I call me mu papa say akola do my bread ho. What bread was in so mommy. What's the one pinima will be the entire woman? No.
Zainab, emotional yet resolute, still mourns her son daily, even 5 years after his tragic death. She issued a strong caution to the youth, urging them to avoid the perils of political violence.
Machino, as you say, what's the one did in Yame? Abdul Wasiu, what did in Yauda? When you were what about the charm will be a better than a young kind of your kind of thing. One more dear proper as we do one more yummy.
The family claims that despite the unwavering support for the NDC, the party showed them no sympathy after Wasiu's death, a betrayal they continue to grapple with. Musa Abdul Karim, a father of 5, has been in crutches since a campaign accident in 2016. He spent 6 months bedridden and was abandoned by the very party he fought for.
Accident. So no accident there. Say me politics. Me NDC pa and yes canteen. Although so one no. Debbie. Party no more share Bia. Obia and share me. Obia and share me. And Madame for them share me.
Yet, some, like Musa, still express love for their parties, a testament of the deep psychological grip politicians have on their supporters.
Also the two are coming. Anything I'm doing.
But how far so Eddie Pry? Who pry a party ni bia but still go to the party.
I'm still go to the party.
So because December 7 we walk ballot yinimwa obeto abama
NDC meto abama muntaka onabo muntaka na mato aba jomama
ti odo ben ni because mentiase
say yema every year am etete yema me no ne ye na nanamu eti odo no so awura ye mu
ti eba voting na to sese na onua yi ka say omutumi ma no ballot papers no be miensa ono so ye ma no be 7.
Dear, oh, mammy, more than. Matusa, unim say, yen vote on. Unim say ballot box we or ABI so I am. It's was a say I am. Unim. Say, me no, you don't come away. Unim, is say or Nina, the intimate cabibia, the Biasha, I mean, some. About to an omuntimi tuni na ntumi we ya sunjue enya sunjue ye de omo died e koma dia che omo bebre.
Muntaka Mubarak, the incumbent member of parliament for Asawase and the member of the NDC, contests the claims made by these young men. He strongly denies any involvement in election rigging or neglecting the youth who supported the party. He insists that the party has always worked in the best interest of the people and that the allegations are baseless.
Consistently, I've been talking to the youth about it, to tell them that, look, don't get yourself involved in anything that is illegal. Don't allow anybody to ask you to come and stuff ballot papers, ballot box. Don't allow anybody to ask you to go and snatch ballot papers, ballot box or ballot papers. Don't allow anybody to recruit you to disrupt the election process, because those persons that are asking to do have younger brothers and they have children. I have adult children. If what I'm asking to do is the right thing, why are my children not going to lead it? And then you support them. And I've been consistent everywhere I go. Even if NDC tries to do it, and I know I'll expose it, because I don't believe in that.
But the youth remain unconvinced. Their anger continues to boil, and they say they will no longer stand idly by waiting for promises that never come. The stories of these young men should serve as a wake-up call. The cost of political exploitation is too high, and the future of Ghana's democracy hangs in the balance. Here in Asawase, the youth are at a crossroads. Betrayed by political parties, they are disillusioned and disengaged. As Ghana heads to the polls on December 7, will their voices be heard, or will history repeat itself with more shattered lives and unfulfilled promises?
As the tensions build in Ghana ahead of the December elections, the message from the youth is clear, especially in Asawase. They no longer want to be pawns in the political game, whether their resolve will hold under pressure or if the cycle of election violence will be broken. It all remains to be seen. For now, all eyes remain on Asawase, where the stakes are as high as ever.
The anger is real and the tables are shaking. Ghana's political leaders must decide. Will they heed to the cries of the youth or risk losing trust forever? Only time will tell. Godwin Asidiba, TV3, Asawase, Kumasi.
live from the news hub here at Desawe Kanda, also live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, 3FM 92.7, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. A nation at the crossroads, over 18.7 million of its people will the power to decide what the next direction will be. We're counting down to the first ballot to be cast in this crucial election ahead of us that will decide who leads the country as president and some 276 members of parliament as well for the next 4 years. Welcome to Election Eve here on your Election Command Center. I'm Alfred Kansei.
And I am Martin Siedudati. Now we will bring you a comprehensive coverage from the first ballot till the next president, and 276 parliamentarians are known.
And listen, this is the place to stay for the very latest on everything election 2024 related. I am Kemini Amano.
It has been months of intense campaigns, candidates pitching policies to voters. The Electoral Commission eventually set the stage for the actual nominations. This paved the way for the presidential candidates to formally get onto the ballot. The race got heated with time.
Why is the exchange rate 17 cedis to the dollar? Question 1. Exam, he should come and write.
With COVID pandemic, we have depreciated the cedi by 72%.
Both of them, getting to their 8th year, they finish off with the IMF.
The two main candidates having a go at each other on policies, track record, and competence.
They said I was not an Akan. They said I was a Muslim, so they will not elect me. I said, Inshallah, it is possible.
Final rallies became grounds for the big pitch, with key party leaders joining the crusade for votes. In the end, the voters will decide who wins the December 7th presidential and parliamentary elections. This is your Election Command Center. As you see it, there's a lot at play in this election, and there's a lot to look out for. And we've been counting out quite strongly if you've been joining us right from the beginning of the day to today. Look, guess what? We're going to be with you every step of the way in the over 40,900 polling stations across the 276 constituencies in all the 16 regions. We're going to be bringing you everything you need to know. This election has a lot that we need to talk about as well. There's a lot of history at play, as well as a lot to look out for. There are 111 independent parliamentary candidates across all the 16 regions who are seeking the mandate of the people. That's never happened in our political history as a country. We have over 801 parliamentary candidates with all the political parties combined as well, and some 4 independent presidential candidates. This is the highest we've had in our history as a country. But I guess what? All of this, we'll have a conversation as to how the independent presidential and parliamentary candidates really have fared in our elections over the period. But in the end, the mandate is with you. It's in your thumb, and you're going to exercise that tomorrow. Over 18.7 million eligible voters that we've been tracking their views and concerns and opinions as well. This is your Election Command Center. The coverage of the 2024 presidential parliamentary elections has begun already. Kemini Amano is seated with a prominent guest that we're going to be engaging, one whose voice also reaches far and wide, and the matter and the conversation on peace and the qualities to look out for the next leader is one that will sink our teeth into. Kemini?
For handing over to us here on the desk. Like I always say, I'm Kemini Amano. Listen, I've got some distinguished guests here I'd like to introduce to you real quick, because I want us to have the conversation around peace peace towards, you know, in this era of the elections. With me in the studio is Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. He is the AU High Representative for Silencing the Guns. Doc, thank you so much for joining us here. Indeed. Also to my far right is Musa Dankwa, who is a regular face on our election coverage. He is the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. Mr. Dankwa, thank you so much for joining us as well.
It's my pleasure.
Indeed. I want to have this conversation with you, Doc, just over the next few minutes. There have been a number of events. We've come a long way this year towards the elections, and you have had cause to ask and plead with the Ghanaian people to maintain and sustain the peace as we head into the vote tomorrow. Talk to us about your assessment of the mood, the state of security so far here.
Well, I was privileged to participate as chair of the occasion in the peace pact signing ceremony, working very closely with the National Peace Council and IDEC, and here I should really commend the efforts that have been put in by a Peace Council and civil society organizations in general in our country. They play a very important role during this time, educating the public about their civic rights, but also championing the cause of peace and reminding everyone that elections is about exercising our democratic rights enshrined in the Constitution to select leaders. It's not about fighting or engaging in acts of violence. And so I think that is an important tradition, the Peace Pact ceremony that we have established here. And I can tell you that other countries are copying from this good practice here in Ghana. So I was happy that it happened.
It happened.
Exactly. And you could see the chemistry among the candidates, but in particular the two leading candidates who, after all, know each other and have had a rapport over many years, to say that it's people are presenting themselves to the Ghanaian population to choose from one of them. At the end of the day, only one can win.
Very well.
And then when the results are announced, we expect a very transparent and credible process. The country can move on as usual.
Right.
And Ghana will be again an example to other countries.
For the sub-region.
For the sub-region, indeed, for all of Africa.
Indeed.
And we were also assured by the presence of the IGP, who made a remarkable presentation there, assuring all about the importance of them projecting a professional approach and appearance and performance, particularly tomorrow and the days after. Security services and the primary leadership of the Ghana Police Service, but with other auxiliary security services, working with them to be present enough to provide security, but at the same time not to be intimidating or to project in a way that will cause people to stay away.
Right, they're going to have to find that fine balance.
A very careful balance, but professionally they have been known to do it. The Ghana Police Service I have been in UN peacekeeping missions where they have played this role and played it very well.
Very well. So, but I want to take you a few steps back, and then we'll come back to this point you have just made. The point about the Peace Pact. There are those who have argued that, I mean, what's the point of a Peace Pact? It's just paper. Our action should show a bit more. Have we shown the action?
Oh, no. Let's put this in perspective. By and large, Ghana has been able to deliver non-violent elections. For sure, there have been incidents in the past, perhaps in all the elections. But I don't think one or two isolated incidents here and there should mar the entire process. I think the worst case was 2020 elections where some lives were lost. We have all regretted it, and I think we called for accountability. Some steps have been taken in that direction. But it is something to learn from and to avoid the mistake of that period. So our expectation is that this time around, security services, political parties, especially the followers, the leaders will send the right messages. The followers will understand that it's not about engaging in acts of violence. Coming out, exercise your democratic right to choose your members of parliament, your preference for presidency, and at the end of the day, have an opportunity to observe how your vote is counted. And then when the result is announced in a transparent process, you can pursue any grievance that you may have legally.
Absolutely, absolutely. But Doc, there is also the point that we know for sure that in the lead up to this point, the opposition NDC had raised concerns, particularly around the event that happened in the 2020 election when 8 people were killed in Techiman South, for which reason they said if there was no justice for the likes of the victims of those incidents, including Ayawaso West Wogon, then they were not going to sign the peace pact. But I have a feeling you had something to do with them coming back to the table to sign it. What did you tell them?
Well, I think I don't want to take personal credit here. We all work together.
Right.
But let's give the leadership to the National Peace Council, who have a constitutional duty, and they work very hard. We were just in the background supporting their efforts, and I did, and other civil society leaders, and incidentally, very eminent Ghanaians who were all called to be on board, to talk to both sides, and we're happy that finally the peace pact was signed, that all the parties, but especially the NDC and MPP were there. These are our 2 major parties in the country, and we're happy that they're there to sign. And symbolically, the chemistry between the 2 leaders on that occasion, in my view, reverberated across the country. The people watching it can see that, after all, these are 2 brothers, they know each other, they've been friends, and so it's not politics that should make them bitter enemies. They're just political rivals who have different perspectives on how the country can be run, but they remain brothers, and they will be even after the election.
I see. And this peace pact is a non-binding document. In what ways does it keep the peace?
It is non-binding, but it has moral authority. Mind you, we are talking of leadership at the highest level. So their word means something. Their word should be taken on its face value. And I believe that they were all sincere. All candidates who signed that document were sincere, and they delivered messages to their followers, urging all to be of their best behavior on election day, which is tomorrow, December 7th, and a few days following. Because let's face it, sometimes the challenge is not exactly on election day. Let me say that we have sort of mastered it. So, and I think what helps also is the fact that the Electoral Commission has reduced polling stations to an average of no more than 500. So the process goes fairly smoothly, fairly quickly. It's the process of vote counting, vote collation, tabulation, transmission. That is where we need more transparency to assure everybody that their vote truly counts. And that at the polling station, the wish of the people which have been expressed at the polling station is what will actually, in reality, be announced as a result. And if that is the case, I do not see that there will be any challenge. As a matter of fact, I feel rather confident that we will have a fairly smooth violence-free elections.
I see. I want to take us back into time the tying runoff in 2008, the situation, the by-election in Talensi as well in 2015. Those incidents gave rise to vigilante groups aligned to these political parties. Remember the case of the Azoka Boys and the likes like that. After those incidents, we know that there was a commitment to do away with these vigilante groups aligned to the political parties. We know that today they have become private security for these political parties. Going into the election, ONEP released a report, saying that there were incidents or they feared that the vigilante groups may have returned. What do you tell these political parties tonight?
No, the message is simply that they have to rein in their supporters, including groups which may constitute themselves into vigilante and security guards. That some of these groups, if they style themselves as vigilante, are clearly illegal, and they'll be engaged in unlawful acts because there's legislation now proscribing such groups. So it is my hope that people would be mindful of not engaging in acts that will cause a breach of the peace, and that is why there will be security, adequate security to counter such groups that may wish to take the law into their own hands. But at the same time, the deployment of security should be in a manner that it does not deter, should not be overbearing as to deter the population from coming out to vote and to participate in this very important civic activity. But vigilantism is something we should all work to put behind us. And sometimes you can make allowance and say perhaps it's still a maturing process. After all, our democracy, yes, is 32 years old, but relatively still young.
Well, right now that they are called private security, how do we do that? How do they keep them in line? How do we as a people keep them in check?
No, but the law, electoral law, provides that security will be provided at polling stations by the police and other security agencies lawfully authorized to do that. So if others come there who do not have a role, they simply have to be asked to move away.
Right.
Yeah, and I would hope also that leaders of the parties will refrain from going to polling stations with armed persons. This will obviously apply to all sides. I don't know exactly what the rules are regarding, for instance, ministers of state or people in authority who have authorized police personnel. My guess is that such persons, cannot be going to polling stations, especially if they are armed, because the polling stations are to be, security is to be provided there by the police who have deployed forces there and also have trained them to be there in a manner that doesn't intimidate the people from coming to participate in the voting process. And I should say here that the critical moment will really be the moment of counting, collation, etc. Because this is where people feel they have a certain right to protect their vote.
Indeed.
So there has to be a careful balance struck. Party agents and others authorized to be there should not be prevented from being close enough to actually see what is happening. At the same time, obviously, we cannot allow a mob to within certain parameters, because we know the risk is there that it could disrupt the process. So we want to count on the professionalism of the police and our security services. I have had the opportunity to see them at work outside the country, but even here in Ghana a number of times. They have risen up to the challenge, and it's my expectation that Tomorrow being such a special day, of course, there'll be a lot of tension, a lot of pressure on them, but that is where their professionalism must come to the fore. They must demonstrate their capacity to operate in a very neutral and apolitical manner.
Indeed. You're watching TV3, and we are also live on 392.7 FM. This is our election eve coverage. With me in the studio is Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers. He's the AU's High Representative for Silencing the Guns. Doc, so, you know, I want us to wind it down to the police conversation. You have asked the police to show professionalism, you know, as they handle the elections proper tomorrow and beyond. But it is the special voting that we noticed that the police were themselves breaking our electoral laws. How does that come to you?
Well, I did not observe those elections, so I'll be very careful about commenting on something that I did not observe. So we'll leave that to those who observed to tell us what the outcome of their observation is. Let me just say that I would like to take this opportunity once again to appeal to those charged with providing security to elections tomorrow, to know that the eyes, not just of Ghanaians, but indeed of the world, will be on them. Because Ghana's elections have a certain special character. Because sometimes we're very hard on ourselves, but the fact is that Ghana still remains one of the countries that provides a good example in our sub-region and on the continent of electoral democracy. And so we have come to be known as a model, and tomorrow there will be that expectation. But that flows also to those charged with securing the process and providing security to the citizens for them to be able to come out and vote without any fear or intimidation.
Indeed.
And for them also as security agencies to deploy in a manner that they do not interfere in that process. So that's the burden that they carry, and I would hope that they'll be able to rise up.
Over the last couple of weeks, some guns were seized at our country's ports. Doc, should we be concerned about guns in this election?
Well, in any election, there's no place for guns in elections. Elections is about citizens expressing their free will, their free choice as to their leaders, and it's by ballot. So, yes, there should not be any tolerance for use of guns in this, and that's what the Peace Pact was about. That it will be a peaceful, democratic exercise. Citizens will have the free will without any intimidation, without fear, to come out and in their numbers. We've always been known in Ghana to have high turnouts, and we want to see that tomorrow's election, December 7th, there's an equal high turnout. I can tell you that if you follow the numbers in terms of turnout for elections in our sub-region, or even if you take it Africa-wide, you will see that there's a trend where these elections, of course, I should quickly give a caveat, are truly free and transparent and credible, as in Ghana and other countries, where there is high levels of violence, you simply scare people away from coming out to vote. And so in countries where you see 25% turnout, 40% turnout, 50% turnout, it's largely attributable to people's fear that our pre-election period has been characterized by conflict and crisis and threats of violence. So in election day, people simply vote by sitting at home with their common sense and not put themselves out in harm's way. So far, we should be fair to ourselves. The election campaign period has been without any major incident. You can't have an election campaign period that is completely without incident. There have been one or two incidents here and there, but by and large, it has been characterized, as a peaceful campaign period. All the parties have been able to go to all nooks and corners. No party has been prevented from going to any part of the country, which is not true in certain countries, that some parties cannot go and campaign in some areas. That has not been our experience here, and we are happy for that. So tomorrow is D-Day.
It's D-Day.
So let's allow peace to prevail and let the people come out and make their choice, free choice, and hopefully this will be accepted, credible. The more credible the process, the higher the acceptance by all players.
Indeed.
And that's what we want to see tomorrow, and then the country can move on. And those who have any grievances, they are allowed under our constitution and laws to seek grievance through legal process.
Absolutely. And whatever happens tomorrow will be the climax of whatever has happened before then. I want us to look at the work of the Electoral Commission. So far, so good?
So far, so good. I am happy that the IPAC was reinstated. It wasn't easy. I think there were legitimate concerns, but the end of the day, the IPAC was reconstituted with NDC participating. And the thing is that our systems and processes and procedures have been fairly well established over the years. I mean, let's face it, this is not the first election we are going through. And continually, we have had the opportunity to improve. I've mentioned, for instance, that I'm pleased that polling station numbers are reduced. That allows for people to be able to vote, and crowd control doesn't become an issue. And so the real focus now, if you ask me, I'll tell you, will be the process of vote counting, collation, transmission of results. If all of that can be very transparent also, then we increase the chances, the probability of all sides accepting the results that come out from a credible and transparent process.
Indeed, because that is where the cloud of distrust is. And it's been like that since, the beginning of this Fourth Republic, which means that the conduct of the Electoral Commission, the conduct of the security people, and our own conduct as citizens would have to be put in check. But what can we do to strike a good balance between being there to check the vote or to protect your vote and the security people also doing their job? Because that is what caused the Techiman South incident.
Yeah, so it's, as you've rightly said, it's a shared responsibility by all. Of course, one of the building checks is the presence of agents. So agents have to be vigilant. They have to be given the opportunity to truly observe, be present and watch all the processes throughout. And of course, even also in the transmission, they have to be part of a process so that they are sure that the results that are being transmitted are the true and accurate reflection of the result of the ballot boxes at a polling station or after it's been collated at constituency headquarters and then being transmitted to regional to national, as our system is, that all along this value chain, the observation is done by critical partners such as the agents to Electoral Commission that have been designated by parties and independent candidates.
I see. So, we saw the conduct of the 2020 elections. We've gone over it. We've observed the pros and cons, what we did well, what we didn't do right. Again, we are saying tomorrow is D-Day. The Electoral Commission will be out there fully fledged doing this job. What are some your expectations of them? What are the recommendations you are hoping they apply as they do their job for the 2024 election?
Well, in my statement during the peace signing pact, Two issues that I mentioned there, which I think are important here, was to remind the Electoral Commission and all other actors in this process that past performance should not make anyone complacent, because there's no guarantee of future results that you can deliver. So let us all approach this with humility and a sense of seeking to do better than the previous occasion. It's human. Some, issues arose here and there. The expectation is that these will be corrected, and there will be an endeavor, a real determined effort to deliver very transparent process that no one will have reason to quarrel with.
I see. I like what you said. Past performance is not guarantee of the outcome of this election, which brings to mind, after the U.S. elections, both sides of the two front-running parties had made mention of how similar, the dynamics are, and each of them interpreted this in their favor. But I mean, the political parties can understand. But how about the supporters, the die-hard fans of these parties who may not directly come under the command of the leaders of those parties? We'll talk about that, Doc, in a bit. But I want to cross over to the other side of the studio, Alfred.
Right on, and it's still talking about peace and the demand to ensure a free and fair, transparent election. Every time this conversation of peace has come up, it is also preceded by those calls for a free and fair election. And President Akufo-Addo, you can safely say that he's counting his days to exit office as President of the Republic of Ghana. He delivered a speech not too long ago, Kemini, giving details of why there's a need for peace before, during, and after this crucial election. And this is what President Akufo-Addo said.
Fellow Ghanaians, I've come into your homes again this evening because tomorrow, Saturday, December the 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new President of the Republic and members of the 9th Parliament to run the affairs of the country. Since I have come to the end of my constitutionally sanctioned tenure of office as President, as has also the 8th Parliament. This will be the 9th successive time we shall be discharging this sacred civic duty of voting to choose our leader.
You hear the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, there. We're going to bring back that speech to you shortly. He's talking about the awareness of he ending his term in office. But before we get back to the President's speech, let's cross over to the Ashanti region right now, because prior to this moment, we got to know of what had happened there, where the regional organizer, that's Joseph Yamin, was addressing the press when some unidentified men stormed the press venue and scattered the media microphones and also threatened, in fact, to attack the persons who were there. That led to the press conference ending abruptly. Now, there's been concerns about the matter of security since we're talking about peace. This is a notable incident that happened just about some 2.5 hours ago in the Ashanti region. And this is a place to watch, the stronghold of the MPP. Earlier today, we saw a statement from the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council giving their own outline of some security measures And questions have been raised about that as to whether the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei, has the power and the mandate to do that, especially because the IGP, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, is the one who's leading this election task force. Anita Akufo is my colleague in the Ashanti region right now, and we're connecting with her. Anita, what's the latest to this incident that happened earlier, which we understand that the NDC has also been addressing the press on?
Hello, Alfred. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly, Anita.
Yes, just like you rightly mentioned earlier, there was a press conference organized by the NDC and, of course, addressing the media was Joseph Yamin, who was telling us about some 200 military men who have been deployed from Accra to the Ashanti region by the MPP, allegedly, to cause some mayhem in the Ashanti region during the polls tomorrow. And during the press conference we had, as at the time in the afternoon, we didn't know who the men were. But according to information, they also belong to the NDC, and they were not happy about the press conference that was happening. And that was also some updates we got from the people. But so far, calm has been restored. We've been able to go about our duties. We visited the Electoral Commission as well. And we're hoping that this doesn't reflect in tomorrow's polls, especially in the Ashanti region, because of this issue about some military men and causing fear and panic among the people in the Ashanti region as they go to the polls. But for now, calm has been restored. There hasn't been any latest update when it comes to this particular issue from that camp as at the time we were leaving the secretariat of the NDC. Hopefully, if anything comes up from them, we will be ready to report to you.
Right on. Anita, this information about these persons who stormed this press conference and disrupted it, and in fact, we understand they've damaged some of the media equipments that were mounted there. This information that they are members or they are suspected to be members of the NDC, has Joseph Yamin and any of the executives of the party there confirmed this to you?
So as at the time we were leaving, honestly, we personally as media people faced a few attacks from people who were not happy about the fact that we were recording and even broadcasting as well. But of course, the job has to be done. And this particular one, in terms of the men being part of the NDC, was confirmed by some of the NDC supporters that we spoke to, who were also at the premises, telling us, because initially we didn't know who they were. When we were at the press conference, we had a bang on the door, and then later on the man came in and then started talking that everything they've been telling us are lies and we should all get out. So that was when we all moved out. And so we didn't get any proper introduction as to who they were and all of that. But, you know, afterwards, hearsay, talking to a few people outside, that was what we got. And so, yeah.
I see, and then I know that you are there with the team. We're going to try and get some confirmation of the identities of these persons from the executives of the party in the Ashanti region, whether or not they are members of the NDC who are not too happy about what was being said. But you indicated earlier that you, the media, who were there at this press conference, were attacked as well. Tell me about it.
So, like I was saying, they were not happy about the fact that we were reporting. And so as at the time, I think I was talking to Bella. Some of the people approached me and were not too happy about the fact that we're reporting the incident, and they didn't really want it to get out. But so luckily we were done with our reports, and so we just had to leave the premise and then move to our next location. But so far, calm has been restored, like I spoke about, and so hopefully tomorrow this doesn't, reflect in any of the polling stations, and calm is restored.
Yes, but we have some videos of your equipment and the microphones that were set up there. They came and just, we saw them just pull all the microphones on the floor. But we're going to show that in a bit. But just paint a picture to us. When they stormed into that room where the press conference was taking place, what exactly happened?
So even before they stormed in, I wanted to step out and then do my intros and all of that. So we really wanted to step out. We would have sort of missed that whole chaos. But for some funny reason, there was a man guarding the door who didn't want us to step out. And so we decided to stand just right behind the door, waiting for the press conference to end. And then we step out. Then the next moment, we hear a bang. We're still standing with a group of men. And of course, the whole media were all in one particular room. And then next moment, someone walks in from the other side of the office or the room we're in, and then starts talking. So we're all startled and wondering, who is this man? And luckily, I also pulled out my phone, and then one of our team members also pulled out her phone to get just some few seconds. But even before we could say Jack, he was telling us that we should step out. And we saw tables being moved, microphones being pushed away, and we just had to run. That was the best we could do at that point, because I didn't know what was going to happen next, and we just couldn't risk staying in that same room and waiting for the worst to maybe happen. And so we left the scene and quickly moved to our next location.
Anita, keep safe. And thank you. Thank you so much for the update. Anita Kekufo, together with the team there in the Ashanti, William Evans Inkom, Ibrahim Abubakar, every one of them on the ground will bring you everything you need to know in the stronghold of the NPP. That's the Ashanti region. This particular incident, Kemeni, it was generated already, that concern about what is going to be happening tomorrow. This is the stronghold of the NPP. It's a region to watch. Earlier, we saw that release from the Ashanti Regional Security Council outlining their own measures as against what the election task force led by the IGP had put in place. Concerning, is it not?
Absolutely. And Alfred, you recall that the NDC had immediately responded to that, saying that the RECSEC did not have the power to do what it was doing, asking voters to leave immediately they vote because they do not want people. They had also in that statement asked that dignitaries who come to the stations to vote should not come with their own personal security. You come there alone and then do that. The NDC had said that this was a matter for the IGP, who is head of the Election Security Task Force. But let's bring all of that to Dr. Eben Chambers, who's still here with me in the studio. Doc, just two things we'll talk about and then we'll end our conversation. This development in the Ashanti region where people have gone to attack and disperse forcefully press conference organized by the NDC. Rather unfortunate, isn't it?
Well, if your accounts are true, that will be the case, because there's a constitutional guarantee right to free speech, and I would imagine that it is within that context that a press conference is given. But I'm reluctant to comment on the details because I'm frankly just hearing it from your report. So it will not be prudent to go into any details, because I don't have those details.
Right, indeed. But you know, but it's disturbing, isn't it, that we'll start to hear things of this nature, starting from the RECSEC's action to the NDC's response, and then this attack really.
All should exercise restraint between now and tomorrow. We're almost there, let me put it that way. And this is the moment when we should all follow the examples of the leadership who, in signing the Peace Pact, underscored that they want a peaceful process.
Right.
There's no room for violence, no room for disrupting activities being undertaken by, even if you are not happy, you know, let everyone express their free will, but any disruptive behavior which could lead to violence and confrontation should be shunned. So the appeal is for cool heads to prevail. Elections, it's not about a war, it's not about fighting, it's about people being given the opportunity to express their free choice in choosing their leaders at constituency level, their members of parliament, national level, the President of the Republic.
Indeed.
And this should be done in a manner that will reflect well on our country also, because we also have a reputation to keep. We are already known as a country which has, in the past, delivered credible, peaceful elections, and in that sense, we are a leader in the continent. And tomorrow, that's the expectation of the world. So we must all be guarded in our actions. Every citizen should take personal responsibility. And of course, political parties, civil society, everyone should play their role to ensure. It takes a shared responsibility on the part of all actors, security agencies, the Electoral Commission, all have their roles to play, but it should be in a manner to ensure a peaceful, credible, transparent process at the end of the day.
Very well, Doc. Well said. Well said. And the president's, speech message to the Ghanaian people is coming in good timing, isn't it?
I think so. Absolutely. The same message of let's be mindful that as a country, we are also a leader in our sub-region on the continent. And that's a source of pride to every Ghanaian as an individual.
Very well.
And tomorrow, we are being called to demonstrate our individual right of choosing our leaders. That's what it's all about. It's not about fighting someone who doesn't agree with you, has a different choice. Let them exercise their right. Let it be counted transparently, openly. And I was happy that the media, I know that there was an initial pull and push about media throwing light to that process of counting, observing the counting. And the Electoral Commission relaxed on that, because that helps. When the media can be there to shine light on the process, it enhances its transparency. And the more transparent it is, the higher the probability of it being accepted.
Very well. Doc, I appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you.
Pleasure meeting you.
My pleasure.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. The Election Command Center is thrilled and grateful that Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, AU High Representative for Silencing the Guns, was here with us having a conversation on peace now, during and after the elections. This is still your Election Command Center. I'm here with the gentlemen who are on the other side. Alfred, you taking a cue yet? Have you gleaned something from that conversation?
Well, indeed, because peace is paramount, obviously. But you hear Dr. Ibn Chambers continuously talk about a free, fair, and transparent election, because the lack of it is the greatest threat to the call for peace. Because as you continually ask that peace prevails, obviously, if the process, not just the process, the counting and the final declaration is not free, fair, and transparent, that would definitely be a potent trigger to what we don't all want to see. And it's incumbent on all of us, especially the Electoral Commission, to do what has to be done to ensure that we have a free, fair, and transparent election, is it not? I mean, that's really the most important thing. And that's what we're going to be doing here on your Election Command Center, bring you everything you need to know. All the coverage, information, the exclusive interviews, the trend analysis, the details, so you understand where we came from, where we are, and where we intend to go as a country. Martin, there's a lot really at play in this election, is it not? Because apart from the fact that we have the highest number of independent presidential candidates seeking the mandate of the people, 4 of them. This is the first time we've had that number in the 4th Republican Constitution, and in fact, in our political history as a country. You have the 2 leading candidates, Martin, who are coming from the northern part of the country, Savannah and the northeast region. That's a pointer to look out for, is it not?
Certainly, and it's fascinating to know that increasingly people are becoming a lot more aware of the democratic process we have chosen as a country to pursue. So it's important for everyone to look out for the fact that peace is the only outcome we are all looking forward to. Because without peace, we are very handicapped, and it is incumbent on all of us to ensure that we exercise our franchise, go out, vote peacefully, go back home, watch TV3 as we bring you comprehensive coverage of any and everything happening within the political space between today and until a precedent is declared by the Electoral Commission and 276 members of Parliament are also declared at the various collation centers. But maybe our conversation this evening would have to take us back to 1981, specifically the 31st of January 1981, when a young, vibrant, military young leader, Jerry John Rawlings, decided to usher us into the 4th Republic. Now, it was after that we have been in the 4th Republic, and it's necessary that what we have started, the 4th Republican peace, continues even right at the platoon.
Absolutely, and let's hear from President Akufo-Addo now with that speech that he delivered on the eve of the elections.
Fellow Ghanaians, I've come into your homes again this evening because tomorrow, Saturday, December the 7th, we shall be going to the polls to elect a new President of the Republic and members of the 9th Parliament to run the affairs of the country, since I have come to the end of my constitutionally sanctioned tenure of office as President, as has also the 8th Parliament. This will be the 9th successive time we shall be discharging this sacred civic duty of voting to choose our leaders since the onset of the Fourth Republic 32 years ago. It gives me great joy that we now have generations of young Ghanaians who take elections and voting to choose our leaders as a regular, commonplace part of life. Indeed, they take it for granted. That surely is a sign of a nation that has attained maturity and self-confidence and should give us reason to be proud. It gives me great personal satisfaction to have been part of those who fought for us to achieve this right. But we should never forget that the flame of freedom needs to be protected and constantly refueled. Elections are at the heart of a democracy, and we qualify to be counted amongst mature democracies after 8 successful elections. It is not surprising that our country is held up as a beacon of democratic stability in Africa. We should be justly proud of this and do everything we can to protect and uphold this status. As is usual with us, the campaign period has been characterized by colorful, loud, and intense activities all over the country. But that period is over, and I believe the arguments have been made and the messages have been delivered. We've also had a last quiet day of reflection before the polls open tomorrow morning. We have good reason to be proud of the Electoral Commission, the body that is charged with running our elections. Today, it is a much more efficient and transparent institution that we are all ready to entrust with the responsibility of delivering a free, fair, and transparent election that will truly reflect the will of the people. I urge all of us to cooperate with the electoral officials to do their work and ensure that we can all be proud of having added another notch to the list of successful elections we have held. The security agencies, led by the police, have also made all the relevant deployments and preparations that will guarantee the peace, law, and order of the nation prior to, during, and after the election. Let us all cooperate with them to ensure that the election is conducted in an atmosphere devoid of intimidation and violence. Let us go and cast our ballots in peace and dignity and in an environment of tolerance and mutual respect. Please remember that we have a reputation to maintain as a nation of peaceful elections and to cement our ranking as a developed democracy. Each one of us should go out and do his or her duty to ensure a peaceful and prosperous Ghana and vote freely for your preferred candidate. Do this in peace and dignity. It is an individual and collective responsibility. Go and vote. You owe it to Ghana and to yourself. I thank you for your attention, and may God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong.
Made reference to the rancor on the political platforms during campaigning, which is normal. It characterizes our campaigns and our political activities. However, beyond that, there is peace that we all must strive for. And so it's good that the president speaks to the nation and whips everybody in line to make sure they have that at the back of their minds as they go to the polls. And he charged everyone playing a role in the electoral process, from the Electoral Commission, the key electoral body, then we have the media, then the security services and agencies, everybody must play their role, and also you, the Ghanaian voter, go out, vote in peace, don't be intimidated. This is a very important national exercise, and it's good that the president has encouraged all of us to turn out in our numbers and vote so that we can continue this democratic process that is in the Fourth Republic. And it's good that we keep at it, and hopefully that, you know, in the next few years, we can also sustain this international acclaim of Ghana being a beacon of democracy.
Absolutely.
Very much that we have enjoyed over these years.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, listen, it just falls in line, Alfred, what you raised. I see the opposition jumping on that the president, you know, cannot be talking about a peace message or addressing the nation to keep the peace when, you know, crucial electoral violence related issues have not been dealt with, and hopefully it does not generate something we do not want. But more importantly, right, the president says go and vote, go out there and vote. Anyway,
it's a time to say what? You're not spectators, but citizens.
Yes, it's time to play that role, isn't it?
Certainly. And Safwa Boyan is here with election brief. Safwa.
Thank you, Alfred, and welcome. Good evening, Ghana. Welcome to Election Brief. This is where we bring you all news-related stories on elections right here on your Election Command Center on TV3 and 3FM. My name is Safwa Boyan. Let's settle for the details now. And the National Election Security Task Force has again cautioned electorates to desist from any act to foment violence in the elections. Briefing, Director of Public Affairs of the Ghana Police Service, ACP Grace Ansan Akrofi, maintained the police will enforce law and order for the safety of the election.
As we were deploying our men for their various duty points, we briefed them adequately on their roles and responsibilities. This evening, we wish to remind all Ghanaians, especially those who are going to vote, that is, qualified voters, of their responsibilities as far as the electoral process is concerned. And I would like to take this opportunity to remind us of a few of these things so that we are all cautious going into the polls tomorrow. First, we wish to entreat all voters to come freely to their polling stations with voter ID cards and join the queue if at the time they get there are any. Voters should collect their respective presidential and parliamentary ballot papers after biometric verification from the polling assistant. They should check whether the issued ballot paper has no mark and has a validated stamp if required. Every person is to vote once at the appropriate voting booth for their preferred presidential and parliamentary candidate. The voter should leave the voting or polling station immediately after the vote is cast. Voters may return to the polling station at 5 p.m., that is at close of poll, to observe the counting of the ballots. We wish to urge all voters to avoid jumping the queue, which may lead to some misunderstanding. We wish to entreat every person, let us abide by these rules and comport ourselves in such a manner that the electoral process will proceed peacefully.
That will be all for Election Brief. I will hand over to my able team to take us through. Alfred.
Safwa, thank you so much. And stay with us every step of the way here on your Election Command Center. We're bringing you up-to-the-minute news and updates across all the 276 constituencies. Stay with us till midnight because we'll be gauging the mood in some strategic constituencies going into this election. We already have our men on the ground engaging the people there, and it's 40,900 and over polling stations across the country. In all of these 16 regions, we remain your election command center. We're live on 3FM 92.7. Now, let's get into the Fourth Republic, because we're seeking to elect the 6th president, Martin, of the Fourth Republic. And the 7th president who's just given his final speech before any election.
And it's interesting.
That's just spoken.
Yes, and I mean, it's one of his last few messages we'll be hearing. But before him, we've had a number of other presidents. Like you indicated, he's the 7th. And we just want to take our viewers and listeners on 3FM 92.7 down memory lane. And probably would want to start from the 31st of January 1981, when a young, vibrant soldier called Jerry John Rawlings toppled the Third Republic, ushered us into the Fourth Republic, and we are hoping that the Fourth Republic will last very long. So these are the gentlemen who have led the country in the Fourth Republic, starting from Jerry John Rawlings. Many know him outside politics as Jerry Boom. He was actually the first John to lead the country, and Jerry John Rawlings led the country from 92 to 2000, and actually 92 because that was when we started the Fourth Republic. The Constitution was put in place under his watch, and many have applauded him for ushering the country into the Fourth Republic and living by the dictates of that Constitution. So after he completed his 8-year tenure, constitutionally mandated term, he handed over to John Agyekum Kufuor. Now, it's interesting to know that when Jerry Rawlings was in office, for his second term, so he came to office from 92 to 96, and from 96 to 2000, he had a running mate called John Evans Tamale, who was the third John to lead Ghana. So in between those two Johns, Jerry John Rawlings and John Evans Tamale, there was John Agyekum Kufuor. So people thought that if you didn't have John attached to your name, you probably could not be president. But that jinx was broken when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came into the picture. But we'll come to him shortly. Under the tenure of John Agyekum Kufuor, many applauded the fact that he was the first civilian after a military tenure of this country to lead Ghana. He also took us through his 8-year tenure, constitutionally mandated period, and handed over to John Evans Tamale. And that is how Ghana started getting the global acclaim of being a republic. And Alfred, it's interesting that they have all had the name John until then we had after John Evans Tamale, who actually couldn't complete his 8-year tenure. He completed the first 4, and while we were in an election year like this time in 2012, getting ready for elections in December of 2012, he unfortunately passed away and handed the baton to John Dramani Mahama, and he won the 2012 elections, and then he said that he actually won, he had just a period of 6 months to campaign, got the vote. So we'll later take you through the numbers to see the percentage of votes he gained, and that many have attributed to the passing away of John Evans Tamale. So he had quite some number of sympathy votes. He became president, ran for the 4-year tenure, and was seeking another 4-year term, but in came John, beg your pardon, he is not John, he is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So he broke the John jinx and became the first Ghanaian president who didn't have John attached to his name. He has also run his 8-year tenure, and the party he represents, which is the New Patriotic Party, is hoping to what they call break the 8, because all these presidents have had 8-year terms. He has finished his 8-year term, or is in the dying embers of his 8-year term, and is hoping that his political party would continue, in his stead after he's done. Many have criticized him for, first of all, not publicly coming out to say he would hand over to any party that wins, because the conversation had been breaking the 8. But he has stood on a number of international and public platforms to say that he will hand over when the Ghanaians decide whoever becomes the next president. And that brings us to 2025, which is just a few weeks away. These are the two gentlemen, John Dramani Mahama of the National Democratic Congress and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia of the New Patriotic Party. They are in the race. Who will succeed Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo? That's why you are the one to answer the question when you go to the polling booth tomorrow to go and vote. Tomorrow by this time, results would have started coming in, and here at your election command center, we'll start looking at the numbers and get to understand who becomes the next president of the
Certainly.
Republic.
You said tomorrow by this time sounds like a song, you know that.
Tomorrow by this time.
You know, but we're going to see the 6th president of the Republic of Ghana. That's the 4th Republic, eventually in the next 5-6 days ahead of us. But then it's instructive that these two persons, Kemeni, who are seeking, at least the two major political parties, those leading them as flag bearers going into this election tomorrow, they are working to make history. We have John Dramani Mahama, a former president, the first former president of this 4th Republic, coming back to seek re-election to complete the next 4 years to make up his 8-year term. You have Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is seeking to break the 8 that has never happened in our political history as well. That's a question to ask the many people, is it not?
Absolutely, Alfred. And you know, there are those who have made the point that today's elections bear some semblance, similarities with the elections of 1996 and the early 2000s. But we'll get into the, that conversation with my guest. I'll quickly introduce my guest, starting from the very far right. The farthest right is Martin Kpebu. Martin Kpebu is a legal practitioner. Then to Musa Dankwa, who we have met already. He is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. Right close to me is Professor Ransford Jampo, political scientist and senior lecturer at the University of Ghana. Prof, why are you squeezing your face? Did I say something wrong?
I'll forgive you. I'll introduce myself.
What did I get wrong?
When you give me the opportunity to speak, I'll introduce.
Well, you are talking now. What did I get wrong?
You can't say Professor Ransford Jampo and still describe me as senior lecturer.
I apologize.
I was a senior lecturer from 2011 to 2015. And I heard you introducing my head of department and other colleague as associate professor. Associate professors
me?
This evening.
I haven't met any of your colleagues yet. It's the previous belt.
The previous year. So you moved from senior lecturer to become associate professor. Hey. And then you move from associate professorship to become full professor.
It means I have demoted you.
I don't know what I've done wrong. You are seeking to bring me down like that.
I apologize.
I'm a full professor of political science, not associate professor.
I apologize.
So I've moved twice: lecturer, senior lecturer, associate professor, full professor.
I apologize.
So you call me Professor Ransford Jampo and say Professor of politics.
Let me do that again.
Do it.
Indeed. With me in the studio also, very close to me, is Professor Ransford Jampo. He's a professor of political science. At the University of Ghana. Anyway, if you're watching us, this is our election eve coverage. We are live on Stream 92.7 FM. We are streaming across our socials as well, Facebook, YouTube, X.com, and this is TV3. Listen, let's get into the conversation now. Prof, it's been a long journey from 1992. Take us through the journey where we started from up until now. Over 3 decades, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the 4th Republic is credited and praised to be the long-lasting, the longest of all the republics that we've had in the history of politics in Ghana. First Republic from 1960 to 66. And then we had Second Republic, I think 72 to what? 78.
And then 79 we entered.
Third Republic 79 to 81. And then Fourth Republic 92.
Which is what we have.
92 up till now. So it's been a great republic, and we are happy that we've been able to sustain it up to now. The previous ones were punctuated by needless military interventions and soldiers overthrowing the government. But some way, somehow, we've been able to keep ourselves together and protected. We've been able to protect our Fourth Republic up to now. And I think I am excited about it. And in terms of history of the electoral politics of the Fourth Republic, as you rightly know, We started in 1992, 96, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020, and then we are up for another election tomorrow. In terms of what you want to call similarities and differences, well, previous elections were, in my view, keenly competitive. Previous elections had certain euphoria around them. Previous elections, people were so excited beyond the rallies that were held. But in this particular election, I don't feel the atmosphere. I don't feel the temperature. Tension is not good, but you can see that a lot of people are calm, and there is still some huge level of voter apathy. And this is the first time you have an incumbent party that has done 8 years brazenly wanting to break the 8. And this is the first time you've had a sitting president who had assumed the status of a statesman, dabbling in petty partisan politics and subjecting or opening himself to needless partisan ridicule and
why do you say
insult.
that as if there's something wrong with it?
No, I'm saying this is the first time. I'm talking to Jay Kufo. I'm talking about Jay Kufo. You know, ever since he exited, he stayed above. I could see that he has stayed above partisan politics. Absolutely. Beyond his own, the comments that he made within his own internal party rallies, he was almost always seen as having risen above partisan politics.
That's what I'm asking. What is wrong with it? Because he won't be the first to do it in the world.
Well, no. There is, you see, Jay Kufo was birthed by the MPP. He was given the opportunity by the MPP to serve the party, and later elected on the ticket of the party as the party's flag bearer, and he became president also on the ticket of the party. Now, so if you are doing pure partisan politics, okay, talking strictly from the angle of pure partisan politics, what he did was not wrong. Okay, if you are looking at things purely from partisan politics perspective, it's not. I mean, you were birthed by the party, and then also you are ideally expected to support the party that birthed you, and if the party that birthed you has a candidate, you are expected to support him. So purely from a partisan point of view, there's nothing wrong with it. But you should know that not all of us do partisan politics, and Ghana does not belong to only partisan politicians. Okay, when long before partisan politics got birthed, I'm not talking about politics. The difference between politics and partisan politics. Long before partisan politics got birthed, okay, the state existed. Now, looking at it from purely national interest point of view and from a statist point of view, some of us felt that, you see, in advanced democracies, okay, there are statesmen and stateswomen, people who have served in government before. When they retired, they decided that no, we've had it. We are not going to do partisan politics. We are not going to sound partisan. Okay. Now, so they served as eminent people. Now, recently, you have certain advanced democratic countries where you have statesmen, people who have served before, coming out to openly express their support. Okay. But in my view, in every logical argument and analysis, you don't use the exceptions to prove the rule. Over the years, these statesmen have maintained a state. It's only recently that Donald Trump, when he got elected at one point in time, when he got elected,
you'd rather see him give us a peace message than do what he did.
Well, at one point in time, when he got elected, when they voted against him, he didn't want to leave the White House, which was something that was common in among developing countries. And we hear the kinds of utterances that he uttered in the lead up to his electionary campaign, and it is not something that you would want to use as an example to want to emulate. Okay, so putting that aside, what I want to say is that in developing democracies, where the democratic practice is not consolidated.
Right.
You need certain people who have risen above partisan politics to wield moderating influences so that when there is conflict, they would bring all of us together. Okay, in advanced democracies, when people decide to say, I belong to party A and everybody is doing partisan politics, the democracy is so consolidated such that elections are seamless. Here, when there is elections, see, Peace Council is talking.
I see.
People are praying. And people are storing Gary. People have withdrawn money, a lot of money home. They are storing water. They are storing.
They are preparing for the West.
They are preparing for the. But in other jurisdictions, elections are seamless.
Prof, I'm gonna come
so
back
the point. No, wait. Let me conclude on this.
You haven't made the point.
No, I've not made the point. The point is that you need people who have risen above partisan politics, so that when the combatants are fighting, they step in and say ceasefire, and everybody listens. So I saw Kufuor as having risen to that level. Where he has respect from. Where
he was Kufuor's president.
Oh,
no, beyond that.
After his presidency.
Beyond
okay,
that.
After his presidency. And Martin, let me tell you this. You may not be aware, but I know what happened behind the scenes for the 2008 transition to take place. It took eminent statesmen to work behind the scenes. Okay, people who, when they spoke, the combatants, all sides felt that yes, you are MPP.
Why? What happened?
We people. No, you know, we did first run.
Yes.
We did second run. We are going to do a third. In fact, we actually did a third run. And behind the scenes, some people didn't want to hand over power. I'm telling you, some people behind the scenes also had to work to counter that. But these were people who had risen above partisan politics, such that even though they were not, they spoke and they were not from a particular political party camp, they had that respect. They commanded that respect, such that they were listened to. So I'm saying that. I'm saying that you see, I've not finished. Let me conclude on this.
We have a few hours ahead of us.
Let me conclude on this. So this is the first time, in terms of different. This is the first time that you have a certain president that, in my view, was supposed to be a statesman coming down to dabble into partisan politics and opening himself for unnecessary attacks and all that. So generally,
Mr. Dankwa, I'll bring you in.
There are similarities, but there are differences
we'll come to that.
in terms of the
Prof, we've had enough
tension
of that.
and all that. See, I like talking, so if you say that, I should begin to talk first. No. Allow me.
No, hang on, Prof. Hang on. I'll bring in Musa Dankwa now. Musa, I saw you nod in agreement with Prof when he said that the euphoria of the past does not exist now. Why?
I don't know, but I don't feel the tension. I don't feel euphoria. The country is quiet. People are calm. But we are going into a very serious election tomorrow. And you don't feel that anxiety with people.
I thought you were going to ask me why. I would have explained why. But Musa.
No, Prof. Prof, we'll come back to you. Let Musa have his say.
And I think what I can say is that this has been helped by regular, consistent polling by an independent company that has shown the country exactly where the country is headed. But there's a bit of certainty in the atmosphere. If
you think it's because of the polls?
Look, I think the polls have really given a fair view of where the country is headed. When there are no polls, not the one that comes midnight and suddenly disappear. When there are constant polls...
Are there polls that come midnight and suddenly disappear?
Yeah, we know them.
I don't.
Okay, let me just land on that point. You see, people have been following the polls over a period of time. It's only polls that confirms your belief and her belief. That, oh, you aren't alone. There are others who are thinking like you.
Right.
It doesn't make you feel that, oh, am I the only weird one? Your fears may be confirmed, or your expectations may be confirmed by the polls. So it takes away the uncertainty. When there is uncertainty, that is when there's tension.
Right, I see.
Yes.
But to what extent could perhaps people's despair, play a role in why we may not have the euphoria we used to have around elections? Does it apply here, Mr. Dankwa?
You see, it's difficult to measure the despair from just the quietness of the people.
Or maybe disinterest.
No, look, there are two groups that are interested.
Okay.
Some groups are interested, and other groups are not interested. We can see apathy on the part of one party, faithfuls, and apathy or enthusiasm on the other part of the political divide. So it's not entirely apathetic, but there are certain groups that are not really enthusiastic
at all,
and others are very enthusiastic. And those who are enthusiastic are really the opposition, and then those who are not enthusiastic are somehow the ruling party.
I see. Mr. Dankwa, again, when we look at the elections of 1992 up until now, how have the numbers been changing in the presidential races?
You know, if you look at the 2000 elections, it was keenly contested, went to runoff, and then Kufuor won. In 2008, was keenly contested and went to third rounds of polling, and Atamils won. If you look at 2012, it was just one touch, and then they won. 2016, one touch, they won. I think from 2012, 16, and 2020, we've seen one touch. Ghanaians are probably fed up with this Christmas elections, and I think they go decisively to wherever they want to go. This election will be similar to that one. It will be decisive.
Decisive,
yes.
One touch.
Yes.
You don't believe in the polls that say that perhaps we could have a runoff ahead of us?
No.
I see. I'll take the conversation to Lawyer Akpebu. Now, Lawyer Akpebu, I see that you are flipping your pages. I will tread cautiously not to ask you what you are seeing in those pages because we wouldn't have the time to learn. But let's talk about the dispensation we live in today and the legal frameworks that have developed and evolved over the years. What would you tell us today? What can we learn?
What we can learn is how not to be a Kufuor straight. Let's not miss words. Because, most state institutions, have been, have lost a lot of independence, putting it that way. Have lost a lot of independence because the Kufuor wouldn't let them work. From the EC to Shraj to the police service, all the security sector, there's organizations, even judiciary, he will not release money. So the CJ had to complain last year. It's public record. The Kufuor will not release money because he wants to control the judiciary, etc. So what we are learning is how not to be a Kufuor. That's the book we should write.
The president has just spoken to us nicely.
Oh, nicely.
Responsibly.
When I heard it, I was getting irritated. I was getting very irritated because
why is that?
I mean, if you knew the way Ghanaians are angry now, he shouldn't have even spoken. The first thing he ought to have done was to have spoken about the 8 people who died in the last elections. Yes, Kemini, that's what Kufuor should have done. But that's why I said last week that this is a man who, when he went to University of Ghana, he performed very poorly. So Kufuor is not a bright student. He was never a bright student, and so he couldn't have been a bright president. Before you talk peace,
so I mean,
you have to talk justice.
The point is, lawyer. Hang on, lawyer. The point is, Kufuor is not on the ballot. His face won't appear on the ballot, will it?
Oh, your question is...
So whether or not Kufuor is bright, it won't appear on that ballot. I asked you that... What are the, how has our legal framework in this dispensation evolved over the years? You say it's not to be like a Kufuor.
Yeah.
But I've also pointed out to you that the president has done something right this evening. Talking to the Ghanaian people, you say you don't like it.
Yeah. You have chosen to say that's right? And I'm saying it's not right because everything he was saying rang hollow. He should have talked about the 8 persons who died. What legal remedies are in place for them? Where are we on the investigations? Techima and Saf, Ablekuma, even the Ablekuma one, it even involves a journalist. You know that? Yeah, seriously injured. So all these ones, when you want to talk about peace and you don't talk about justice, sorry, You don't say anything. And then let's go back. Or did you say your question is all about only the legal framework? I thought you said the dispensation.
Absolutely.
So when you said the dispensation, I'm talking about governance. That's why I said we've retrogressed. And I mentioned from what? The Electoral Commission to Shraj to the police service, because these are key. I'm looking at the sensitive institutions, right? Then I came to the judiciary briefly, but you want me to zoom in on the judiciary. You say legal framework. Okay, legal. So let's start with the Constitution. So you would see that the problem, one of the huge problems that's overhung his Akufo-Addo's administration came with his refusal to let us have this election of MMDCs on non-partisan lines, right? That was his biggest mistake. Because you see that we've been saying time and over that this constitution is stifling our growth. Everything stops on the president's desk. Meanwhile, we've known from the days of Plato's Republic, right, that the president, once he's not a philosopher king, you are doomed. Once the president is not a philosopher king, you are doomed. So once Akufo-Addo came and he wasn't a philosopher king, we're doomed. So the best way you could have helped our governance was to allow us to do the election of the MMDCs on non-partisan lines, so that today you'd have had a country in which some of the MMDCs will be what? They can be affiliated to the NDC, others will be affiliated quietly to the what? Other political parties. There would have been less tension, right? Because we didn't want it to be on partisan lines, but we all know that secretly some people can have sympathies. Yes, that one, everywhere, even in the advanced democracies, is human nature, right? So we needed that. So that would have served as a valve of escape, the tension that we usually have. A lot of it would have gone out if we had MMDCs whom we know that belong to various persuasions, right? So that it means that it's not winner takes all. But once he refused to allow that election to go on in that manner, then it meant that everything was for him. And once he wasn't a philosopher king, you know, what are some of the things that a philosopher king does? Number one, he's not a mean person. He's not illiberal. But Akufo-Addo is very mean, very illiberal. See the GDP.
That's what makes him mean?
The haircuts, etc. It's not as if it was just a mistake from the skies. By 2019, NDC had started warning that, listen, we are debt distress. The signs are very clear. Go December 2019, if you Google it, you'll find the World Bank and IMF report also saying the same. But before that World Bank and IMF report came, NDC had started making a lot of noise that, hey, stop the borrowing. Listen, the rate at which we are borrowing, we are going to fall into an abyss again. He wouldn't listen. I'm in a hurry, recklessly. He kept borrowing, and then boom, COVID came, and then all that, right? So when you tie all of this together, you see a lot of illiberality, a lot of meanness, wickedness. People have died. People's businesses collapsed. Look at Unibank. Look at now bankers are taxi drivers. Bankers, high street bankers are taxi drivers, right? And many other people have lost their jobs. People can't buy medications. But
this nation will not be the only one to go through a crunch. When the U.S. went through its own crunch in, is it 2006, 2008, I don't think anybody said that the president at the time was mean.
Oh, people said it. People said it. You know how, what do you call it? Bush suffered, then Obama came. Obama, when they did the bailouts to the company, you hear chronic capitalism. Obama took a lot of beating for it. Of course, that place, what happened, and which we're also supposed to learn here, was what in American politics they call too big to fail. Too big to fail. So they saw that those institutions were said that if you allow them to collapse too much, you didn't give bailouts, there was going to be ripple effects like what happened here. You see the Unibank, the other institutions, once you revoke their licenses, you put these graduates out of jobs. And remember, for each working graduate, you can have a multiplier of at least 4. Some say 5, because that worker has a wife and at least 2 children. And don't forget about the extended family who depend also on this graduate, right? So minimum 5. So you just don't look and say, oh, 5,000 people lost their jobs. No, 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 no. You multiply by 5.
The households.
Yes, the household. But the number is bigger. And what did we see? This was a situation that analysts have shown that, listen, if we had given them another bailout like what they did in the US, okay, if we had treated them as too big to fail, etc., we could have saved them, saved jobs, and still punish them in a way by taking some of their profits. But because of the meanness, because of that meanness, let's take oxygen from opposition, companies that are seen to have links with opposition. So Unibank, they were in a hurry to
is that established anyway? That they went after companies that had...
Oh, yes. You remember Sovereign Bank? Okay, Sovereign Bank had people who were linked to the NDC, etc.
But I'm just saying it, but it's not on any paper.
Oh,
that no. these institutions.
But if you take Unibank,
were affiliated to
Unibank
the opposition
largely
party.
owned by Dufour. Dufour was former finance minister and also what? NDC. So Unibank was the first.
So it is not because the bank was failing, but it was because of Dufour.
Oh yes, to make sure that they take oxygen from opposition party. Look, let me show you.
It is that part I'm telling you is not on paper.
Oh, it is on paper analysis. So let's show you if you want to understand. Fast forward. After 2020, when Data Bank, which is largely owned by Oforiatta, fell into a similar ditch, did Ogbami Tete revoke Data Bank's license? Data Bank suffered the same. There was a run on Data Bank. Data Bank couldn't pay depositors, etc., investors their money.
Yeah.
They just locked up. Did they revoke the license?
And we continue to hear stories about Data Bank.
Excellent. So that is what nails it. That tells you that they were just out to cut oxygen from opposition parties. Okay? Yeah. Saying that this party, if Unibank does well, it will support NDC. So let's kill it.
That part is your analysis.
Oh, it's
because then remember that the identification of these banks had started in the administration before the NPP. So it cannot be the case that it's only when the NPP came that they identified that the Unibank and Unicredit had problems. Can we agree on that?
No, but they were giving bailouts, right? And try to.
I mean, based on what you said.
Nobody is denying that. What we're saying is that the revocation of the license. Oh, don't forget, look at even Indum. You know, 2 days ago or so, a few days ago, there was a demonstration in Cape Coast. Right? Everybody accepts that Indum should be given, Group Indum, they should be given back the license, right? Yeah, because government owed a lot of contractors who are taking money from GN Bank. So this one, did you need... I mean, there's no rocket science. There are people who borrowed money from GM Bank, and these persons executed contracts for government. So if you don't pay these contractors, obviously, it's GM Bank that's coming down. So why do you revoke the license?
Do you expect these happenings to play a role in the choice people make tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. That is where I'm coming. Absolutely. Or that's where I'm going. Look, if you lost your job, of course, from Unicredit, Unibank, GN Bank, Sovereign Bank, name all of them. Naturally, you would have to kick out this in Baumia. Baumia is not fit for president. You heard the lady, Rosemont, Obing, Baumia's own personal aide. She worked with Baumia day in, day out. She said, no, this man cannot. Look, I mean, we've been saying it. We don't need to repeat it that much. Let's go on to other points. That a vote for Baumia is a vote for corruption. It's a vote to continue this bad governance. Don't forget, Akufo-Addo is retrogressors. We've not had one constitutional amendment in 8 years. So, and Heritage Bank. Yes, Heritage Bank. So you remember the bank too. So please, if you vote for Baumia, that will be suicide.
I will move away from you now. Prof,
that will be suicide.
Prof, you said I didn't ask you, why you think the euphoria is lesser than before. Perhaps you could make that point before we go to the gentleman on the other side.
Well, because many people feel that they have tried the political elites, and essentially some are arguing, even though I disagree with them, that they are the same. Right. And so there is a certain loss of confidence in the political elite. And this is something that some of us have always spoken about and insisted that the political elite conduct themselves such that our people would not lose confidence in them. Because the moment people begin to lose confidence in the political elite, then they may be compelled to be looking elsewhere. When the loss of confidence becomes so pronounced, it creates a certain environment for other unscrupulous people to want to strike at the system. And so it is about a certain loss of confidence in the political elites that, look, these people, they are all corrupt. These people, they are not going to do things different. I mean, they are all the same, Ubiabasa and all that. And so that, in my view, is making people not too excited. As of this morning, I went to class, even though it's a holiday. I had to organize a makeup class to meet with my students. And then after class, asking a few people, so what's going on? And people have still not been able to make up their mind. Okay, and you speak to a lot of them, and they said, oh, well, but these people, it's the same. They are the same. And given the goodwill that we all had in Akufo-Addo, okay, the one that we all trusted, the one in whom we all believed, given how he has dissipated the goodwill, now it makes everybody feel, some people feel that, look, if this man has dissipated the goodwill, then who is there next? Then it's so it is worrying. So it's
been built over time.
Yeah. It is a lack of, it's a dissipated goodwill in Akufo-Addo, and then the feeling that, look, the political elites, are all the same, culminating in a loss of confidence in them. That is making some people quite apathetic to this whole process. Because this is a very serious election. This is the first time that I've seen a ruling party doing well, brazenly, going about campaigning just for the purposes of breaking the 8. Normally, ruling parties, after they are done with 8 years, yes, they would want to contest and all that, but the fervor, it's not like this. But regardless, some people feel that, look, you guys are the same, and so let us relax. I'm not saying that those people who have lost confidence in the political elite will not vote. By all means, they would vote, and that is why I am quite not too certain. I cannot. He is sure, but I am also privy to several data, research information that points to quite a number of people who are still not decided. Okay, yes, quite a number of people who are still not decided. But you see, even though they are not decided, they would by all means vote. And so, if they vote, in the way and manner, so if up till now some people still remain undecided, it speaks more to the fact that they are disappointed in the current administration. And if they decide to vote, they are more likely to vote for the opposition than the current administration. That's if they decide to vote. That's my own, analysis. And if that happens, then it will be one touch. But if it doesn't happen like that, and then they are still undecided and they are still not happy, and many of them eventually decide not to vote, then I do not see how the victor in this particular election would have it so smooth as Musa is predicting.
But Mr. Dankwa, how do you think it's going in terms of the numbers? Picking back off what Prof has said.
Since our last poll came out and our model was released last Friday, and then the number of people, the proportion of people who said they've already made up their mind and those who could change their mind, the number is so heavily in favor of those who have already made up their mind. So we don't believe that the remaining 4% can alter the trajectory of the race. Now,
this 4%, is there a nominal number to that? A nominal figure to that?
No, in terms of thousands, something like that.
Yes,
no,
you don't have absolute figures.
No absolute figures.
Because it would help us break it down better.
In these instances, you don't use absolute figures, it's percentages. It makes sense like that than quoting 1,000. So we believe that, look, we looked at the model in a different way. We have what we call the likely voters model. which includes those who say they are undecided. Now, when you take those people out of the number and you recalibrate, you see what we call the likely voters. Now, that assumption suggests that those who are deciding eventually will break away in the same way as the race goes.
Okay.
That is what you expect normally. But if the campaign for one party doesn't go well in the last days, they break heavily against them, which will make the headline polling numbers much more generous in terms of the outcome.
Right.
So long as they are coming to vote and they break away heavily against what we predicted, then our number could be more conservative with regards to what is going to happen. Now, if you look at the gap between the leader and the next in terms of likely voters, it is about 10-point-something%.
Right.
On the basis that these guys who are deciding eventually will break away the same way as the main race.
Okay.
If they break away against the incumbent government, then it could be a very, very bad night. And so we have given people the chance to see the two models, one with the undecided and one without them. And when they are deciding, as Prof suggests, that they may be breaking away heavily against the incumbent, then it will make the race very, very...
But I didn't hear anything about turnouts then.
Yes, the turnout, we are projecting it to be around 77%, slightly lower than last time.
I see. And which is what you were trying to say, that if, people are undecided whether or not they even want to vote, it may go against the current administration.
Yeah, some people may not show up at all. In fact, I know some people close to me. I've been encouraging them. I said, no, we will not even vote.
Do go and vote.
We will not. And these are people who essentially are disappointed. Okay, previously they stood with this government, but they feel disappointed and say, look, rather than voting for the other party, then we'll not even vote at all. And they are also there. So we must be worried about the loss of public confidence in the political elite. And I'm warning again that the next government that is formed after tomorrow's election must be mindful about how it sustains the confidence and the trust of the people in the state and in the government. Because if we continue to dissipate the public confidence, I tell you that we may be creating a Praetorian situation that would serve as a recipe for some unscrupulous military people to want to strike.
I see. And so, Prof, you don't think that the final rallies did anything?
As for the upcoming election, I will tell you that those who would vote, they made up their mind about a year ago. People had decided. Okay, so the rallies and all those things, they are entertainers. People watch and then they feel entertained. But those who would decide, the core support base of the NDC, the core support base of the MPP, they've decided. There are others who feel disappointed and so may have switched camp. They have taken that decision already. And those who are not decided, they are still undecided. But I know that definitely they would go, many of them will go to the polls. And when they go, they will by his vote.
Lawyer, I want to take your thoughts on that just before we move to the gentleman on the other side. To introduce a new perspective into our conversation. The final rallies.
They did something to the extent that, they served as a means to galvanize the base, all right? Yes, because you see, this time round, the two main contenders did a lot of door-to-door. So at a point, you see that they didn't place emphasis on the big rallies. So the final rallies, sought to bridge that.
But let me add to that. The rallies, I keep asking myself, your base is your base. And most at times, these rallies are events that people are bashed. You see, if you are talking about rally in its proper sense,
organic
rallies that brings about votes. Rallies that bring about votes. No, you have people just walking there to go wanting to listen. But in our part of the world, essentially, Okay, rallies are events where you buzz people from all over
in
the
the US.
It also happens.
The same.
No. I'm saying that
in the US,
you have a sizable. You see, you have a sizable number of the people who would go to such rallies and they are not buzzed, who will go to such rallies and they are going to listen to the messages that are articulated to help them to form their opinion about who to exercise their franchise in support, of. But in our part of the world, immediately they finish rallies. Yesterday, I monitored the two main rallies around Legon, Medina, and Cliff. And I was thinking that they had warned that there's going to be too much traffic and all that, but there was no traffic. Why? Because immediately after the rallies, everybody got into a bus, and then they buzzed them out. So, I mean, what is the point in buzzing people?
So, Prof, let me continue. Continue.
Let's have lawyer continue, and then we go to the gentleman.
Yes, when you hit the base, it serves a purpose.
Your base will not go away.
No, Prof, hang on now. Let's hear.
For the optics, you see, you need huge numbers gathered, then they will share on social media to show that, wow, have you seen our numbers? Please, Prof, you're a political scientist.
And we saw the comparisons, right?
Yeah, you can never whittle away the importance of a rally.
Don't respond
I'm not saying coming, but I'm
Prof,
just reminding that you will be the last to say...
I'll give you a couple minutes to respond, but let him
final
finish.
rally is not important. It serves that psychological, impetus, that push, that, the numbers are great. So, some people don't like to join a losing team. So when they send this around, they say, hey, man, to a bunch, join the winning team. You remember even from the universities, that's usually the thing, that this is the winning team. So if you are somebody who by your nature, you don't like to be associated with defeat, as soon as you see that...
but how many?
Oh, no, those are numbers. Hey, the thing is 50 plus 1. Don't forget in 2008, Tamale won by what? About 40,000 votes. So in an election like this, let's not discount.
Even single is okay.
What I wanted to say in response to that is that in our part of the world, we have something we call partisan alignment and partisan de-alignment. See, partisan de-alignment is not regular or common in our part of the world. Once he is a die-hard MPP supporter or NDC supporter, okay, he may not be happy, but it just will take the chanting of the party song, okay, when you hear the UNAPO song or the MPP, what is their song? I don't.
I'm not sure they have a song in particular.
But NDC, they have songs that easily come to. But when you hear the song being chanted, okay, it is enough to whip up the enthusiasm among the support base. I am saying that theirs is different.
No. All right, gentlemen, we'll come back to this conversation.
No.
Gentlemen, we'll come back to this conversation.
As ours. No.
You see, thankfully,
it's not as crude as ours. No, please.
Hang on. Thankfully,
it's not as crude as ours.
Thankfully, we all have experience of the U.S. election, so we'll come back, compare and contrast, right? But in the meantime, let's go to the gentleman on the other side. Alfred, Prof. Alfred.
Kamini, I experience these two gentlemen every Saturday, so don't worry.
Every Saturday, right?
I'll give you the cure to the issues that you're facing. But you know what? I mean, you would understand why there is this banter, because there is that political mantra as well that Professor Jampo would align to that. Politics is all about the numbers. Optics play a role. But then again, the people who are going into the election have also experienced the state of affairs even before the final rally. And that's why the likes of Musa Dankwa and Prof would say that people have made up their minds already.
Right.
Why? Because if you look at the Global Info Analytics survey, the NCC survey, Afrobarometer survey, all of them, Kemini, have concluded that the economy is number one.
It's top
the
of people's
most
minds.
important consideration in terms of who they're going to vote for. The economy doesn't change in 24 hours before an election. They've been experiencing the state of the economy in their personal pockets and their homes over time, right? So whatever you say in the last moment, whatever numbers you pull in a rally, how much of an impact will that have, on the economy, elections, which is the consideration, the most important consideration for the people?
Well, who is to say they are not looking for a miracle?
Well, you know, you'll see. But
the miracle of elections, right?
Certainly. You know, and that leads us to the miracles that some of these independent presidential candidates want to pull in this election. And Martin, we've been going down memory lane.
Yep.
It doesn't look too good, is it not,
Yeah.
for the independent presidential candidate when it comes to history, right? Because at least, let's start off from Charles Reku-Brobe.
Yeah, and even before we come there,
to give us in the Fourth Republic.
About piggying back of the numbers game of politics. Yesterday we saw the rallies. Clearly it was someone's intention to gauge who has the most numbers. It was right at the junction here in front of Media General. We saw buses of people, you know, running over to circle because that was where most of the people had been bussed from. And it's interesting how people know they are being bussed there, and it's not everybody who is there because they support the party. There's a viral video, I don't know whether you've seen it, of a lady who was at one of the rallies but actually spoke about the tagline of the other political party. We don't want to say which one, but I'm sure many of you on social media may have seen that video.
But you can't
and
discount
it's interesting
the rally. You're saying Crawford by you know.
Crawford by Crawford. And even today, one of the key issues we are monitoring for you has to do with the people who are leaving Accra and some other main stations across the country to go to their various regions to go and vote. It was quite shocking, the queues at our main stations here at Accra Circle specifically. We had several buses, loads of people who are leaving Accra to Kumasi, to Nyani. We saw some going to Tamale, primarily to go and vote. It was interesting that someone would travel all the way just for purposes of voting.
Fantastic. And that leads us into this other aspect of the conversation, Martin. And we're looking at some persons who left their mother parties to go and form another political party and eventually contested an election. And right from at least 1996, 2000 up until now, we are seeing a number of them in this particular election. So let's understand whether the decisions they took to leave their mother parties to establish their own political parties to contest has favored them.
It has never favored them. I mean, from all indications we have seen right from 96, when, for instance, Charles Reku-Brobe, who is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, resigned from the party after he lost to John Agyekum Kufuor in 96 when they were contesting for the flag bearer race. Even before we come to that, this is important because in the 2024 elections, we still have people who have broken away from their mother parties. For instance, we know that Alan Kwejo Chamating, a member of the New Patriotic Party, because of the primaries and how things played out, he decided to break away. He thought, and I'm sure he's still thinking, that he has the numbers and he was able to impact the NPP.
That, you know what, the promise that he makes reference to in 2008, because had it not been for him, let's face it, those 17 persons who sought to be flag bearers of the NPP in 2008 at that clearly contested that's flag bearer race in Legon, if he had not considered and said, you know, let's not waste our time and go for a second round, Akufo-Addo, you go. And then he says there was a gentleman's agreement, a promise to him that after President Akufo-Addo serves, he was going to hand over the baton. But you see, you have to subject that to elections.
No, if even they had gone for a rerun, Alan would have still lost. You see, I mean, it didn't happen.
It's a position that we can have a debate
certainly.
on, really.
Alan would have still lost because at that time, the odds favored Nana Akufo-Addo. You're right, Nana Akufo-Addo for the party because, again, here, Akufo-Addo had contested John Agyekum Kufuor in the primary, and people thought that, well, after Kufuor's tenure, it was time for Akufo-Addo, who had served the party in various capacities, served government in various capacities, was actually one of the lead advocates of the New Patriotic Party. So he had this pull factor towards him within the rank and file of the party. So the odds were not looking good for Alan even at the time.
Well, that's what I say, that that's one school of thought, and you can push it quite forcefully. There are those who would back Alan Chebanteng with the argument that even though Nana Akufo-Addo showed up in 1998 to contest John Agyekum Kufuor, he lost that particular primary for the flag bearership. Fast forward into the year 2008, both of them had served in the Kufuor administration as Trade and Industry Minister, Attorney General, Foreign Affairs Minister, in that order. Going into that particular presidential primary, that contest, you had the many who thought, and President Kufuor, in fact, President Kufuor has not denied it till this moment, that he favored Alan Chimanting over and above that's Nana Kufuor in that particular primary, right? And you had Paula Foko and the others. So there was a lot at play when it comes to the backing and support that Alan Chimanting also got in 2008. That's why it wasn't a straightforward victory for Nana Kufuor. Well, you cannot discount Alan Chimanting's influence in 2008. Well, right? I mean, if it was that much of an insignificant factor, Nana should have won that flag bearership.
One, you know, so people have had issues with Alan's posturing within the NPP. Well, maybe we are deliberating the Alan issue. But what we're looking at is people who broke away from their mother parties. And, you know, politics is all about a game of numbers. True. And irrespective of how much clout they had within their political fold, they were unable to pull away that many people from the party. So it really didn't impact the party. And we know that Charles Reku-Brobe is one of the key individuals who left the NPP at some point in time thinking that it was going to... He formed a political party called the Union Ghana Movement, UGM, and later returned to the fold of the NPP, but unfortunately was suspended. You know, he's one of the key voices of the party because he was a founding member. He knew the roots of the party, how it started. And him and the likes of Nyaho Tamaklo are quite very free speakers. They speak their mind, they hold nothing back, vocal, and they have no reservations at all. So unfortunately, these last few days, not much has been heard from him about the party and the government. His words are very subtle this time around, but maybe because, you know, he's assumed the statesman status of a political party. So he's one of the key people who didn't seem to have achieved the political aim he had of ever leading Ghana or even leading the NPP. So we'll cross to the side of the NPP. Guzi Tano also broke away from the NDC at some point in time after losing his bid to become the party's flag bearer. And this is 1996. He formed the National Reform Party, the NRP, and also didn't see the light of day. In fact, in the election they contested in, he got less than 1%. And
that's actually the same song for almost all of them independent candidates.
You know, so I don't know why people still think that you can break away from, you know, a party of numbers and thinking maybe they don't weigh how much influence or clout they have before taking that decision. Alan always comes up because he's the very latest person to have broken away from a big party like the NPP, and it hasn't worked out well for him, irrespective of the clout he carried and the popularity he had.
We cannot say that as yet until tomorrow, is it not? He's very, very confident that the Ashanti region will show him some love because that's his home region. But you talk about Guzi Tano. Unlike Dr. Charles Reku-Brobe, Guzi Tano is or has been very active in the campaign for John Mahama going into this election. In fact, I think he was the head of the economic team. At some point, the economic committee and jobs, in fact, the job creation for John Mahama's campaign team, the head of the job creation, also putting together all the policies about issues related to the 24-hour economy, which has been the trump card, the policy proposal that the NDC is going into this election with. So to have John Mahama trust Guzi Tano with the most important policy that they are going into this election with.
This year's election.
That's the 24-hour economy, which the end product of it is job creation. And this man was appointed to speak about that.
Yes, and that's
how much he's come back to the NDC.
In the last few days, seen videos of him talking about why it is important to vote for John Mahama and why he believes that the key policies like the 24-hour economy, job creation for the youth is pivotal in winning this election. So a number of the campaign messages coming from with the fold of the NDC that we have heard him talk about primarily is targeted at the youth, who are a sizable percentage of the Ghanaian population. So yeah, that's Guzi Tano. He broke away, went round and came back to the mother party, which is the NDC, and actually is playing a crucial role in the new leadership of the party, hoping that the 2024 elections if it does go in favor of the NDC, he'll be playing a key role, hopefully, in the next government.
Certainly. There are a few more we're going to show you, but Martin, hold on a bit for me. Let's cross over to Nkwanta South constituency, where lights went out at the point the Electoral Commission was sorting the voting materials to be transported to hard-to-reach communities. What you're seeing on the screen, for the benefit of those listening to us on 3FM 92.7, it's total darkness at that's the place where the Electoral Commission, the Nkwanta South constituency, the Electoral Commission had their ballot boxes that they had actually put together, and they were going to be transported to hard-to-reach communities within the Nkwanta South constituency. The lights went off not too long ago, and we want to get an update on this. Our correspondent, Paul Japong, is connecting with us right now at this particular venue. Paul, now tell us what's the latest in this particular area where the lights just went off when the sorting of the materials was going on?
Well, thank you so much for the time that you've given to me. Here in Nkwanta South, as at somewhere 6:24 p.m., when sorting was going on for items to be transported to the hard-to-reach communities here in Nkwanta South, suddenly the lights went off. So, of course, it went off for about 20 minutes, of which we don't know exactly what happened before the lights went off. But, of course, not just here alone. Some inquiries were made, some calls were made into the region to actually ascertain whether indeed it was only in Nkwanta South or not. I called, and then Nkwanta North was the same, Biakwea was the same. So, of course, it looks as if it wasn't only in Nkwanta South that the light went off. But as to how and why the light has to go off as at that time, within a frame of 20 minutes, it didn't last for long, but the light suddenly came down or was on, that one, we cannot actually tell what happened. But, of course, the Electoral Commission is here. They are working, of course, the sorting and everything was done successfully. Yet the seals for the Electoral Commission are being put in or amended on the boxes, waiting for, at least when we spoke to the Electoral Commissioner, what he says was around 12 or probably 12 a.m., some of the items will be dispatched to the hard-to-reach communities like the Shiari, the Chilinga, the Achim, and, of course, those communities that cannot have the items when it is 7, where elections kick on start. They will leave here very early at dawn. So by the time it's 7, they might even get there so that counting or voting can even start.
Thank you, Paul Japon, for this very important detail that we're getting right now from the Nkwanta South constituency. What we're hearing by our correspondent's detail this evening, that it is this lights that went off is not limited to just in Nkwanta South. We understand the lights are off as well in the Nkwanta North constituency, and all of these are in the OT region, right? And so, if you see what's happening now, where the Electoral Commission is in the process of sorting out the electoral materials to transport to hard-to-reach communities. That's what we've been showing you. So the ballot boxes you see lined up on the floor there are for the hard-to-reach communities. What's happening now is that there are no lights at this particular place that the EC is doing the sorting out. And Paul Japon just mentioned something. The seals of the political parties that the Electoral Commission were just putting on them. That was the period when they were doing that, the lights went off. You understand the lights are back, at least at Nkwanta South. Yeah. We're monitoring what's coming up in Nkwanta North. But that's what's happening right now. And you see the seal is the mark of credibility.
Absolutely. If that is broken, it raises a lot of credibility issues. And I mean, what we intend to do is to keep viewers and listeners updated of every development happening in the country. And so that's the OT region where these issues have come up, but definitely we'll be going back to the correspondent to get an update, but he also, in the latter part of his report, indicated that where he was in Kwanta South, the light had returned. And
so we'll monitor what's happening in Kwanta North, and
right.
the other areas. If the lights come back, we will let our viewers and our listeners know about it. But let's get back to the story of the persons who left their mother parties to form the political parties, hoping that they would also show their mettle. At least the first two we've seen, Dr. Charles Rekubrobe and then also Gusitano, they did not have a good story. Their hopes were dashed. But how about this man, Dr. Obed Asamoah? Very
famous politician in Ghana, I mean, at least from the 92 period up until 96, 2000 period when Jerry John Rawlings was very instrumental in the NDC. Dr. Obed Yao Asamoah was a key figure. He was the then chairman of the National Democratic Congress. It tells you how much popularity he had within the NDC. Now, at a Congress, that was the 96 Congress, he had a brush with the leadership of, so at the time, the party was electing new national executives and then a flag bearer.
That's right.
And then issues went south. He decided to break away with one very popular lady. At the time, she actually left the NDC and went to the NPP. Her name just left my mind, but I'll bring it, I'll definitely bring it up. Now, they were actually very, very vociferous. They spoke very much about the party, and they were defenders of the NDC ideals within the NDC. And when they decided to break away, it became huge national topics and conversation. So when he left, people thought that that was going to be the doom of the NDC. Right. However, the party managed to survive above him. Then later in 2006, he resigned from the NDC and later rejoined in 2018. There's actually a book about him that he has written about politics within the fold of the NDC. And so the political experience he had, at some point, he was also the foreign affairs minister of Ghana under Jerry Rawlings and built some level of credibility for himself, for his political career. But his decision to leave the NDC didn't do much to propel him into political stardom. So he probably by now has, you know, stayed quiet and very quiet. Hopefully the party can visit or say something about him, but as the latest we've heard of him is that he's quietly retired from politics.
He's not been so quiet, right? If you look at what's his activities in the Sal area, Santro Kofi, Apafo, Lekpe, and Lolobi. Now that's his area, the OT region where he comes from. So when the people of Sal did not have representation in parliament, this man, Dr. Obed Asamoah, has been very active, at least behind the scenes, trying to ramp up the issues about Sal and bring it to the limelight. All the matters that went to court, you saw the likes of Franklin Kujo lead the charge, but Dr. Obed Asamoah was very instrumental in bringing up the justice and also the matters of Sal to the fore. You can say that he can heave a sigh of relief now because the Guan constituency has been created. The people of Sal will have representation. But guess what? This is a man that you cannot underestimate his influence, his impact as a politician, and he brought that to bear to the advantage of the people of Sal.
Yeah, and it's good you bring it up because, you know, and it literally caught fire when he decided to lead the charge to draw national attention to the Sal conversation. True. And it was all because of his political acumen and how much of a key figure he was when it came to Ghana politics. So he left the NDC and now his political fortunes have clearly dwindled, and we hope to hear from him very soon, one of these days. Our next individual we are talking about, who left a big party, formed his own, hoping to lead the country, that didn't work, is Dr. Papa Kwesi Indum. At one point in time, he led the Convention People's Party, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's party, later left. Now, at the time he decided to join or actively participate in the Convention People's Party, the party was financially down. So they needed someone, if they wanted to really be competitive in Ghana politics, they needed someone with enough financial muscle to push them through, especially the national elections. And Dr. Papa Kwesi Indum was the man at the time.
But you know, Martin, this man, Martin Pebo, a private legal practitioner, he has already mentioned his business impact and contribution to the economy. But for politics, you cannot also underscore the fact that he has some influence.
Yes.
John Ejekum Kufuor appointed him as minister. You know why?
Yeah.
Because of that alliance that they formed going into the 2000 runoff. Yes. He was a member of parliament for KEA, the Commander Edina Egwe from Abre constituency in the central region. In fact, prior to he being appointed as minister by John Ejekum Kufuor, he held that KEA seat firmly and strongly, comfortably for the CPP. Why? Because apart from the resources, he understood the local politics of the area. If you go into KEA, he has created jobs for the people. He has a hotel there. He has other businesses there as well. He has a printing press and so, and he has a football team. They call them the Elmina Sharks as well. That he's got the young people, the youth in the area getting active. He has a university there. Indom School of Business that has faced its own challenges as well because he's gone bankrupt. Well, I mean, because they closed down his
Political
businesses,
issues.
right? Because of all the politics of it. But this is a man who led the PPP, and in fact, he's been the sole bankroller of the PPP before they decided that he was going to step aside and not be flag bearer. The PPP have had their own challenges.
Yeah, and then coincidentally, he was also the first to have introduced a female vice presidential candidate that didn't work well in Madam Bridget Jogbenuku at some point in time. So he formed the Progressive People's Party to the shock of the CPP, and since then the CPP has never been able to, recover, because at the time it was just him that was bankrolling the entire political party. And since then, we have also heard very little from his party, the PPP. So the CPP is actually standing, contesting in this year's election. They are in almost every election cycle, but their fortunes are very much nothing much to write home about.
But you know, the PPP also sought to contest in this election, Martin, but the Electoral Commission disqualified their candidate for a number of reasons, which the party went to court on. The PPP went to contest the Electoral Commission's verdict about the eligibility of their candidate in this election, but they did not win that case. But what I do know as well is that the PPP, even though they don't have a presidential candidate on the presidential ballot paper, they have a number of parliamentary candidates in some constituencies that they know that they have some influence, for instance, the KEA constituency. Okay, so yes, you cannot rule out the people going to this, at least for the parliamentary.
Right.
Okay, we'll look at those constituencies where they have some persons in there.
All right, so final individual we are looking at, and mind you, if you're just joining us, we are looking at people who have broken out from bigger parties to form their own party, or at least to pursue different political paths that did not seem to go down well. And last on our list, last but not the least, is the former First Lady Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings, who is and up until now, a very instrumental figure when it comes to the formative years of the National Democratic Congress from the PNDC era. Very, very strong woman in Ghana politics. But again, in the last few years, she's just taking, to her private life. Not much is heard about her unless it's very national, and has even transformed how a number of our women dress, because she had a peculiar way of dressing and you could easily make her out in public life. Now, she also resigned from the NDC following the concern of why the party at the time, including her husband, Jerry John Rawlings, wanting to pick the then flag bearer of the NDC to lead the party. So she decided to break away because they couldn't resolve their internal issues, and then formed the NDP, the National Democratic Party. Mind you, there are similarities in the names of the party. She broke away from the National Democratic Congress to form the National Democratic Party, and that was in 2012. Unfortunately, the flag bearer then of the NDC, that is John Evans Tamale, passed away, so the baton was given to John Dramani Mahama to lead the NDC into the elections. The NDP did not do well at all, and their fortunes are still dwindling. They have a candidate in the 2024 elections, and is also hoping that he will be able to make some impact going into the elections. But looks as though the flag bearer of the NDP, Albert Frimpong, Mohamed Frimpong, I should say, did not, beyond the fact that he is quite, seen him go around a few regions to also campaign, very little is being heard from him, and it just tells you that Ghana's politics, unfortunately, we are claiming that we're running a multi-party system, but it's always been a two-horse race, the NDC and the NPP. So yeah, Alfred, these are the key individuals that left the NDC or the NPP to form their own parties, which never really saw the light of day. It's a towering figure.
The wife of the late Jerry John Rawlings, the founder of the NDC, who was going to form her own party.
Look, she's the only person who got former President Rawlings confused. Look, he's a military man who got confused at the point because of the power of a woman.
The power of a woman. You can whisper some things and you could get people confused as to where to vote, even if they are founders of the party. But you know what? I mean...
It's the role of first ladies all over the world. And, this Fourth Republic is blessed with a first lady like Nana Konadu Agyemang Rawlings. And Martin, I didn't hear you talk about the 31st December Women's Movement and the role it played in winning them the elections. Let's not forget that at all, because it really rallied the women rallied the men. And we had an election in 1992 and 1996. The nuances are there, of course. I mean, the 1992 elections birthed the stolen verdict and the likes. But, the truth of the matter is that the 31st December Women's Movement did a good job. Yeah. And up until now, we even had some markets named after that. There were cloths that were made out of that name. And it tells you how towering she was when it came to Ghana's politics and the role of women in Ghana. In fact, she's one of the pioneering female politicians. Unfortunately, she didn't get to be the president her own party that she hoped to become and leading her own party.
And in fact, we understand that the NDC got some inspiration from that with their women's manifesto that they put together going into this particular election. And we'll see how that will also impact in terms of the women's support for the NDC and their running mate as well, Professor Nana Jeno Pokojman. But Kemini, on the matter of these persons who break away to form their political parties, apart from the history, there's a current situation. That's Alan Kojo Chamantin of the Movement for Change. On the ballot paper, the Electoral Commission identified him as an independent candidate because per the laws of that we have in our electoral laws, it does not accommodate movements as political parties. But there's chances. What do you think?
Well, how about I push that to my guests seated with me here on the desk. Prof, I'm going to start with you. History has shown us that the independent candidates or even candidates who leave their own parties to form theirs don't do well. But here we are with a candidate of the same nature on the ballot. What are you thinking?
Well, the candidates who have gone out of their parties to form their own party and so have performed abysmally in terms of elections never had the kind of pedigree, the experience, and the stature of somebody like Alan Chairmanting.
Really?
Yes, they didn't have. I mean, mention them. They didn't have the experience.
Channel when you formed RFP.
No, I'm saying the pedigree. I mean, the experience, the stature in terms of the work that they did before even they joined partisan politics. I mean, Alan is way, 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 way far, off the roof. And so, in my view, if you look at the information we have by way of data, research that we've conducted about who is likely to win and all that, I would say that he will strongly be among the first three or first four. He will strongly be among them. And if we would perchance have a runoff, it will be because he performed and another like Cheddar also, performed. Even though, as I sit here, my view and my preference is that, look, we get this over and done with by the, latest by midnight of early morning, of Sunday. It should be one touch so that we can go about, our regular duties. But yes, I do not expect him to embarrass or disgrace himself. I see him as also a force to reckon with in this election. He is one of the reasons why in some of the research findings that I've seen, the data is not too clear, because he's also doing, especially in the Ashanti region, you know.
But it's still not enough to make him win.
If he had kept, I'm not saying, I haven't said.
But who enters an election? You haven't said that, but they cannot win the election, which brings me to the question as to why they are always in it.
Well, but when you form a political party, the idea is to be able to win political power and form a government. It is not too accurate for us to be dismissive by saying they cannot. You see, our fourth Republican democratic practice is still evolving. And like I said, for the first time in the history of our electoral politics, you are having people who are saying that we've lost confidence in the political elite. Okay? For the first time in the history of our fourth republic, we had a hung parliament. And people do not even understand the activities or some of the implications of having a hung parliament. And so when parliament is going through these kinds of crises, they are complaining. That's what you get when you have a hung parliament. And so for the first time we've had these things, it is possible that for the first time, Ghanaians would, if even not for this election, in future election, people will say that we are overly fed up with the duopolistic political arrangement that we have. And so why not also try, you know, others? So it is not the doors are not closed on them yet. And if I look at the performance of Alan, if I look at the performance of Cheddar, it gives me hope that one day we may move beyond the NDC MPP, you know, political arrangement that we have.
I see. I mean, Mr. Dankwa, Coach, the numbers give us a shocker in this election. Is that what the numbers are telling you? Could we get a shocker?
I don't know what the shocker is to you, but it could be possible that Alan will overtake Bediako in the actual vote. Because of Alan's voters are much more matured voters who are much more reliable to show up to vote, whereas Bediako's votes are younger voters who are extremely difficult to get to the polling station to vote. So that could be what could undermine Bediako's numbers if he failed to get them to vote. That would be the maybe change of position. But shocking, I don't expect any shock. The shock probably will be the one-touch nature of the race, if we have it, and probably along that line, there could be a shock that people wouldn't expect that kind of outcome.
I see. But it will be the first time, if you know the data is consistent, that we are having candidates like Alan Chermantin and Cheddar go beyond the 1% we've usually seen in the past. Which goes to the point that you have made, that it gives us hope, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you see what Alan and Bediako are doing, these are people who are not happy with what the two parties have given us. And I always say that if you want to have a third force, it should be a long-term project. You can't just come in one election and expect to make impact immediately. Once you are in the race and you do okay, you can build on that performance beyond this election, next election and the election beyond. And I think when you do very well, the next election, people begin to ask serious questions. And that's why maybe Alan and co are in there. It's just not to allow the MPP and NDC to really take hold of everything and make Ghanaians feel that, look, they are the only option that we have. Alan probably is looking to see that if we can chart a new course where there will be gradual movement of people to that third force, then we have a balance of power that is really well balanced, in the sense that you have people who are in the middle. Then means you can't have winner takes all. Because you must, at the end, negotiate with somebody to form a government of unity somehow, because on your own, you can't have a majority on your own. I think those who want to have that agenda must think long-term instead of short-term.
I see. And in the long term, we will be forming alliances, you said.
No, building your own capacity.
Oh, they should build their own capacity.
But don't look at the short-term nature of the gains, because it won't come short-term. Some, maybe 8-year cycle, maybe the next 8 years, you want to be here.
Oh, okay.
And building your own capacity, it may also include possibly forming alliances.
Which is what the butterfly movement did with the other political parties.
Yes, Abu Sakara and his team.
Yes.
So once we have that kind of agenda and a plan with people who are not going to sabotage it because they have personal ego they want to pursue, and allow natural leaders to emerge to lead the group, I think you can have a path to creating the third force. Without that, I think you will just fizzle out.
But a third force, does this country need it? We need a third force.
Everybody needs third force. I mean, third force means that people will be rational, people will be thinking that they can't on their own push this country to one side. You must have a consensus with other people to form it. If you look at Europe,
because I'm asking because in our earlier election cycles, the PNC CPP at some point were third forces in this country. They had people in parliament. They had, they actually did put a dent in the electoral numbers as well. Edward Mahama on the PNC ticket, for instance.
Well, I don't know whether they had. At one point in time, we had 4 political parties that had representation in parliament: NDC, MPP, PNC, and then CPP. I think PNC had 2, CPP had 1. But you see, in terms of their own organization, how they had organized themselves, they kept on with their past glory, the past glory of Nkrumah. And in my view, they did not also close their ranks to bring themselves together. PNC wanted to remain PNC, CPP wanted to remain CPP. And so talk about they merging to even become a force to reckon with were marked by issues like what symbol should we use, which name should we use, and all that. So they could not close their ranks, and that's how come those things fizzled out, and today they have no even representation in parliament. And so I agree with Musa Dankwa's suggestion that if we truly want to have a third force, it cannot be a one-off event. It must be looked at as a long-term agenda, where today you come in, you perform. See, Alan Chemantin will have more impact in this election, and the impact will be felt more by the MPP. Okay, especially in their electoral fortunes in Ashanti region. Okay, they will feel it. And so if he gets a lot of votes from there, and then so he performs quite well, then in the next or in future elections, he may look also at seriously building more alliances with credible political groupings. And then before you know, he is being looked at as a credible alternative to our duopoly. And so it should be given some time. I would urge him that regardless of the outcome of this election, he should still pursue that agenda of wanting to form a credible third force.
I see. Mr. Kwebe, when I come, we would look at the flip side of this as to whether or not, the number of independent candidates we are seeing in this, election is telling us something. Let's move on to the other side of the studio. Alfred is on standby. We're hitting the ground out, aren't we?
Yes, indeed. And we'll go straight to the Dom Kwabenya constituency. That's one of the constituencies to watch here in the Greater Accra region. Godwin Aseduba is there. Godwin?
Of the New Patriotic Party, which is the NPP, is shaping up to be one of the most closely watched constituencies this particular season. I should tell you that quite a number of people are looking out for what will be panning out here in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. I've been to quite a number of the polling centers here, and I should tell you as well that you can feel the anticipation when you visit those particular places. At the moment, I am at the New Light Gospel Church International polling center, where I have spotted quite a number of people around, especially the presiding officer, who has been telling me that they have been making arrangements since noon to ensure that most of the constituents who will be coming in
later at dawn should be able to feel comfortable and also provide seats for them as well. According to them, this particular premises that we see to be quite empty at this point will be filled with quite a number of constituents who will be coming here to make a better choice for the Dom Kwabenya constituency, especially when it comes to this side of the constituency. So I will be having a quick conversation with her to run us through what they have been doing since noon to ensure that preparations are done properly ahead of tomorrow's December 7 elections. You're live on TV3, and many thanks for joining us. I have been speaking to you earlier. I met you around the junction there where you mentioned that you have been trying to get some chairs to ensure that the exercise will proceed on tomorrow very well. But that has been quite challenging for you. Can you run us through the preparations you have been making ahead of tomorrow's voting?
Okay, that's make a tree because me Ghanaian. Right. Yeah, a friend Dorothy to be a PO for New Light Church Gospel Domi Kwabenya. Na ya baha fiti area no ye organizing for na ya say benyan kunwa ama omo mba be vote se na be ya bibia be fine because ha no omo start kasa say bibia be fine into bia wo ho kwan say obekire na dwen enye ntokwa enye bufu but kunwa ni but
so just like I was saying, she has been mentioning that they've been trying to get some chairs to ensure that the exercise is being done and done properly, but it's been quite challenging for them. But they are still going to ensure that they would be able to take up such an action, find the chairs, so that everything can proceed on tomorrow perfectly. But me sure say ahaye bibi awatu aba 2020 mo 2012 wunim edoma ya obaha no mo say ene nhyehyɛ ya ye de ato as PO ewo polling center ha no mo say no then share na mo de ato say mo de be welcome EC4 no mo beba no, and at what time na mo expect to say constituents ni be best start so mo beba ha say.
Oh, okay, me that's no question. Yeah, hase no. Latest by 3:30 na enkrofo aye bebre wa ha omo akiu. But e be do one time latest by 5:30 na ye wa. E be set up bibia. Ye be start poll by 7 exactly 7. Right. Na ya be pe nkonya ma aged omo nyin no obi o nyim kitakoda. Ye be pe nkonya ma omo ba. Be smooth vote in a be bibia beda na kwen because they afa entity mu a church niama e wo say na asomdwe eba of mine.
Right, so she's basically been saying that they have been undergoing trainings with some of the constituents to ensure that everything that will be happening here tomorrow, which is December 7, 2024, will come out to be peaceful at the end of it all. Right, Victoria definitely giving us all of the details there, but she hasn't been doing that alone here at the Dom Kwabenya constituency, especially at the New Light Gospel Church International Polling Station. This young man too has been around since noon, trying to ensure that everything will be in place for the elections that will be happening tomorrow. Right, so someone of BAJ. No, I think we should do English with you. You have been here since afternoon. I'm sure it's been quite challenging. I can clearly see your demeanor, very tired as well. And many thanks for joining us live on TV3 to be able to speak to us. You have equally voted here, I'm sure, in previous elections. You've seen the number of people who come around. It's been quite challenging, as you have been saying, to get some chairs to ensure that most of the EC officials will be coming tomorrow will get the right place to sit. Also ensure that the positioning of the ballot papers and everything will be on point. It's just a few hours to tomorrow, and your PO has already mentioned that most of the constituents will be coming in at exactly 3:30 a.m. You have a challenge now. How are you willing or hoping to control the situation?
Okay, we are trying our best to make sure everything is okay, because we are having a challenge getting the tables and chairs. We are still trying our best to make sure everything is set before tomorrow. Yeah.
But in this particular polling center, we know that it's the peaceful one. We've never recorded any sort of chaos, because most of the people have been telling me that they are usually collected and everything goes on smoothly. But what are you anticipating?
We know this year the election is not that soft, so we are trying our best to make sure everything goes smoothly for each and every one, because the election is not soft this time around. So we are trying to make sure everything is under control and peacefully.
Right. So let's talk about planning. If you can take me in there so that we know exactly where most of the EC officials will be tomorrow, where the ballot boxes will be placed and where the constituents will be lining up to vote. So if you can run us through that.
Okay. They'll be coming starting from here. Right. We open these gates, they'll be starting from here. Our tables will be here, and the ballot boxes will be here too.
Absolutely. Yeah. So where will the EC officials be?
Okay, we will be here. The table will be this side. So you will be here. So you'll be coming from here. When you pick up your sheets, you go to that side, you vote, and you go this way. You come this way again. From here to there.
Right. Thank you so much. So I'm sure you have been hearing what he has been saying, Kemini and Alfred. Just at that point where you see the gates in there is where the constituents will be coming in. So they will be entering from this point all the way to the middle part of the church, where they will also have some of the EC officials positioning themselves to ensure that most of these people who will be coming in will cast their votes peacefully. And also around where the camera is panning will be where they will be casting their final ballots to ensure that everything will be done and being done perfectly. But before I go, let me just tell you a bit more about this constituency, something that you need to know, something that is actually really concerning as well. Basically, like I was indicating earlier, we know that the constituency is one of the strongholds of the New Patriotic Party, but the NDC's candidate, which is Faustina Elikli-Makrugu, is also making her second attempt at the seat after an impressive showing in 2020, and with a robust grassroots campaign and a clear message of change, she has positioned herself as a strong contender, appealing to voters who feel neglected under the NPP's tenure.
Perfect. Godwin Asedeba there, painting a picture of what's happening in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. It's one of the constituencies to watch. In fact, Kemini, if you look at the top 10 constituencies in the Greater Accra region when it comes to the registered voter population size, the Dom Kwabenya constituency is number one. They have a high number. In fact, that's one thing that we cannot ignore if you're looking at the scheme of things. They've overtaken their Shaman constituency. They don't come as number one, their Shaman is number two. The Greater Accra region presents to us a little over 3.7 million registered voters. 186,000 and more of them are in the Dom Kwabenya constituency. And looking at the dynamics there, with now Sarah Joseph is not contesting anymore. In fact, if you look at the creation of that constituency in history, they've had only 2 MPs, Sarah Joseph and Professor Eromai Kokwe, the former Speaker of Parliament. Guess what? His son is the one contesting on the ticket of the MPP. How's that going to play out?
Well, listen, I have no idea. Perhaps I should transfer that question to Mr. Dankwa, who's still here with us just before he leaves the studio. But Mr. Dankwa, Dom Kwabenya, obviously very crucial to the NPP. But what is it looking like? Split ticket?
I think they will do straight jacket in Dom Kwabenya, from what we have seen in the data. And it's going to be a tough race tomorrow in Dom Kwabenya. And I wouldn't be surprised if the seat flips tomorrow. I
see. And when you said straight jackets against...
I mean, because John Mahama is leading the constituency in the poll we did recently. And this can also leading in Dom Kwabenya.
I see. So Michael Quay Jr. shouldn't... Well, it's not looking like he's going in his favor.
It's going to be very close. But the odds are against MPP in Dom Kwabenya right now.
Wow. That's a big one there. Because, you know, from the previous elections, they win by, it's the largest constituency, and they win by large margins. So for me,
for the sense of
Adjusafo, indeed.
I think she didn't help them at all. And so people may choose to...
That would be good news. I mean, the blue wall will fall And that would be good for us because then that means that JM will have it. Because we want to change. Look, I don't want to play ostrich here. Kevin, I'm not here to play ostrich. These guys have sat on our testicles for too long. And they say it's only a fool who allows somebody to sit on his testicles twice. 2016, 2020. It can happen in 2024.
And so you're excited about the potential for to vote the other way?
Absolutely. Let's have a change. Because you see, when you have one-way traffic, you know, you need diversity in opinions, diversity in the way we do things, right? Somebody said, look, if Baumia of all the brilliant ideas, if he couldn't give that to Akufo-Addo to make Ghana better.
But he's already responded to that. You want us to go back to talking about that.
But that is there's a time to repeat. He had all these brilliant ideas and Akufo-Addo didn't see them good enough. Why should we then allow him to come and experiment with us? No. Well, he was brought to come and do the very thing that manage the economy. He was started as a whiskey, as the economic messiah, etc. I'll change this economy in 18 months, etc. By the time COVID hit, it was over 36 months, right? And he couldn't do jack. So why should we gamble? No, it's better. You haven't heard of that song? You think
that could be the situation?
That is it. So, like Momo, let's just go back. Go back for the old one.
I see.
Because not because the old one is better, but at least like better than this current one. This one is so bad that you go for the old one. Yeah, the old one is better in a certain sense.
I see. Thank you for your comments on Don Kabenya. Let's come back to the issue of the candidates, right? We've been talking about how they haven't made impact, but when you look at the fact that there are still in this election about 4 of them of independent candidates in this election, it tells us something, doesn't it? That despite what the data tells us that they cannot win the election, people still feel that I will not align with the parties we already know.
Yeah, and that is good. It's good for our democracy because, you see, what's happening is that, like, let's go back still to the issue of philosopher king. You see, when you want a president, not anybody should just come up. I have money. I'm popular. I come from a privileged background. My father was once president, so I also should be president. No. So, you see, what's happening is that we need a philosopher king. You read Plato's Republic, right? What they're saying is that leaders are actually to be properly trained, right? From the beginning to the end. So by the time they take over, they are prepared for the job, right? So if you see these numbers increasing, it's because these people, these independents, have seen that the leaders who've been parading from the 2 major parties have not been prepared for the job generally. So these independents also feel that, if he has been president, why can't I?
Not be prepared, but they have performed abysmally.
Yes, so I'm coming to it. Yeah. So apart from preparation, the next thing is the performance. We know Opana has performed so hopelessly bad that now everybody feels entitled to want to take a shot at the presidency. Yes.
That's how you feel?
Yeah, that's how I feel. And that is the main thing because, look, if you want to see that we've really retrogressed, actually, yesterday I've been on a platform with my classmates. One reverend, well, maybe I don't have the right to mention his name, he's a pastor, lawyer. He asked that, so how come that JM, the person we rejected twice, he said he was so incompetent, etc., has ended up being, if today we don't want me to say front runner, but he's obviously the front runner. How come he's neck to neck, if you don't want to use front runner with Baumia? How come? The person we rejected twice. So if he was so bad, how come? So it tells you that it's because Opana has not performed well. So we have to go back to that day, Sambe Wabe.
If you perform so well,
you should stop referring to the president as Opana. The people of the NPP don't like that.
Okay. We should say Akufo-Addo.
If you serve your people so well, and you set certain standards in leadership, people may not even want to come and contest you when you are going for a second round. And then also, when you are exiting, people look at the standard that you have set. And Plato says an unexamined life is not worth living. They would have to, they would examine themselves before they would want to put themselves out there to want to replace you. But if you have not done so well, then osonobo forma abuebi abubi. You see, if an elephant falls, every animal want to hit it some. And oka timwa and ambache or kakafi. If you are driving and your car gets into the mat and it cannot move, then even those who don't know how to drive, they will tell you, be careful, because oka need him. Okay, so that is the reason why then, apart from Alan, okay, I think the proliferation of independent candidates in this particular election is as a result of the abysmal performance of the current, administration. And what worries me is that the president continued to tout his achievement and the kinds of things that he said he's done. You see,
is it that he's not done
when we talk about good governance, you see, it is explained in terms of the efficient and effective management of scarce resources to translate into developmental outcomes that can tangibly be reflected in the lives of the people. If you have governed well, you see, the effects are tangibly reflected in the lives of the people such that you don't doubt it. The people themselves know what you have done. But if you hear politicians touting their achievement and then you have to check yourself or ask, now they said they've done 75% of the Agenda 111 hospitals. As in hospitals, we are talking about hospitals that people go there to seek for treatment of their ailments. They've done 75% of that. The president was saying this, and I kept asking myself that. So where are they? They are all factories. There are factories in all the districts that we have. Another one district, one factory project, and you go to your district, you go to your village, and you are asking, people are looking for jobs. The factories that have been established, why are you not going to get these factories? So these achievements are not tangible. Okay, they are not reflected in the lives of the people. And so when I hear them touting, the president touting this achievement, and I ask myself, so what do they take all of us, for? And so if you have not governed well, okay, you can only tout achievement. If you have governed well, the facts of your good governance themselves will speak for you, and you will not have everybody wanting to succeed. If you are a leader and you are exiting, and everybody wants to come and succeed you, you should ask yourself. It means that you have lowered the bar to the point that everybody feels that they can do something. But you see, governance is too serious a business. Especially governance of a developing country is too serious a business to be left into the hands of just anybody. He's talking about philosopher can. I teach ancient and medieval political we teach. Next week I'll be teaching them fucking to govern. And the training, how the philosopher can get selected, and the curriculum, the training that the philosopher can undergoes, and the age at which he gets attains, and the competences and all those things he must garner before he becomes a philosopher can to govern. If you compare that to what we do here, you know that we are tickling ourselves and laughing, and the caliber of people who tend to parade themselves and as leaders, and they try to want to lead us, it's as a result of the fact that a lot of us also are ignorant. We don't know what goes on elsewhere. Our elections thrive on popularity, and anything can be done to bring about popularity. Elsewhere, if you are contesting an election, they want to dig into your background. What have you done before? Do you have the suitable temperament? Do you have the temperament to be presidential? What have you achieved? How have you managed your family? They look at all these things, but in our part of the world, it is what you do to bring about popularity that makes you elected. And I'm saying that so many things can bring about popularity, including eating shit.
Oh, no, you can't say
that. I'll tell if you give me the time. I'll give you an example. There was a popularity contest between two important halls among two important universities in Ghana. I will not mention the names, okay? And one of the a contestant started parading himself, naked, okay, as in congenital nakedness. He was just parading himself, and people were giving him fans. Whilst he was doing that, the other guy was just sitting down, squatting, and people started hooting at him. Why are you squatting? Your colleague is parading naked. And then, do you know what he was doing? He was shitting after shit. He started eating, and the applause got scandalous. I'm saying that so many things can make people popular, including chopping shit. And so we should not hide the idea of
I get the point you're making.
Okay?
I get the point
people
you're making.
People have money, they throw it about, they share it, and then it makes them popular, and then we want them to govern. And I'm sure
have made the point.
I'm sure this is one key reason why.
Hang on. On television, you cannot refer to fecal matter with the word you have used. I think you owe our viewers an apology. Prof.
Oh, well, I've been blunt. If sounding blunt offended viewers, especially those who are having their meals, I mean, I withdraw that. But I'm saying so many things bring about popularity,
including eating feces.
Well.
That's what you want, the fecal matter.
No, but you said I should withdraw that. So why?
No, I'm saying that the word you use in describing fecal matter is not television friendly.
You wanted me to say feces.
Fecal matter.
Well, it's okay. I mean, but at least everybody understand what I'm.
Thank you for apologizing to the viewers.
I withdrew. I've withdrawn that.
Thank you.
Withdrawn that. But I'm saying that the idea of determining who must lead us simply based on the person's popularity hasn't been helpful, okay? Because popularity is not coterminous with competence. And it's important that as Akufo-Addo exits, as we do introspection and review his governance and his achievement, quote and unquote, we should be able to soberly appreciate this fact that it is not he who is popular that matters, but he who will be able to do the job.
And I want us to come back, because I want us to look at whether or not it is the case that the Electoral Commission's hands are tied in sieving the applicants who go in wanting to be on the roll shortlist for presidency. I'm going to hand over to Alfred now. Alfred, we hear things are happening elsewhere.
Well, indeed, and we're keeping an eye on what's happening in Nkwanta. That the lights are back, but we're monitoring what's happening in the adjoining constituencies as well to update our viewers and our listeners as well on 3FM 92.7 of what's happening there. This is your Election Command Center, Election Eve, Ghana Decides, and Safwa Boy is here for Election Brief. Safwa.
That's right, Alfred. And here I am again bringing in some more updates on Election Brief right here on your Election Command Center on TV3 and 3FM 92.7. So news just coming in is that Ministry of the Interior has ordered the temporary closure of all borders with immediate effect. And let me take you through the statement which just came in a few minutes. It's going to be rolled up on the screen, but for the purposes of our listeners who are on 3FM 92.7, I would like to take you through it. So the Ministry of the Interior has ordered the temporary closure of all land borders as part of measures to ensure the integrity of the December 7 general elections. This temporary closure is with immediate effect and ends at 6 p.m. on Sunday, 8th December 2024. The ministry urges all citizens and travelers to and from Ghana to cooperate with state security agencies enforcing this directive. So this is a statement that has just come in by the Ministry of Interior just a few hours ago, Alfred. But we'll just move on to another story briefly, and then I would be out of here. I'll hand over to Alfred to continue with the analysis. So with less than 24 hours to the 2024 elections, residents of Savelugu are concerned about their security and safety after a 13-year-old was shot dead during the 2020 elections. An election command center took a tour of the Savelugu constituency to gauge the mood on voters ahead of tomorrow's election. But the residents of the area praised this to stakeholders to remain peaceful in order to avoid any casualties in this year's elections. Yes.
Certainly. I'm going to bring you some more details on this one here on your Election Command Center. Ghana decides. This is election eve, bringing you all the most important conversations that captures all the aspects of the issues at play ahead of the crucial decision day, December 7, which is less than 11 hours away. In fact, a little over 10 hours away from now. This is your Election Command Center. We're going to be crossing over to some of the constituencies as well, gauge the mood there, give you a feel of how the constituencies are preparing ahead of tomorrow. Already, we understand some people have procured their positions with chairs and stones, as we've seen in previous elections. We'll bring you all of that here on your Election Command Center. Stay with us. We're live on 3FM 92.7. We have another set of guests coming through, and you want to hear from them. So stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We will be back shortly.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections. Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections. Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections. Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections.
It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly, and if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election. It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly, and if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election. It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly, and if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kemeni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election. It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly, and if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kemeni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election. It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote...
My name is Pakwisi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that would jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections. My name is Pakwisi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that would jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections. My name is Pakwisi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that would jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections. My name is Pakwisi Asare. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that would jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living, and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote, and go home, wait for results, and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep. Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living, and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote, and go home, wait for results, and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep. Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living, and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote, and go home, wait for results, and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep. Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, world? I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that
and ensure that wherever we find ourselves, we heighten our vigilance, especially in areas where these things are happening. And like I said earlier on, we have asked every single MPP person in these areas to be vigilant and be firm, and we're going to ensure that we protect the integrity of these elections at all costs. It appears the NDC clearly wants to manipulate the voting in their stronghold, especially the voter region, where they consider as the World Bank, and the fact, or the voter World Bank, and the fact that they have to transport voter ballot papers all the way to Togo. Transporting voter ballot papers all the way to Togo on the eve of our elections is a very worrying situation. And most especially with the intention, as confessed by the Secretary of the NDC in the Akati North constituency, with the intention to train non-Ghanaians on how to vote in our elections. This is a very, very worrying situation, and clearly shows that the NDC, they clearly know, they have been aware for a very long time that they are going to lose these elections. After months of complacency, after months of laziness and not giving the Ghanaian people any credible alternative, they realize that they are losing these elections, and they are committed to using any illegal means to ensure that they subvert the will of the people. But we in the New Patriotic Party would not allow that to happen, and we are sending this caution especially to people they would want to lure to support them in these illegalities. Clearly, the hard work of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the MPP, of course, has made a very, very lasting impact in the voter region. The numerous developments, the huge impact of our interventions in the region is made a very, very strong indication there, and that is obviously making the NDC uncomfortable, and the reason why they are resorting to some of these unnecessary and disturbing tactics. In the light of these events, we are calling on the EC to be vigilant throughout the country, as we are asking for a very free and fair elections across the country, and we are committed to supporting all stakeholders in ensuring that we have free, fair elections tomorrow. We are requesting that the EC provide the people of this country full details of the offending Electoral Commission officer from Afajato South, who was caught in this gross misconduct and breach of trust, and ensure that the necessary sanctions are firmly applied. In addition, we are asking the Ghana Police Service to provide the status report on the investigation of the NDC secretary who was caught with over 20,000 ballot papers in his possession, with intention of going to Togo through an illegal route to train Togolese to come participate in our elections. Clearly, it's been over 24 hours, and it's becoming a bit uncomfortable to us that we are yet to receive any updates on this particular incident, at least an official communique from the police. We expect that the security agencies will be more vigilant across the country, especially in the monitoring of these things, so that Ghana's elections will not be tampered with or manipulated. We also ask the Ghana Immigration Service, as we commend them, to increase vigilance across our borders and to ensure that non-Ghanaians are not smuggled into Ghana to vote. Clearly the intentions is there, And we have to do everything we have to do to ensure that we do not allow that to happen. This election is for Ghanaians, and it will be decided by the Ghanaian people only. We also urge the general public to remain calm, but in remaining calm, let's remain firm and vigilant. We know that we are generally peaceful as a people, and we all want a free and fair elections, and that is what Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the MPP is fully committed to. However, it is important to note, obviously based on the incidents that have happened in the past 24 hours, the NDC is worried about the outcome of these elections because of the hard work of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the MPP, and they are clearly intentioned to manipulate these elections in their stronghold, the Volta region. We trust that the security agencies will prevent any further attacks and interference with our processes and outcomes of these elections, and we call on all Ghanaians to come out in their numbers tomorrow. Let's come out in their numbers, let's come out in our numbers to vote for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and the MPP's parliamentary candidates across the country and deliver an emphatic victory for the MPP. In doing all of these things, let all note that the sanctity and the sanity of the electoral processes of this country would be protected at all costs by the New Patriotic Party, and we are not going to compromise on that under any circumstance. And so it's important that anybody that is being lured or being encouraged or motivated to engage on such illegal activities by the NDC takes note that we are going to deal with this the way all of these things have been dealt with. But we commend the security services for their vigilance so far, especially in these particular incidences, and being able to apprehend these people. Thank you very much for your time. And for our Tree audience, yes, say, Volta region and NDC, Amayoku, Omushe Sumasi Edi Jumedie bi e wo Volta region. Ha adwen kakra. Beye yawode ye twemu ye Ghana Immigration Service. Eche NDC Constituency Secretary owo Akachi North Constituency. I have friend Abraham Ahebu.
Dennis Miracle Sabwage is the Director of Communications for the Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia campaign team, addressing the media there, but you're also live here on your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSF 8 on 279, all across the world on 3news.com. We're under 10 hours to the opening of polls, December 7, tomorrow, 7 a.m. All things being equal, we'll be monitoring the dispatch of some of these electoral materials to hard-to-reach communities and some other places as well. And the constituencies that we're keeping an eye on here on your Election Command Center, we've been having conversations on some of the issues as well at play in this particular election. We have some surveys that have given pointers to 5 key issues that would inform the voters' choice tomorrow. The NCC survey, Afrobarometer, Global Info Analytics, we'll get into that shortly, and also give you an idea of the trend analysis. And as we always have kept the goal here on your Election Command Center, trends will tell a story, but then again, history is not linear. So we're giving room for some outliers that would happen in this election. We're not saying that things are going to be the same, but we'll see how the coming 4 days ahead of us will look like. Martin Esiedudate is here with me. We'll get into it shortly. But Martin, clearly the stakes are high. If you hear what the MPP is talking about and what the NDC has also been talking about in the Ashanti region, it gives you an idea of how high the stakes are going into this election. The security agencies obviously are up on hand to do what has to be expected. And they need to up their game, the security agencies that is, because beyond what happened in the Ashanti region, which we had some evidence to, video evidence, picture evidence, what Dennis Miracle Sabwage just said is new to many people who are hearing for the first time, that there have been some skirmishes in the Volta region, and they are hoping that the security agencies are able to deal with it immediately. There's always been an accusation of the media for allowing some of these unproven accusations to go through, or allegations to go through. It's not all the time we can fact check everything before it slips onto the ears or the listenership of the viewer and the listener. But
it stands to reason that anytime a major political party has a concern that the people need to hear about, our platform is one of the key channels that they use to do that, to reach out to their constituents and their the voter population and the people that support them. And if an allegation or accusation of this magnitude is being made, it only suffices that the security agencies are first notified so they can quickly address the concerns even before it gets out of hand, and we are hoping it doesn't get out of hand, although it is a very crucial allegation the NPP is making. Yeah. And look, be rest assured that we will bring you coverage across the country. If the matters do happen, we'll bring it to you. And we are also mindful that all of these things sometimes need to go through a certain check system to be sure that they are not only making spurious allegations, especially because of the times we are in. And this last 10 hours to probably the next 24 hours, you should know that a lot of such press conferences will be happening. The NDC, will, after seeing this, might in the next few hours also hold
they've been having their
press
conference, the press conference that happened earlier in the Ashanti region. That's what was disrupted. Now, earlier, we had the reports that it was reported to be some NDC members who disrupted that. That information, we asked our colleagues on the ground to find out from the NDC there, because there are some persons who would come and identify themselves as members of the NDC. Yeah. The party executives there should be the ones telling us, really, if these are persons who are members of the party. That said, the Ashanti region has been a place of focus for a number of reasons. Aside from the fact that it's the stronghold of the NPP, you've seen a lot happening there with the Ashanti regional minister, who is the chair of the Regional Security Council, issuing that directive detailing a number of measures that he, together with the RECSEC, have put in place ahead of tomorrow.
Certainly.
Question is, does he have the authority to do so? Because any matter of elections and security there is an election task force that is headed by the IGP. Yeah. The Inspector General of Police should come out to tell us, at least if there's been that, to give such a directive. Other than that, if tomorrow, we're getting into December 7, if that directive by the Regional Security Council in the Central Region is not disputed and it is carried out, it's a recipe. And we must also look at that quite closely. Let's get into the balance of power. And this is where we look at the issues at play in Parliament. Kemini.
Always a pleasure coming to you from the chamber, the lawmaking chamber. And like I've always said, the convention is that the majority will sit on the right-hand side of the speaker, while the minority on the left-hand side of the speaker. But let's put things into perspective. The NDC in 1992, for instance, had as many as 189 seats in Parliament after the NPP boycotted the parliamentary elections of that year. Now, that put them here. There were, of course, independent candidates in that race. And Alfred, earlier, we were talking about independent candidates and the growth of independent candidates since the 1992 election. We would know that in the 1996 elections, there were as many as 57 independent candidates. It's one of the things, independent parliamentary candidates, one of the things that people have said brings likeness between the 1996 elections and the elections of this year, when we have 111 independent parliamentary candidates. Now, we've been talking about the majority situation in Parliament. We know in 2016, the NPP then came in with 169 seats, 106 for the NDC as well, which puts the NDC where on the left-hand side of the speaker and the NPP on the right-hand side of the speaker. We saw that balance of power change in 2020 when both sides in Parliament had 137 seats in Parliament. So what that did was that there was no clear majority. But the magic wand was from Fomena when the independent candidates in that race for 2020, Andrew Esiama, decided, look, I'll do business with the NPP, kick the NPP right back to the majority side, which is the right-hand side of the speaker. Now I know you're asking, so what's going to happen if we have the speaker seated right behind me? Or who would now take the right-hand side and who would take the left-hand side? That is the question that remains to be answered. And we'll know by the end of this 2024 election what happens to control and balance of power in Parliament.
Kamini, thank you very much. And that's given us an idea of how the balance of power conversation is going to be in the coming days here on your election command center. There are 276 seats up for grabs beginning tomorrow. That's up from the 275 seats in this 8th parliament. Here's the reason why. The people of Sal who were denied representation in the 8th parliament now have the Guan constituency. That's the new virgin constituency going into this election. So we have 276 constituencies in this election that would have the various parliamentary candidates contesting. But the outlier here is this, that apart from these 276, we have 111 parliamentary candidates who are independent, not attached to the MPP, NDC, CPP, or the other political parties. 111. That's the highest that we've had in the Fourth Republic as well. And a number of them are coming from the stronghold of the MPP as well. We've seen some in the Volta region. We're getting to that here on your election command center. But let's take a wrap of what the presidential candidates have been talking about. Dr. Mahmoud Bamia, flag bearer of the MPP, had a few things to say as well. We're getting to shortly. But talking about the issues that would inform the voters' choice. Prior to this moment, a little over 9 hours to this election, a number of surveys and polls detailed the issues that are of utmost importance to the voter. The Afrobarometer survey had the economy as number 1. We also had the NCCE survey, had the economy in there being the top 5 issues that will influence voter choices, and then also the Global Info Analytics survey as well, that put it in there. You cannot discount the impact of the economy. But how about the parliamentary seat distribution over the years? We're going into this election with 276 constituencies. But from 1992 to this moment, there's been an increase in the number of seats in parliament over time. Martin, how's the distribution been like?
Absolutely, and we start from 2020 elections where we had the first hung parliament in Ghana's history, and it had to take one to create the majority or to tilt the balance. That's why here at your election command center, we have what we call the balance of power to see where it's going to tilt or which party is going to be having majority in parliament. In time past, we have had other political parties have representation in parliament, but this time around, it's been mainly the NDC and the NPP. Now let's look at how it's played out since '92. In 1992, you'll recall that although there was presidential and parliamentary elections, the NPP at the time boycotted the 1992 elections, so they did not have any representation at all. The NDC had a whopping majority of 189 reps in parliament. And fast forward to 1996, when the NPP actually decided to contest in the elections, then they had a flag bearer called John Ajekum Kufuor. And this is how the showing was. For the first time, people actually acknowledged the need to represent their constituents and get more active in politics. So the NPP, although it was their first time, managed to secure 62 seats in parliament, and that was in '96. ND still had the majority, which was 132 in '96. Fast forward to the millennium in 2000, John Ajekum Kufuor, still leading the New Patriotic Party, new kid on the block, was able to make very huge inroads. So look at the percentage difference or the number difference. The NPP actually now was able to get up to 91 seats in parliament, bringing now the NDC from 132 to just 99. So we had a difference of 8. That was one of the closest we have had in parliament, and that was in 2000 elections. 2004, when the NPP was seeking re-election, they increased their seats in parliament from 91 to 94. The NDC at the time, mind you, at the time we had increased the number of constituencies in the country to 230. So the NDC also had an increase to 128. The NPP had 94 seats in parliament, and it was an all-play-all. It was around this time that whoever won the national elections also, by some dint of work based on how people voted, also had majority in parliament. So the executive always had a fair representation in parliament, and government business seemed to have just rolled off the sleeves of whoever was the executive or the leader of the executive. Come in 2008, and the NDC still managed a majority in 2008, and actually that was when John Evans Atta Mills became the president of the day, beating the NPP's representative at the time, or candidate at the time, that is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in the 2008 elections. And the parliamentary representation, NDC still had 113, and NPP had 108. So that was the first time both parties had crossed the 100 mark in terms of the numbers they had in parliament. And this is very crucial. You need to pay attention to this, because the numbers changed again in 2012 when NDC had a lot of sympathy votes, as some have termed it. John Dramani Mahama was now the candidate of the NDC and was able to marshal the entire leadership of the party to help their parliamentary candidates get 125. They held on to the majority, and all through, the only time the NPP held or managed a majority was in 2000 and 2004, when NPP actually won the executive as well. 2008, 2012, NDC had the executive, and in parliament, they also had majority. So doing government business in parliament was very simple and straight to the point. 2012, however, the NPP lost a number of seats, which automatically was won by the NDC. There was an independent candidate in the 2012 elections in parliament, I should say, and that was a CPP candidate. So 125 NDC, 97 NPP, that is what the picture looked like in 2012. Come to 2016 and look at the blue line. Look at the height of the blue line when there was a natural phenomenon, very shocking to many. Some have called it an overperformance of the NPP in Ghana's elections. That was the first time they had the most majority, compared to even what the NDC had in '92 when NPP didn't compete. They had 169 seats in parliament, forming a wild majority, beating the NDC and leaving them with just 106 seats in the House of Legislature. So that's the picture of 2016. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and this is something I want you to pay particular attention to. Nana Akufo-Addo, at the time, the candidate of the NPP, from 2008, 2012, the first time he won, he had become so popular, people were clamoring for a certain level of change, and when he actually won a public vote, he dragged many parliamentary candidates along. So people are actually touting the achievement and the overperformance of the NPP in 2016 to how well Akufo-Addo had been marketed. His popularity drove most of the parliamentary candidates to get 169 votes. And they are praying that this time around, the coin has changed, or the decision has changed, or the move, we should say, has changed, where because of the less popularity, although he's been the vice presidential candidate in 2008 and in 2012, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the candidate of the NPP, is hoping that now that he is the front runner of the party, the flag bearer of the party, the parliamentary candidates will be able to pull him through to get the national majority in terms of the executive votes and then also the parliamentary votes. So if 2020 is anything to go by, we are likely to see a change, and all parties have been campaigning vigorously because they do not want the conundrum that happened in 2020 to repeat in 2024. If you are winning, make sure you win with a proper majority. And it stands to reason, Alfred, even before you come in, how the NPP lost from 169 straight down to 137. Look at the NDC. So almost all the seats that NPP lost, the NDC gained and more. Although there were 1 or 2 seats that the NDC also lost, the numbers naturally favored the NDC in 2020, and people said that things were just getting back to normal, or the voting patterns across the country was just resetting itself. That's how come we had a hung parliament. What's 2024 going to look like? Your guess is as good as mine, but here at your Election Command Center, that's what we are here for, to help you follow the numbers, and as they come in, we'll definitely make you aware of that, Alfred.
And rightly so, because you see, Martin, you're looking at 137, but guess what? There was something happened in 2016 that if you look at the trajectory, it explains why there are many who say the MPP is on a path of taking up a Herculean task that they want to break the 8, which is going to be the first, if it so happens, in our political history. In 2020, look at the Greater Accra region, Central region. We'll get into the numbers in those regions shortly. But in 2016, the NDC lost about 9 seats. Guess what happened in 2020? Those 33 seats in the Central region, the NDC holds, in fact, there's 23 seats. The NDC holds the 23 seats. 23 seats. They hold 20, in fact. And then they say they want to get 20 seats in 2024, and then they leave 3 for the MPP, right? That's for the Central region. If you look at 2020, the results show that the NDC won 13 of those seats in the Central region, and then the MPP won 10. First, if you go back into 2016, they lost a number of those seats that they won in 2020. So they inched up their performance in the Central region. In the Greater Accra region, the 34 seats. In 2016, the NDC lost that region. You talk about the swing region. But guess what happened in 2020? In 2016, the NDC won 13 out of the 34 seats in the Greater Accra region. The NPP won 21. Fast forward to 2020, the NDC won 20 of those seats.
Even the NPP were just 12.
There's actually 34. The 14 that the NPP is holding on to in the Greater Accra region. Right? So if you look at those dynamics as well, and talking about the fact that the economy is the major driver for the decisions of the people going into tomorrow, and the Greater Accra region defines that passion, that sentiment about the state of affairs, the economy, we should watch what was happening in there. But we're going to have a conversation on this and more here on your Election Command Center. And we're going into the regions and the constituencies as well to give you a clear idea of how things are going to play out. Dr. Mahmoud Obamiah has also been talking as of yesterday and rounding up the campaigns. We'll hear from John Mahama as well. Take a look.
You should mull all these questions and ask yourself, who will work very hard and selflessly for the people of Ghana? Who will work very hard and selflessly for the people of Ghana? Choboy, who can protect our natural resources? Who can protect our natural resources? Choboy, if you ask yourselves all these questions, there's only one answer. And that answer is number 1. It's number 1. It's number 1. It's number 1. That answer is clearly Dr. Mahmoud Obamiah. And that answer is clearly the MPP. Number 1. Choboy, 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 I don't need a honeymoon. I don't need a honeymoon. I know what I want to do from day 1 in the presidency. Give me the chance to transform this nation. I have my own vision. I have my own vision. I have my own ideas. I'm going to build on our splendid record.
Your vote is your voice. Your vote is your power. And your vote is the key to unlocking a better future for the people of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to take action on Saturday. This is not a decision we can leave for another time. It is not a decision we can leave for another election or another generation. This is our moment, and the time is now to bring about the change we need in order to reset Ghana. We need to reset our democracy, to reset our governance, to reset our economy, to reset our finances, reset our agriculture, reset our infrastructure, environment, reset our health and education sectors.
That's John Dramani Mahama there you just heard. Also earlier you heard Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia for the MPP. This is your election command center. Ghana decides election eve. We have 9 hours, 13 minutes to the opening of polls tomorrow at 7 a.m. Here on your election command center. We'll be with you every step of the way. Kemini Amano is seated with our guests. A conversation on the issues we've been talking about. Kemini?
Indeed. I'll turn over the conversation now to my guest seated with me here on the desk. We have been joined by veteran journalist, managing news editor of the Inside newspaper, host of Talk Time on Pan-African TV, and former host of Hot Issues here on TV3, Mr. Kwesi Pratt Jr. Thank you so much for joining us here. And then we've already met Mr. Martin Kwebu, who is a legal practitioner, in case you're just joining us, whether on TV or on radio. Gentlemen, let's get right into it, but I'll start off with you, Mr. Pratt. How would you say that this election has shaped up so far for you?
Well, I would have thought that we'll start with the latest developments on the elections. And the latest development on the elections are a statement which has been issued by the Ministry of Interior, closing all our land borders, and also the press conference which has been held by a member of the NPP communications team, making some allegations of ballot papers being taken to Togo and so on. I would think that these are the most important things that need discussion now.
I see.
Now, to start with the closure of the land borders, I'm really astonished. I mean, it doesn't seem to make any sense at all. Because all of us know, as a fact, that there are Ghanaians who are resident in Togo, especially in the Aflao area. Many, many Ghanaians in their thousands, bona fide Ghanaians are resident in these border towns. There are also Ghanaians who are resident in La Côte d'Ivoire, you know, and on the border towns. And then there are Ghanaians on the northern border. Now, what is this closure meant to achieve? So if I'm a Ghanaian and I'm in Lome, and I intend to come to Ghana to vote tomorrow morning, I'm being blocked from exercising my constitutional right. And that's a huge problem. You understand? Because this announcement, I am worried about it because it will disenfranchise. Tell us what the security conference, at which it explains that somebody was caught with 20,000 ballot papers trying to enter Togo for the purpose of voter education. That's significant. That's the statement they made. That's what they told us. The ballot papers allegedly, you know, seen crossing into Togo are for voter education. That's their statement. It's not my statement.
Right.
Now, somebody should be telling me which political party does not print dummy ballot papers for voter education. In all the elections we have had in this country, voter education has involved the printing of dummy ballot papers. They are not official ballot papers. You cannot use them to vote. They are used primarily for voter education. Okay? So, if what has been discovered are dummy ballot papers meant for voter education, what is the problem with that?
Does the timing make you curious?
How does the timing make it curious? When does voter education stop? Is there any legal period where voter education stops? Somebody should be telling us that, you know. Now, for me, what is interesting is the assumption that if there's voter education in Togo, particularly Togo, it is meant to mobilize non-Ghanaians. How do you come to that conclusion? Very strange. How do you come to that conclusion? You understand? Now we have 10 hours to an election. And I'm deeply worried about a situation in which ministers who are card-bearing members of a political party are taking security decisions. Because I would have thought that, look, we set up this election security committee, headed by the Inspector General of Police and so on, as a means of distancing political party activists from being in charge of security. We are told, for example, that the Ashanti Regional Minister has issued some directives and so on, because he's chairman of the Regional Security Council. What happened to all the 16 regions to become heads of security monitoring and so on? What are you doing? You are handing over security, the affairs of security with regards to this election, to party activists. And that's a huge problem. You understand? So I'm getting increasingly worried within the last few hours, based on the announcements which are being made, based on the actions which are being taken and so on. And some of them really, as of now, do not make any sense at all. And we need better clarification.
And we see similar also with the Ashanti region RECSEC that released a statement on security in the Ashanti region. They've asked dignitaries that have come to polling centers to vote not to bring their private security of any kind there. They are also asking the voters themselves to make sure that they are nowhere to be found after they have voted. That is also problematic, isn't it?
But that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Usurping the work of the...
Exactly. This is for the regional election security task force to deal with, not the regional minister. The regional minister is a party loyalist. He cannot be handling security. You understand? So these points have to be made very, very clearly.
Right.
You understand?
But I mean, but then if that, I mean, that is the case, not if that is the case. The regional election security task force should be acting, shouldn't they?
Of course.
But we haven't heard anything from them since those two statements came out.
You see, there's a problem. Whether we like it or not, the fact of the matter is that the regional minister is still the regional minister. And he's still the chairman of RESEC or whatever it's called.
Yep.
You understand? And given his position, it's going to be extremely difficult for people working in regimented organizations to challenge him. So if there's a regional police commander, are we expecting him to take on the Ashanti regional minister? No. Given his subordinate position and so on. Okay. So it is up to these office bearers themselves to exercise restraint and to avoid making decisions and taking actions which may be suspicious. It's up to them to do that. It's their duty to exercise some restraint.
Indeed. Lawyer, your take on this matter, the closure of the land borders and the issues to do with RECSEC now giving security instructions.
Yeah, so, you know, this land borders, this closure is something that is usually done every election year, right? Yeah, you can even remember in 2016, Kennedy Japan prided himself as being somebody who led a group of people to the border, and then they succeeded in making sure it was closed, people didn't come in, etc., right? Because of that perception that some people who are not qualified are usually allowed to come in from, especially Togo. You know, we're just going back into the history. So when it comes to Aflao, we know that usually it's key to a ruling government, especially when the MPP is in power. They try to have it closed so that people don't come in. But I'm thinking that now we've moved on. I mean, meaning we've made a lot of progress. So I tend to side with Senior Kwesi Pratt. But listen, those days where we would close the border because non-Ghanaians were coming are gone. You have MPP reps at each polling station. So if somebody comes in there and his name is not in the register, how is the person going to vote? And that's why the police are also there. So really, it's difficult to appreciate the need for the closure at this time. You see, yeah, let's look at it. Over 20 years ago, we had a certain situation. Number one, even the vigilance, etc., was not this high. Today, you see that, especially, it's even the MPP that in power. So they have every incentive to make sure that their polling agents will check, because we vote one by one. So when a person is named, blah, blah, then you check. So if his name is named, he votes.
Perhaps it could stem from, in the lead up to the 2016 election, the NPP had made allegations of how some Togolese, Burkinabes, Ivorians were on the register and they had seen their names elsewhere and all that. That may have created the distrust that exists today. That, we will still have such people on our voter roll.
When they were given the opportunity, could they prove it? Please. Baumia couldn't prove it. It turned out to be false.
Mr. Price, hang on. Let me hear from him and then I'll come to you.
Yeah, it was a ruse. 2016, I was supporting them. We're all supporting that, yes, if they are such foreigners, let's remove them. But given the opportunity, a committee was set up. Baumia couldn't prove it. It turned out to be a lie. You see where his lies started? By that time, we were all happy because bottom line is that we wanted JM out. So it was a non-issue. But that is actually the beginning of his lies. Because, they have to go lose 50,000. They set up a committee. Is that the crab committee? He went in there. He couldn't prove. So listen, the thing is that we vote one by one at each polling station. And the person has to mention his name. Before he's given a ballot, it is checked. And then he's given a ballot. So for me, I am very confident that we don't need to close the borders to have any peaceful elections. No, as we speak right now, do you know that even with that, we've closed borders, but there's an incident in South where the DC, Joseph Nyani, is said to have assaulted a journalist. So
we're
you've
looking
blocked
into
the borders. Isn't violence going on internally? South, the MC, slapped a journalist.
Let me hear from Mr. Pratt now on the same.
A lot of people talk out of ignorance. Complete ignorance. You understand? They probably have never been to the Ghana-Togo border before. They don't know what exists on the Ghana-Burkinabe border and so on. Look, you go to the Ghana-Togo border, and I've been there. You'll find one house. The bathroom is in Ghana and the kitchen is in Togo. The people on the border are not worried about these divisions which the colonialists, made in the past and so on. And it has been there from the beginning of the history of Ghana. It's been there from the beginning of the history of Ghana. There are Ghanaians who live in Aflao and go to school in Togo. There are Togolese who live in Lome and come to school in Ghana and so on. So this fixation about who is a Ghanaian and so on can only come from backward minds. Very, very backward and ignorant minds. Why? As Lawyer Pebu is saying, you have a voters register. Indeed, we are told that this is one of the best voters registers we have had, since history and so on.
Indeed.
So if indeed this is one of the best voters registers we have had since history and so on, allow the people to come. If they mention their name or show their cards and their names are on the register, they are eligible to vote as Ghanaians. What's the problem? Why do you disenfranchise them? Now, what we have done by closing the borders is that they are legitimate Ghanaians. They may not even be Ewe. They may be Fanti, they may be Zema, and so on, who live in Lome, who have planned that tomorrow morning they will cross over and come and vote for their favorite party. You've disenfranchised them. How can you justify that? How can anybody justify that?
I see. And then we also heard this evening, or rather earlier in the afternoon, right, about how the NDC news conference in the Ashanti region was scattered. We have no idea those who scattered it, but there hasn't been any word from the police on this. Is it telling, Mr. Pratt?
Well, the information that I've had, because I also heard about it, and I did my own cross-checking, and I don't think that the picture which is being painted by the media is a correct picture.
Okay.
What I'm told is that the regional executive, including the national organizer of the party, had some intelligence indicating that some persons had been bussed in from Accra, you know, to cause disturbances and so on. And they had that intelligence yesterday. Now, today, they then decided to hold a press conference to expose this matter and then to take other measures and so on. The NDC task force in the region disagreed with that and said, look, if we have the intelligence, why are you going to hold a press conference? Let's go and attack them. You understand? So the leadership of the party, including the national organizer, disagreed with the task force, which wanted some immediate, you know, hot action in order to address this matter. That is what happened.
I see.
That is all that happened. Nothing more, nothing less.
But we haven't even entered the voting day proper, and these things are coming up.
But the point is that the media, I mean, you hear reports that there's a press conference which has been disrupted and so on. At least you have the telephone numbers of the people involved, the people who called the press conference. So why can't you put a telephone call to them to find out their side of the story? Why? What does it take to take a telephone and make a call to Joseph Yamin? All of you have the telephone numbers of Joseph
But
Yamin.
we were at the venue where the incident happened. So
how come that this information is the one which is being peddled by everybody?
This one appears to be insider information. What you are telling us now, but
what makes it an insider information? I'm not a member of the regional executive. I haven't gone to Kumasi. We all do this by telephone checks, common, simple telephone calls. All of us as journalists, when things happen in places where you are not there, you call up the people who are supposed to know, who are the main actors, and you get your relevant information from there.
I see. Anyway, so I was saying that if at this time we're already seeing these skirmishes, we've seen one in what was
see a slap. A journalist. It's on UTV.
I see. It's bothersome that we haven't even entered the election.
And they said there are some soldiers there. Actually, that's what's caused it. Oh, yes. But I believe overall, we will pull through. We will pull through. You know,
but at what cost?
Yeah, certainly not at the cost of 8 more lives. Certainly not at the cost of 8 more lives. So we are begging IG. He should do the work well. Don't allow this in the ruling government. They are the ones who caused this death the last time, because you see those people, whether military or they were just people in military uniform, it's a ruling government. We are laying the blame at the doorstep of the MPP. So IG Dampari, we beg you, put your foot down. Put your foot down. Don't let that kind of violence. Okay, that's why we ask that the soldiers shouldn't make it to the polling stations. Yes, because it's a security matter, it's been agreed that they will be put on standby. And being put on standby means that they should be out of sight and out of hearing. Out of sight and out of hearing. Don't let people see them near the police station. Yeah, let them be nearby. If the barracks to some police stations is too far, you can move them a bit near back. They should be out of sight and out of hearing in all the police stations, so that people will be free to exercise their franchise. We don't want any more violence. And you know, they are Blake Kuma one. That place, it was a national security agent who shot. Yes, the one that involved the naming the journalist, etc. You see that case? We are not seeing the head and tail of it, right? So this time, we are not going to sit. Nobody's going to sit to allow 8 more lives to be lost. We will not allow that.
Mr.
You see, we've also heard about what has happened in Kaswa, allegedly happened in Kaswa. I heard it. But I decided whatever it is, it shows that tensions are being whipped up, and that Kaswa has not been one of the easy places. So if these tensions are being whipped up and so on, we ought to be very, very careful. It could escalate, it could lead to many things happening and so on. And I agree with lawyer people that, look, the lives we lost in the last elections were totally needless. I mean, 8 people dead in one election, It doesn't make sense. Why should people die in an election? Why should anybody kill in an election? You understand? My worry, and I suppose that should be the worry of everybody, you know, who wants the best for our country, who wants to see fair and smooth elections and so on. Why is it that after 4 long years, nobody has been prosecuted for those killings? Who did the investigation? What are the outcome of the investigations and so on? That's my worry. Because if you don't arrest and punish people who carry on these atrocities and so on, it serves as an encouragement to people to continue. Because they know that, look, there's no punishment. Nothing will happen to them. I mean, you have mentioned the Inspector General of Police. My sister, to be honest with you, sitting here today, I have 100% confidence in the Inspector General of Police and his team. And it's not empty confidence. That confidence is based on something. Look, from 1992, the cleanest, smoothest elections we have had are the recent by-elections. Look at the Synod. Look at the tension that had built up before the voting day and so on. We ended up with clean and fair elections. And all the people who tried to misbehave were quickly dealt with and so on. That was under the direct command of the current Inspector General of Police. So he has proven that he can do it before, and I think we can expect that he will attempt to do it again. There's a problem, however. And the problem now is that we are not dealing with one small constituency. We are dealing with the whole nation.
Right.
And he can't be everywhere. And it's not everybody he delegates who would act like him. So we have a problem. You know, but if it were left to the integrity of the Inspector General of the police, and the police hierarchy, and the task forces they have established and so on, I would be very confident. Except that now, the scope is much bigger and much wider.
I see. And you know, I just want us to wrap up on the issue of the border closures, because this is obviously a really important issue. It happened in 2020. A lot of people cried about how they were disenfranchised as a result of that. Is there anything that voters can do at this point?
What can they do?
Those who are outside.
Those who are outside the borders and
they should
want to come in.
Around, I mean, the border and then make more noise. And I'm sure TV3, you should send your cameras there, because if you did, then it will help for the powers that be to see that, yes, these are genuine Ghanaians. Because if I'm sure by now they will have their voters' ID or other forms of identification. So if we send the cameras, then they can show, look, I'm Ghanaian, this is where I live. Let's give them a lot of traction. Let's give their plight a lot of traction. I'm sure. Yes, it can.
Unfortunately, it won't change the situation.
Oh no, at least let's see if we have the cameras there. Something.
You have 8 hours to an election.
Yes.
The election starts tomorrow morning at 7.
Yes.
People don't just mass up. Some level of mobilization organization needs to take place. It's not possible to do it now. This is the time when even some people are already asleep and so on. The timing was carefully done and so on. There's very little they can do. One other option would have been for some of the aggrieved persons to go to court and seek a court order that they are being denied their voting rights. Is that possible between now and 7 a.m. tomorrow? It is not possible. You know, it is not possible.
Right. So we're looking at an almost hopeless situation when it comes to that. But the military told us that they won't be involved in our elections. So it's quite surprising that we find them in Gusau, as is being reported. Should the military start talking to us as to why some of their men are over there?
Absolutely. Yes, I support such a call, because in matters like this, the best, I mean, one of the best ways of resolving the suspicion is to hear from the military directly. Because what are 5 soldiers doing in there? 5.
Assuming that the story is true.
Oh, I'm thinking that, yes. You see, at least I saw the pictures.
The journalist who was attacked has reported to their media house.
On UTV. So I have seen the story. Maybe I should forward it to Mr. Okansi. Maybe you can replay it here. You see people, I mean, you see even soldiers, policemen. So the soldiers sought to prevent the police from coming in because they said they want to shoot.
right? They said they want to shoot at any person who comes in. So they said they were cocking their guns, etc.
That is what the report says.
That's what the report says. So for me, the key thing is that, look, and you see, if you want to see whether this story is true or not, this is UTV. This is UTV. Now, it may not be factual, but generally you see that UTV, because of, let's say, let's just make it short, they are perceived to be pro what? MPP. Perception. I'm using the word. That's why I say it may not be factual. That's why I say perceived to be. So for them to carry the story, it tells you that this cannot be.
What you say now also creates a perception that if this you know, it could have gone in their favor or not, then maybe they wouldn't have reported it. So how about we leave that out?
Okay, but at least it's on UTV, which is a big media house, right?
We could say that.
Yes. So let's say that.
I think it's safe to say that UTV has quite a huge audience.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But to talk about the public perception, we may not be fair to them.
Yes, so I take
in any case,
I take that.
How have we measured that public perception? Has it been measured?
Okay.
Was it measured scientifically?
So perfect.
And so on?
Well, we can.
That could become a problem.
Very problematic indeed.
Very problematic.
But away from security, and I know there's a lot more to discuss, and we have a lot of time on our hands to do that. But away from security, the special voting taught us a few things, that our political parties will go at all lengths to do what it takes to win the vote. We saw the issue of treating and vote buying during the exercise. How did that come to you, Mr. Pratt? Were you surprised at all?
Well, I want to believe that you're talking about the incident that happened at Ayawaso West Logon.
There is that.
I was surprised because I thought that given all the difficulties we have, all the faults we have with our elections and so on, I had thought that we had gone past this blatant, absolutely blatant, violation of electoral laws and so on. And when I saw it, I was really surprised and taken aback. And I was really worried, especially when I saw the videos involving a sitting member of parliament. The parliamentarians who made the laws, the parliamentarians who approved the electoral laws, violating it with impunity. I mean, it was so very shocking. You understand? Now, there's one question, that I think is important. Look, if you have been in power for 8 years, and you have satisfied your constituents, you've done the things that your constituents want, you serve them well and so on, would you be sharing water in a voting queue? Because your achievements will speak for themselves.
Right.
The constituents know whether you pursued their interest or you didn't pursue their interest. You understand? So when you find politicians sharing food and water in voting queues and so on, it's a statement about the fact that they have failed in doing what is important. You understand? And then there are the rumors, which may or may not be true, about some of them sharing 200 CDs and 300 CDs and so on.
600 Ghana.
Whatever it is. I mean,
reportedly.
We give you a mandate to go and represent us in Parliament, to make good laws, which would ensure our collective prosperity and so on. You sit in Parliament 4 years, and then what you think would make us vote for you is 200 CDs. That's an insult to the people you are giving the money to, and to a very large extent, an insult to yourself. I can't believe it. I mean, look, what do these politicians take us for? They think that we are yo-yos. What do they take us for? I've given you my power. The sovereignty of this country has been handed over to you. 32 million people have decided that all of us cannot go and sit in Parliament House and make laws. So let us choose 275 of you, our fellow countrymen, to go and make sure that we protect our interests. At the end of the 4 years, what you want us to use to assess you is your 200 cities. What an insult.
Right. But some people take it, and we'll come back and look at that issue. But let's cross over to Alfred Okansi now. Alfred.
Yeah, Kemini. Well, while we're at it, we're still keeping an eye on how things are playing out in terms of the preparation ahead of tomorrow, the movement of the ballot papers, and then also the ballot boxes, the electoral materials to, in some cases, hard to reach communities, as we saw in the Kwanta North and Kwanta South constituencies. Let's cross over to the Western region, where my colleague Irama Smith is joining us from the 2nd D Youth Center, where she has been interacting with some young people there.
Right, so I'm standing right in front of the 2nd D Youth Center, and so much excitement here, so much anxiety here. You can see a lot of the youth around. On my left-hand side, there is the finals of a community football gala ongoing, which was organized by the Member of Parliament, Andrew Ejapa Mesa. So you have those who are watching. The pubs are also full. So many people have traveled to town to exercise their vote. So you can imagine the mood in town. We are also picking some information that at the collation centers, the NDC has set up some gensets to ensure that even if the lights go off, there would be standby generators to ensure that everything moves on smoothly. But you see people gathered in groups, chatting, just whiling away the time whilst they count down to tomorrow, 7 a.m. when the elections begin. I have been interacting with some youth here. Yeah, so the atmosphere is charged. I want you to tell me, you are in town. What is the mood like? What is the mood in 2nd D?
Now, I can see the mood is high because a lot of people are preaching for change, and mostly the youth in 2nd D, they are all preaching for 2nd D deserve better, then change must come. And the PC2 has given our MP a little challenge, because now this is the first time you can see the MP on grounds going to house. This morning you will see him here, the next morning you see him there. Like, it's a very tough game here. So
things are changing.
Yeah, so now the atmosphere, like, everyone is hungry, eager, excitement, like they're all willing to see what will happen tomorrow.
Let me come to you. You know, 2nd D is traditionally an NPP seat. Yes. And yeah, so it's expected that tomorrow people should be relaxed, irrespective of the challenge that the NDC PC is giving the incumbent, as he said. What would you also say is the expectations of people?
Exactly. It's a good thing, actually. Looking at politically in general, what is happening in Ghana now, it's a subset of the whole general thing that is happening in Ghana, and we are seeing the same thing here.
What is happening in Ghana?
The position is giving out a lot of challenge. I mean, politically, they are also doing their bit to throw some kind of challenge to the NPP, actually, and that is the same thing that we're seeing here. But you know, this place is like a swing kind of a thing like that. It's a stronghold, MPP stronghold thing. So it is, the setting now is politically charged from both sides. But in as much as the place is a stronghold for the MPP, people are expecting the same feedback. Just that the NDC is trying its possible best to also throw some kind of challenge and stuff like that. So we are anticipating for whatever thing will happen. We are looking for a new thing tomorrow. But then in as much as I said, this place is what NPP stronghold seat. Automatically,
how would you describe the mood in town now?
As I really use this expression, kind of excitement all over around, and people are also nervous. People are also looking forward to see something, you know. So, you know, it's a kind of amazed feeling thing like that.
It's a different kind of feeling. Let me come to you. Yeah. What would you say is feeding this kind of thing? Because I believe that the first time this was experienced was it 2016 during Papa Wusu and Koman's time and Captain Kujo, and then we have it again, a full cycle. What is happening? Is it the electorate becoming more critical? Is it the youth becoming more critical? What exactly is happening in 2nd D?
No, I think actually now the youth are becoming more critical. They want to see a new development for 2nd D. Now it's like 2nd D has become one way, MPP. So now they want to put a challenge that now let's try to give NDC the chance whether they can do something. That is why these days the youths are so eager for change in secondary. So now the PC, if you look at the issues about the PC and stuff, he's more on the grounds, right? If you look at what happened about his issue, not becoming a lawyer, he's a fake lawyer, but still people were considering that whether he's a proper lawyer or not, we need change. So now the youths are eager. I don't know for the traditional people, the old people and stuff, but the youth want to see. Let's give someone a chance to see whether apart from MPP, what NDC can also do as a party.
So is it just a sentimental thing to just change because NPP has had its way for a long time, or there are some critical issues that they are looking at?
Now the youth are looking at
so that's a Rama Smith there. The secondary constituency, or the secondary constituency for that matter, is one to look out for in the Western region. In fact, as to whether the Western region still looks that description or status as a swing region is one that many will still contend with us after the Western North region was carved out of that particular region. The NDC controls the Western North region. Look at all the constituencies as well in the Western region. You would see they have that swing nature as well. But let's cross over to Akwatia, where the NDC, some NDC supporters earlier gathered at the residence of a prominent NDC member in that particular constituency, not far from the constituency office, reportedly to receive transportation money to facilitate their movement to that's hard to reach communities or constituencies tomorrow. Let's get some more from our correspondent Enoch Dankwa. Enoch, what's the latest on this particular issue?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Enoch. I can hear you, I can see you. What's the latest to this issue of the NDC supporters who thronged the house of a member in that particular constituency? Okay, we'll rectify that connection to Enoch Dankwa shortly. This is your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. Let's come back to the Greater Accra region. The Dade-Kotopon constituency is one constituency that we're keeping an eye on as well. If you look at from 2004, at least, to this moment, the NPP has only won the Dade-Kotopon constituency once. And this was in the 2016 election. Nia Masana Mwale, man who was called to the bar not too long ago, won in 2004, won in 2008, won in 2012. In 2016, he was defeated by Vincent Sowa-Odotai, who was also appointed as a deputy communications minister. Vincent Sowa-Odotai is the only person who has won the Dade-Kotopon constituency for the MPP. Guess what? In 2024, Vincent Odotai Sowa is going as an independent candidate. He is one of the 111 independent candidates contesting this 2024 election. This is in the Dade-Kotopon constituency. The incumbent, Todele Sowa, is seeking a comeback. And then the man who is contesting on the ticket of the MPP this time around is John Addo. John Addo is the long-time driver, the personal driver of President Kufuor. He won a very controversial primary in the Dade-Kotopon constituency. He's the one who is contesting for the MPP in that constituency. Guess what? There are some two primaries in this constituency. Dr. Gerard Nyanyofio, Electoral at the UPSA, he won that, but he was impressed upon to step down. Then there was another primaries. Then President Kufuor's personal driver won this. That's John Addo. This is a constituency to watch because of the areas in there. Cantonments, parts of Osu, parts of Chado, 37, all these areas are in the Dade-Kotopon constituency. My colleague Crosby Annan visited the area and interacted with some of the constituents ahead of tomorrow. Take a look.
Peaceful election. And nothing else again. Because here we don't have any problem for our voting. Always we are coming here. So I think tomorrow will be a peaceful voting and nothing else again.
But how prepared are you yourself?
Oh, I've prepared well for my voting. Yes.
What will you be looking out for to vote for any of the candidates?
Anybody wins, vote. We are Ghanaians.
Okay.
So anyone who wins, we are going with that person.
Okay. Is there any particular policy you're looking for that will convince you to vote?
No. There's no one can convince me.
You've made up your mind already?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Around what time are you getting to the polling center to vote tomorrow?
If I could say, by 7:30.
You'll be there?
Yeah.
Right. And after that, would you come home or you stay there?
No, I will never ever stay there. So far as I've cast my vote, I'll come back home. And I will look for the results and nothing else.
Okay. Day, it's a big day for the country.
Well, actually, we thank God for everything. Like, from January to December, it's all our mind, but it's God's grace in our life. So tomorrow, by God's grace, you will go to vote to see our victory and the one who will be our president and
your MP.
Yeah, MP, yeah, for Electoral.
Are you prepared?
Yeah, I'm well prepared because I'm going for Joseph Ado.
Okay.
Yeah, then I'll give Mahama.
So you are voting skirt and blouse tomorrow?
Yeah, skirt and blouse. That's my mind.
Is there a reason why?
Yeah, because so far as Odole, I've chopped 8 years. I've sent my proposal several times to her, no reply. So I'm not. She can't compete me anymore. So I have to test Joseph Ado to see what he also can do.
Okay.
Yeah, to help the go to for. Yeah.
So around what time are you also getting to the polling center?
Maybe I'll go there around maybe 11 or 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you'd cast your vote and come back home.
Come back home. Then I'll observe what people are doing. And
Okay. It's election day. You're a registered voter. How prepared are you for the big day tomorrow?
Well, like everybody's prepared. So we just go and then cast our vote and then come back home. When it's time to count the ballot, we just go there. If you feel like going, it's okay. For me, I'll be just staying at home and then relaxing. Probably because tomorrow I'll be going to work, and after work, I'll just come and cast my vote and then stay in my room.
But what preparations are you making ahead of tomorrow?
Well, I can't do any preparation because I'm not related to EC. So mine is to just go and cast my vote and then just.
And I'm sure by now you've made up your mind already on who you're voting for.
Oh, for sure. Everybody knows who one way or the other person you're choosing for. Okay. As you know, you're going to support.
Why are you going now?
If you say, Usha was it in one, none near my coso, not say Usha, Yamawa, now wash a baby over 2. We are Yama Usua, now wash it. No, what to a Bayama. It's me, you got 2 Abba, in your for Shiki. Oh, Shiki, danger.
I see. It's in Yambo Obeko Center, or better time,
Hey, Madame, Miss Soria. Matcha by 8 o'clock, because me I mean to me sunlight. It's a bed one a wire, you know, my hot. I am too year Panama Befi. I'm a pen of be Eddie. I'm a club back when I'm at that. Track club back when I'm a different phone. I'm for them that train results.
Sound. That's it.
And I met 2 man or Dukunima. I'm assuming that's Damanyami.
Now the club back on Swaka home.
Hey, club back with them, my son tried child one back with that.
But that's what we.
So that's the happenings ahead of the election in the Dadekotopon constituency. Less than 8 hours, 30 minutes, in fact, 8 hours, 28 minutes away from now, we would have the first ballot cast. That's tomorrow, 7. This growth you are seeing is as a result of our vigilance, our demand, our demonstration that I led as an MP, obviously because my government is not in power. But the people of Lejokoko are better placed to take a decision on what's going to happen tomorrow. Krowa as well is a constituency towards going into this election. And guess what? Even though Lejikuku has a swing for the parliamentary, they've always voted NDC for presidential. So that's another dynamic as well to look at going into this constituency. Kevin.
Indeed. I want to take the conversation now to my guest seated in the studio. And Mr. Pratt, you already said that the NPP candidate, Dr. Okoboy, is not going to make it in that constituency. Is that what you see?
How did I say that? How did I say that?
That was your very photo.
Sir?
Anyway, but when you look at how people we have spoken to outside are prepared, they are ready to go to the polls, would you say same preparedness for the Electoral Commission? They're ready for tomorrow?
Well, the Electoral Commission has bungled a number of things, clearly bungled a number of things. For example, media coverage of the elections was completely bungled. When they came up and said that they were going to restrict media presence at the coalition centers and that they were going to depend on their officers to choose credible media houses. And I was wondering, what is the qualification? How are they going to choose credible? What is the criteria and so on? That was a huge mistake. And that is happening for the first time in our history. So I thought that was not, it wasn't proper. We've had many problems where, for example, the special voting for 2 regions actually was suspended because of problems with ballot papers and so on. That for me is a problem. And there are other incidents. So again, we've had elections in this country before where the Electoral Commission has had to declare results at least 3 times. That's worrying. Because if you're talking about the competence of the commission, I don't think that you want to include arithmetic calculations. So if the Electoral Commission has no competence on arithmetic calculations, what other competences would they have, and so on? And one is hoping that this time they will do well, with some of these things and so on. Now, when it comes to elections, the issue of security is firmly in the hands of the commission. You understand? It's the commission which invites the security agencies to help it maintain security. There have been problems, as in Ashanti region, where regional minister is giving instructions and so on. There are problems, alleged problems, in places like Kaswa and so on. All that will speak to some problems with the elections. Now, in previous elections, we've also had problems with the late arrival of ballot papers and other election, things, machines, and so on. We are hoping that this time the situation will be much, much better and so on. So, look, we now have about 8 hours or less than 8 hours to the start of polls. And I'm hoping for the best, There is something that is not often spoken about. Look, every one of our 32 million Ghanaians has a right and a duty to protect the sanity of our elections. Everyone. The Constitution grants us the right and the power and the duty to protect the ballot. So yes, the security services are being called upon to form security forces and so on. But that cannot exclude the vigilance of all the population, of the total population. So to talk about protection of ballot and so on, as if it's the sole responsibility of the security forces is problematic. What we need to emphasize is that all of us have to work within the framework of the law. We should not encourage lawlessness. And we should not encourage lawlessness from the general public, from political party representatives and supporters, and also from the Electoral Commission, and from the security services. All of us should be lawful. And if all of us are lawful, things will go well.
Indeed.
If you have a situation where a section of the security forces or the Electoral Commission decides to violate the law, you know what is going to happen.
Yeah, it could get problematic.
It could get problematic. So let all of us work within the ambit of the law.
Right.
The security services, Electoral Commission, the judiciary. Judiciary. And common people like us. All of us, let's work within the law and there'll be no problem.
On the back of what you have said, I will come back and take your comment on what appears to be encouragement of people to just vote and leave the centers. Not now. I'll come back. Let me cross over to Alfred now. Alfred.
Yes, Kemini. So earlier there was a conversation about the 8 people who were killed in the 2020 elections and the fact that there's no accountability. That happened at Techiman South and then some other constituencies as well in the Greater Accra region. Let's cross over to Techiman, the Techiman main lorry station where our correspondent Belinda Tete is reporting of an unusually busy lorry station ahead of tomorrow. Belinda, can you hear me? Hello, Belinda. We'll re-establish connection with Belinda shortly to understand what's happening there. Yeah, just Belinda. I know you've been talking to some of the travelers in there. Now, what have they been telling you about the busy lorry station that we're seeing right now?
Right. So, here I'm at Techiman main station. And this place, normally, on a regular day, as early as 9 p.m., the station is closed. You won't really get any active movement of vehicles. But today seems to be quite different, as we see vehicles moving as late as 10 p.m. I beg your pardon. We have vehicles loading and moving, people trooping in, trooping out of the station, going to and from the station. So some are coming from other destinations to Techiman, and some will continue from Techiman to other destinations with the aim of getting there early so they can cast their votes by tomorrow morning. And so according to them, it is the election that is making them move out to and from Techiman to be able to get to their destination so they can cast their votes as early as tomorrow morning.
Fantastic. Belinda, thank you very much. Belinda Tete, together with the team of our correspondents in Techiman North, Techiman South, we're giving you everything you need to know tomorrow here on your Election Command Center. So stay with us. We're establishing connection coming to all of these people so our viewers and listeners will know that we've got them covered beginning tomorrow in all the over 40,900 polling stations across the 276 constituencies in all the 16 regions. There's only one command center. That's right here. Kemini?
Indeed, Alfred, thank you so much for handing over to us here at the desk. Lawyer Kwebu, I want to take your comments also on the readiness of the Electoral Commission for tomorrow.
Well, I'll go with Senior Kwesi Pratt. You know, in the run-up to the elections, there's been one problem after the other. One problem after the other. And for me, key amongst them is the failure of the EC to allow for the forensic audit. They blew a golden opportunity to restore confidence in the register and the whole electoral architecture as a whole. So for me, once they resisted the forensic audit, an audit that, as I keep saying, Kenya did, and it shored up the confidence in their system and the integrity of the elections, I knew that, look, many other bad things were going to happen. Yeah, I knew it, because the thing is that the forensic audit was so easy to understand. A key stakeholder, NDC, has concerns about the register. Now, it's not as if we're asking EC to fork up more taxpayers' money. No, the UNDP said it was going to fund it. So what was the EC going to lose? To just open up the register, do all the forensics, to give assurance to all the parties that the register is clean. The EC dug in his heels. No way. The my suspicions grew that, look, it's a bad sign, bad omen, and that many bad things will happen. And you see, since then, there's been many other things. You see, even there was one time we had to do on the key points. Bano Biu, the director of Electoral Services, came. And it was a shambolic performance here. He couldn't defend why they would not exhibit the register again, especially as people had gone to register. So they need to be sure that the registration is taking effect. So you see that eventually they allowed the online exhibition through online or text messages, etc. The EC is being shambolic. It's been shambolic. And look, I've said it from day one that it starts with the caliber of people they appointed. Party apparatchiki, people that they can control, people who are malleable. My comments about the incompetence of Jim Mensah are well known in this media house. I've said it time with that number. Me from the beginning. Once her name was put up that she was going to be EC, then I started asking around. I never got any positive review from any serious person.
I see. But so, I mean, what you have said about the register is not to cast doubt on the credibility of the elections tomorrow, is it?
Oh, it does, because they refuse to do the forensics. So for now, as we sit, there are fears that things could happen. And I've not finished. If there is 2 more minutes, at least. Next thing, at the EC internally, there are 2 MPP members who are in charge of their IT. I'm not coming to appear, Internally, the EC as an institution. There's this man they call Anfo Kwachi's son. The last time, last week when we were on the key points, Padre Boachidankwa denied. He said that officer is not Anfo Kwachi's son. When we say Anfo Kwachi was one of Akufo-Addo's trusted advisors, right? Anfo Kwachi. Right. He had been convicted for narcotic offenses, etc. We're told that that is his son.
Well, but Polgar said it's not true.
But when we asked him
to believe it is?
Yes, when we asked him what's the relationship, he kept quiet. So he tells you that he's very close. Oh, he sat here on Saturday. We said, okay, if not his son, what is the relationship? Then he kept quiet.
But
he kept quiet. So that tells you.
So we do not know.
No, sure. No. As for the relationship, it's quite close. Somebody who comes to say it's not his son, that man is not Anfo Kwachi's son, but what is he? Then he's quiet. What is he? Then he's quiet. Tells you very, very close. So one, and they are not denying that that gentleman is MPP. Then also another doctor.
The party is not denying that the IT staff is not MPP.
Yeah, they are not denying. They are not denying. They've not denied it. Then let's go. So those 2 key officers. So that's directly and internally in terms of everyday operations of the EC, IT department. These 2 gentlemen, MPP, in charge of the IT system. I mean, it doesn't give any confidence. This doesn't give confidence. If your opponent...
See, at the end of the day, people will go to the polls and vote. And given the checks and balances we have put in our system, we shouldn't expect any IT person to be able to manipulate it on the blind side of the rest of the people who work there. It's just 2 people.
Hey! I like the devil advocate, so I repeat. Every one person is enough. I haven't heard they say a crash for the thing is 0, then they add 1, then it changes. So if the thing is 0, if you add 1 to the left, it becomes 10. Then you add another 1 to the right.
That's what I'm making. That's the point I'm making. It's not just one process, right? There are party agents at the polling stations. There are party agents at the collation centers. They all have to sign up for the results to come from the collation centers, constituency collation centers to the regional centers, then to the national office, right? And so it's a whole process that we cannot say that one IT person sitting behind a computer will be able to change the documents that have been signed.
I'll give you an excellent answer. I'm grading it excellent. In 2020, the EC changed the results 5 times. If you thought that one person cannot do. So there were computational errors in 2020. So that's a verifiable fact. The EC had to change the results 5 times. So it tells you that the human involvement in the process, Charlie, can give somebody an advantage. Don't play with it at all. Then we come to the management of the EC. There's Dr. Apia Hini, who is an MPP foot soldier. Okay? Apia Hine is an MPP. He was a MPP communicator as well. So radio interviews, Sami Jemfi said there were programs he went on with Apia Hine representing MPP, and Sami Jemfi representing NDC, etc. Now, Kemini, this is what they say. I say, Kodeo, which represents all of Ghana, an election monitoring body, has called on Akufo-Addo to revoke the appointment. That was before it took effect. They asked Akufo-Addo to revoke the appointment of Apia Hine and another lady, the Salima lady, because these were too close to the MPP. Akufo-Addo refused. So what I'm saying is that Kodeo represents all of us. You have the churches, CSOs, etc. Kodeo represents all of us. So when Kodeo speaks, that is the whole of Ghana speaking. Yet Akufo-Addo refused. They think that if Akufo-Addo thought any neutral persons would be beneficial to the EC, he wouldn't have done so. No, he thinks that his party people are the best people to come in there. So in case of anything, then they can do something to benefit the MPP. So as for the EC, no, they've not come into this game prepared. It's just that I'm not really pleased and convinced that EC is ready to deliver a credible election.
I see. And Mr. Pratt, you've said that the responsibility of protecting the ballots is on all of us. But we've also seen how people have been encouraged to just vote and go home and wait for the results to be announced. Where do we draw the fine line?
Well, I'm not so sure that call on people to just vote and go home is a particularly pragmatic measure which would ensure, you know, the transparency that we want and so on. If people vote and they stay there to observe, and they are not throwing stones, they are not firing weapons, they are staying there as the law demands, you know, law-abiding citizens watching the process. What's the problem? What's the problem? And then they are told to go back home and come back at 5 o'clock when counting begins. My goodness. 5 o'clock when counting begins, when tensions are high and so on. As for that one, like, they can come. It doesn't make sense to me at all. You understand? I think we should encourage people to take active part in monitoring the process, in verifying things if they happen and so on. And if the people are confident that what they're seeing is transparent and so on, that's a huge way, you know, of ensuring that there's peace and there's calm and so on, you know. So I'm not particularly enthused. Now, this call on people to just go and vote and go home, you know. And usually, what those who say this, you know, mean is that if you stay there, there may be trouble and you may lose your life. That's threatening. Why should my life simply because I finished voting and I decided to stay to observe the process? What's the problem? I don't understand some of these things, you know.
Indeed. And you know, while we're subject on the readiness of the Electoral Commission, today we heard how during the transfer of materials to Nkwanta South in the OT region, the light went off there and there was no backup. But we know the Electoral Commission had told us that they had it all. They had backup power banks, generators, and all that. And this is even just packing of materials. So does it worry you?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Kemini. Yeah, it's worrying because, I mean, it's not rocket science to know that each facility should have a backup generator, backup. I think in 2020 there were similar issues. Yeah, where some places people had to use their cars to give light for the counting to go on it. So one would have thought that by now all these logistical issues would have been dealt with. So it's worrying that in 2024 we're still having doomsaw affecting the preparation for the elections. It's not good. It's not good at all. I hope they can hire some generators before the election starts tomorrow.
Actually, there was one place where the seal, you know, on the holders for the ballot papers had been broken. One seal had been broken. No, this
a few days ago.
So,
yes,
indeed.
You know, that's also a very worrying sign.
Yeah.
Well, but you know the
Who broke the seal?
Yeah, fair question. But the Electoral Commission chairperson before now had responded to a similar incident when the materials were going to the eastern region. That is just a seal that was broken, but then nothing was lost and there was nothing to be worried about.
So who broke the seal?
Indeed, she
broke the seal?
She also explained.
You don't break the seal. Something.
Well, she also had an answer to that. She said sometimes you are moving these things, they rub against each other, they throw in the arrangement. Sometimes the seal could be broken.
I've seen the seal before. It's not the seal which you get broken because it's rubbing against something. You understand? In fact, you actually have to cut the seal. And I think that even a normal scissors, ordinary scissors will have difficulty cutting that seal. So when a seal is broken, it's a serious matter.
Very well. We'll look a bit more at that matter and then also talk about the president in his address to the nation. He in his final words to the nation, said, go out and vote. Whether or not people will listen to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the last few hours before the elections. But let's go back to Alfred.
Kamene, yes. So that matter of the lights going off in some of the places is not just the Nkwanta South and North, as we reported earlier. We are hearing that there's been a number of similar cases, this around the Upper Manya Krobo constituency in the eastern region. The whole area was plunged into darkness. Eric Boafo is our correspondent in that area. What you're seeing on the screen, for the benefit of those listening to us on the radio, is a total darkness in the Upper Manya Krobo area. And we understand that this is the area as well that the EC has a place there that they had some of the electoral materials there that they were sorting out and also are preparing to dispatch those materials to some of these communities within and then the polling stations within the Upper Manya Krobo constituency. Now, the area has been plunged into darkness. We want to get an update on that. Eric Boafo is our correspondent in that constituency. Eric, appreciate you connecting with us here on your election command center. What's the latest in the Upper Manya Krobo constituency?
All right, Alfred, I can confirm that in about 15 to 20 minutes ago, power has been restored in the Upper Manya Krobo constituency. However, the light has gone off for over 30 minutes. But then the District Electricity Company of Ghana manager, in the person of Mr. Bansa Jibodi, has informed the assembly members through some public WhatsApp platform that the occurrence wasn't deliberate, but rather was as a result of a fallen tree, which fell on some of their cables at the Buti area in the Yilo Krobo municipality, which fall under the Asisewa district of the Electricity Company of Ghana.
I see. And so that's what caused this 30 minutes power outage. Now, you've been also monitoring how the Electoral Commission is going about the sorting of their materials ahead of tomorrow. Did this power outage impact on the EC's exercise there, the sorting out of the materials to dispatch them to some of the polling stations in that constituency?
Well, what we have been able to gather as of the time of the power outage was that they had enough power and light that they used in sorting out their ballot papers. At the moment, party agent as well as the EC officials are easily sorting out the papers to make sure tomorrow morning they are dispatched to the various polling stations. And let me say that polling stations in the Upper Manya Krobo constituency numbered up to 133 across 256 constituency. Over here, two parliamentary candidates belonging to the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress.
Right. I say thank you.
Contesting for the post tomorrow.
Right, Eric Boafo, thank you very much. The Upper Manya Krobo constituency, 133 polling stations. That's the information we're having from it. But Kemene, this Upper Manya Krobo constituency and Lower Manya Krobo constituency as well, there are two flashpoints that we're looking at going into this election. They have a not too pleasant history. all right, when it comes to some skirmishes at constituency.
Indeed.
We'll keep an eye on that and what happens in the coming days.
Alfred, you're right, which is why you would hear the ECG office there respond to this matter because of the history of violence seen in this area. And it really doesn't have to be related to the elections or the Electoral Commission. Between ECG themselves and the people of the Upper Manya Krobo area and the Yilo Krobo area, there is really very sour history between these two groups. So we're happy to note that the electricity has been restored in that area. But let's wrap up our conversation here in the studio. Mr. Pratt, I was saying that the president in his address to the nation, final words, he said we should go out there and vote. Is there something to go and vote for at this point, as far as the president is concerned?
Well, look, this whole democratic arrangement did not come from nothing. People struggled in order for us to get here. People died in the process, of struggling to establish this limited democratic experiment, you understand? So the right to vote is a gain, it's a major gain that we should protect. Not too long ago, even in the so-called Western democracies and so on, women were not allowed to vote. Now women are allowed to vote.
Right.
Not too long ago, in recent history, if you didn't have landed property, you were not allowed to vote. So where we have come to, universal adult suffrage, is the result of many struggles.
Right.
They are gains that we have won out of popular struggles. So it's important to protect those gains and to advance them. So the right to vote is an important democratic gain of popular struggles which needs to be protected. And therefore, I would urge, all of our people to exercise, their right to vote. It is true, it's a fact, that tomorrow's voting would not resolve all the problems that face us. It would not take away the extreme poverty that people suffer. It would not take away the fact that our people's access to social services are limited. It would not bring about extended maternity leave for women. Women are not going to enjoy 6 months maternity leave. We are not going to have paternity leave and so on. So there's so many things that we cannot achieve with our votes tomorrow. Nonetheless, it's a constitutional right to vote. It's a democratic right to vote. And that right to vote needs to be protected as part of our general struggle to ensure mass participation in decision-making processes and so on. This election will not bring an end to the popular struggle.
Right.
This election is not going to bring an end to the search for a new order, which would make it impossible.
But vote we must.
Yeah.
Indeed.
It's a limited option. Very limited option. It will not resolve the crisis that faces us. It will not resolve the bankruptcy which has been visited upon us within the last 8 years and so on. But you can make a statement by voting tomorrow. I've heard people saying that they will not vote tomorrow. And I'm sure you've also heard.
I have.
Did you find out which party they voted for in the last election?
No, I didn't.
Oh, please do. If you do...
What do you hear when you ask?
You will find that many of the people who are saying that they won't vote are people who voted NPP in the last 2 elections. And they are able to make a switch to the NDC. And therefore they say that they will not vote at all. Check. I've asked many people who say that they will not vote, which parties they voted for in the last 2 elections. And the overwhelming majority are people who voted NPP in the last 2 elections.
In the last 2 elections, I see.
Yeah.
I see. Lawyer Kwebu, your final words as we wrap up on going out to vote.
Yeah, so I implore fellow citizens to vote wisely. We all know that I come to sit here, you also, you're in your homes. We are all trying to do our best to get a better democracy. Look, we know that yes, both dominant political parties are not angels, right? But one thing is clear, that after some years in government, it's good that you let that party in government leave the scene. Let that party leave so that we can take stock. Stock taking is very important. So simply put, the MPP having been in office for 8 years, it's time for them to go so that we let a different party come. Then we can take stock. You see how clearing agent is a mother serpent of corruption, will not let state institutions act, etc. It's not good to give it to Baumia because then we will suffer the same thing, deterioration of our governance. Deterioration of the governance. Deterioration of the governance. Let's stop the bleeding.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Mr. Kwesi Pratt, Junior Managing Editor for the Insight newspaper, host of Talk Time on Pan-African TV and former host of Hot Issues here on TV3. I appreciate you coming to talk to us. Lawyer Kwebu, Martin Kwebu is a regular here. He is a legal practitioner. Alfred.
I was just hoping that you're going to say former host of Hot Issues, the show which I host now. You know, that's going to go.
I was going to come to that. You know, I think that we should look for a future post the election, Mr. Pratt, where I host you one-on-one on Hot Issues, and then we talk about this country.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. Alfred, where are we going?
We're going straight for a quick break. When we're back, we get into the constituencies. We've been looking at some constituencies where the margin of victory for the MPs were so slim, very close, some as close as 16 votes in the 2020 elections. And what's the projection into 2024? We'll be back shortly. Stay with us.
Holiday season, let your home be the heart of the celebration. Celebrate the season with furniture that feels like home. Christmas Super Sale. Get up to 50% discount on all products at Danube Home. Create memories in every room. Visit Danube Home to make your holiday home complete.
I'm a Ghanaian and I love luxury across faith. And I love democracy.
December 7th, Ghana is voting.
Only peace. Peace, I give it to you all.
I love Ghana. Peaceful election before, during, and after.
One Ghana. Peace. Peace to everybody.
One Ghana. Ghana.
This message brought to you from the luxury accredited faith.
Champion.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know M-Punch Homeopathy Clinic. M-Punch Homeopathy Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about M-Punch Homeopathy Clinic. Who will be careful M-Punch one?
The election is. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties. Peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections. Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties. Peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections. Hello. My name is Judith Brown, a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties. Peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Twi, we say kembi ma min kembi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate, and I stand for peace.
It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly. And if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election. It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find, and that's why I want to...
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party.
On 3F 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. Now, we've been going across the country. Our next destination is the Volta region, described as the World Bank, the stronghold of the NDC. The NPP has one constituency that they have a member of parliament represented in the 8th parliament. That's the Hohoi constituency. John Peter Amewo is the member of parliament for the Hohoi constituency. His second re-election. There's an NDC candidate so strong in there. Our correspondent is connecting with us right now. Faisal Idris has been crisscrossing the Hohoi constituency. Faisal, tell us, what have the people been telling you?
Well, my brother, the Hohoi constituency, like you rightly stated, was lost to the NPP in 2020. It has been an NDC state all along. Today, just a few hours into the election, few hours to the commencement of polls, I'm here in Hohoi, and the streets remain very lively but peaceful. A few days back, you would feel that maybe coming to Hohoi for the election, things may be hostile. Though tomorrow is the D-Day, if you look across the streets in Hohoi, things are very calm and peaceful, except for the movement of people across the streets here in Hohoi. In Hohoi, there are 147 electoral police stations, which will be activated tomorrow for some 70,000 plus people to be voting in Hohoi for parliamentary candidates here in the Hohoi parliamentary race. Let me also talk to you about what people have been saying across the streets. In fact, everywhere you pass along the street here in Hohoi, you see 2-3 people gathered. And the conversation has all been about the election tomorrow, the eagerness, some form of enthusiasm on the part of voters ahead of tomorrow. I have been speaking to a few of them. I have a gentleman standing by. Let me see if I can engage him shortly. Gentleman, please come over. Let me try and engage him shortly. Good evening. You are live on TV3. And my brother, this is Hohoi, a place that has now become more or less a battleground for both the NPP and the NDC. Tomorrow, what are you ready for the elections tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, for now, everybody's well prepared for the actions tomorrow, aside from the ups and downs of everybody who is tired. And now everybody has to go home and get a very good rest so that tomorrow, early in the morning, everything will go as peaceful as we all want for the citizens of Ghana.
If anybody is coming to Hohoi tonight or tomorrow, what will you tell the person in terms of the issue of security? How the place is looking like? As
already, you can also see every place is well quiet. Everybody is well prepared for the actions tomorrow. And then, from my looking everywhere, nothing to fear at all. You can see buses are coming from far places, Kumasi, Accra, Kufuido, places here. Everybody is just well prepared. No conflict, no commencing of any. No. If we're to be here yesterday, it would be like police officers, everybody just want to put yourself in the trouble, just go there tomorrow, catch your vote, and then go back home, relax yourself, when the result is out, then we start to go about it. Thank you very much.
If you can hear us once more, and then, like I said a few days back, it looked as though it was going to get hostile here in Hohwe. But these 17s are calm. We expect that tomorrow, as polls open until the end of polls, would have a very peaceful election here in the Hohwe constituency. You can trust that on TV3, we'll be bringing you all the updates here from the Hohwe constituency.
Well, Fiscal, thank you for this. And this constituency that you have been crisscrossing ahead of tomorrow. Now, tell us, beyond this man that we just spoke to, you've been gauging the pulse there. What are the main issues that the people in the constituency have been talking about?
Yes, a lot has happened in Hohwe lately. In fact, this very week that just passed, both the NDC and the MPP, in their efforts to actually test the grounds ahead of tomorrow, commission number of projects. But there is still the conversation about the nature of roads leading to Hohwe. If you use the Fodoma stretch into the Hohwe township, it's very bad. If you are using the Bolokwati through the Budenu side, it's very bad. If you are using the stretch towards Nkwanta, it is very bad. And so the conversation is on roads. The conversation is also about youth unemployment. A lot of the numbers here in Hohwe, the young people are saying they do not have jobs. The other issue is the issue of the economy, which is already a national conversation. Here in Hohwe, the population is a very serious one. You find all kinds of people, and so there are also peculiar issues. When you go to the zone, they have their own issues. Some are talking about the fact that the current administration promised some tools in the Zobo. They promised one in the Zobo here that they never got. They are not happy about that. But there's also the conversation about the fact that over the period that the NDC has held on to the seat, they didn't get what John Peter Amahu has brought to them in the last 4 years. And so the conversation as to who wins the election in Hohwe tomorrow is a bit dicey. Things are not really looking clear as to you go to constituencies and somebody tells you, or you get that clear picture as to who is winning the election. But in the Hohwe constituency, things are not looking as clear as it was in the 2020 election.
Faisal, thank you. And it's telling, is it not, Faisal, with the results that we saw in the 2020 elections, even though John Peter Amahu, the current railways minister, won that election as the parliamentary candidate on the ticket of the MPP in 2020, John Mahama won the presidential with over 35,000 votes, as against the 14,000 thereabout that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo got in that Hohwe constituency. So it was a skirt and blouse situation there in 2020, isn't it?
It was the case. And so the conversations leading to the election tomorrow, when the NDC was here on Saturday to have their final regional rally, they mentioned the fact that indeed the people that voted John Peter Amahu in 2020, a huge number of them were NDC people. And they believe that these numbers have backtracked to base. This is one of the reasons why the NDC remains confident that they are going to do 18/18, that is winning the Hohwe seats back. That notwithstanding, the MPP on the other hand tells you that because of the performance of John Peter Amahu, they are actually going to show up the votes here in Hohwe. They are going to get more of it. As to how that will be done tomorrow, we wait to see how things pan out here in the Hohwe constituency.
Faisal Idris, thank you very much. And Faisal Idris is together with a team of our correspondents in the Volta region, and they're going to bring us everything that we need to know here on your election command center. And Martin, this Volta region, the stronghold of the NDC, the NPP has just one seat. They won in the 2020 election. So you have 18 constituencies in the Volta region, 17 held by the NDC, won by the MPP. And the NPP says they have a target of increasing their margin of vote to about 300,000, between 300,000 and 500,000. That's what Richard Ahiagba said. Well, the NDC also says, you know what happened in Hohwe in 2020 was just an outlier for us.
A terrible mistake, they call it.
We're going to take back Hohwe and have 18 constituencies to ourselves and none for you. If you juxtapose that with the MPP stronghold in the Ashanti region, the NDC holds 4 of the 47 seats, right? Yeah. As against the current 43 that that's the MPP holds, and with that one independent, that's 42 with one independent candidate. Now, the numbers clearly tells you why, even if the NDC wins the entire voter region, 18 constituencies, they will still need about 4 other regions to match up to the numbers in the Ashanti region.
Absolutely, and that is where the interest comes in, why the NDC is determined to take back the Hohoi constituency, because they felt something must have gone amiss. And even before John Peter Amewu won the Hohoi constituency, constituents on the ground, reports we had gotten, people who had gone there said that there was a clear development that had overtaken the entirety of the constituency that they had never seen before. Quite unprecedented. I mean, for several years, their roads had been tarred and asphalted. Structures that they had seen in very dilapidated status had all of a sudden become very improved. And that was what got people thinking that, no, something must be going on here. And so they thought that even if John Peter Amewu was in opposition and he could do this, they might as well vote for him, because then he would have incumbency advantage plus the financial muscle to even do more for them if he has power. And clearly, in the last 4 years, I mean, the verdict is with the people of Hohoi constituency as regards whether the expectations they had of John Peter Amewu has been met. That we cannot tell. But like you heard from Faisal Abdul Idrisu, he says that the people there are predominantly NDC voters. However, there was an issue that came up, and they thought that, no, if even in the last, our democracy is 20 years and over, in the last few years, this has happened overnight, then there's a possibility that going into 2024 and probably going forward, the NPP has something, up its sleeves for the constituents. That's why they voted for him. Whether they will repeat that or not is something we cannot tell. John Dramani Mahama went to the constituency during his voter regional campaign tour. At the Hohoi constituency, he's been there at least 3 times. And the message has been simple and straightforward. Let's reclaim our lost seat. Let's put in the extra effort to make sure that they don't win. And we will very soon tell the viewers or let them know who is the NDC candidate. We probably should just go into it. I mean, the presidential votes, you can tell that since 96, it's been a very safe seat for, they almost always vote for the NDC, so there's no qualms about that. It is only in 2020 that there was this major outlier. Let's look at the specific numbers in terms of the candidates that are coming in. Now we have John Peter Amewu going again, and what we've also realized is that anytime a candidate is able to win a constituency and wins it, especially the very difficult to win constituencies, the National Party finds a way of, crediting them or giving them some kind of an accolade or a position in government to, more or less tell them that you have done something extraordinary. This is just to say thank you to you. And they either get ministerial positions or some key significant government appointments. And John Peter Amewu, you can tell that currently he's a minister and one of the few from the Volta region who have ministerial positions. He's coming up against Thomas Walanyo Chekpo. We have seen his campaigns and where the message, it's interesting how he talks less about what he intends to do. The message he's trumpeting is the same thing John Mahama has said. Let's just get the constituency back into the fold of the NDC. And so that's what we are going to be keeping a very close eye on to see how from tomorrow by this time, whether or not the NDC can claim back its lost son in the Volta region back into the fold, or the NPP will repeat the miracle of 2020, where they are going to maintain the seat in the Hohoi constituency. Alfred.
Certainly, and the numbers tell a story, is it not? Yes, 2020 was a skirt and blouse situation, but if you look at the presidential, even though the MPP won with John Peter Amewu, the presidential, the margins were so wide. John Mahama won over 35,000 of the valid votes cast in the Hohoi constituency. Nanado, just a little over 14,000. Double that number of votes. But let's see how things play out in the Volta region, Hohoi specifically. But let's cross back down to the central region. That's a swing region with very interesting things to offer going into this election. The central region, if things play out for the NDC. They're going to give us the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. And you have the two leaders of the two caucuses in parliament. MPP and the NDC caucuses in parliament, they all have their leaders coming from the central region, Alexander Afenyomakin, Dr. Kesela Tuforsin. They are maintaining their swing region over the period. And Akwesiado is a man in the central region, specifically the Ewutu Senya East constituency. We're keeping an eye on that. Akwesi, what's going on where you are?
Okay, so currently I am at Pasua, the constituency, and I should say that I am not too far from the residents of the NDC parliamentary candidate Felix Napodo Okuno. And for the people gathered behind me here, it's been party upon party since afternoon. We are about hitting midnight, and these constituents are struggling. They are telling that they are not going to sleep. They are taking sleep until morning. Then they'll go and cast their vote. There are people who are telling me that they believe that the NDC parliamentary candidate whom they need is going to win the election. And so they have begun partying. Let me engage some of them. And what's not near but to abandon Simunia. Muguswa and I'm using money as I'm supposed to.
I didn't say I and you could be corrected.
Okay.
It's a
okay. Yeah, that's it. We did the same. Okay. So that is I was telling us that they are taking work until morning and then wait until it's officially open so that they can go and then catch the food. I was asking whether they would not, and then she told me that no, they are ready and fully prepared. And so please come closer. I see that you are in a very jubilant mood. You guys have been partying since afternoon. What's happening?
This is Kaswa Islam.
Okay.
This is set to Christ. 2019, during registration, our council brought some talk from North. They shot at us, they burned my motor. Nobody called him because he's a minister. The government is in power. 12 years now. It's only 1 month to election that he has started doing tests. Someone have done hospital, someone have done overhead, someone have done lorry station. But you say it was not good. But we have tested two sides of the coin. So this time, how a person must do? A teacher who cannot even define fish farming.
So what's actually behind this mood of happiness here?
The mood of happiness is because Nankoyo has done a lot for us. Even though she's on the opposition, she's a young lawyer, but she has done a borehole for us. She has done borehole for many people. She listens to the plight of the people. She's for the people. And she's on the ground. You understand? So I will just leave the public. A change is coming. And the change is now. So we are not sleeping. I'm a polling agent. Hey.
A polling agent and you are partying by this and you are not sleeping. How can you sleep watch over the elections?
We won't sleep.
You need to be sleeping to have enough rest.
No, I have rest. I told you I'm a mental health authority. I know how to sleep.
Okay.
I'm a psychologist assistant myself.
Okay.
We're not sleeping. So the victory is won for JM and Nakoyo. Okay. So if you vote for JM, you vote for Nakoyo.
Okay. So let me ask you this: where we are is not too far away from the step to Christ.
You are in the step.
What kind of food are you expecting at the center tomorrow?
Tomorrow it will be peaceful. But if someone bring aggression, we love aggression ourselves. But we don't trigger it. But if someone trigger aggression, then they will see the other side.
You will not even wait for the police to take over and handle the matter.
Police were here when they burned my motor. Police didn't take any action. They shot at us. Police didn't take any action. The country won't change. But if the EC and the opposition want to connive and deny our victory, we will not take it like
thank you very much, sir. What's your name?
I'm Edmond Kojomoti.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I'm the one put the Payola.
Okay, Edmond, thank you very much.
I love Captain Smart and Natity.
Okay,
they're my
favorites. Thank you very much.
I'm casting on Natity.
Okay, thank you. So, Smart and then the guys at Premier TV.
I see.
And then they do know that you really love media generally and that you are going to test us as your credible source of information and the news and even all the elections matters get closer to the election. So this is the mood here at this now. The people are still here. They are telling that they are not going to sleep until morning.
Right. Akwesi Ado, thank you very much. Akwesi Ado, together with the team in the Central Region, we're covering all the 23 constituencies there here on your election command center. The Utu Senya East constituency is where he reported from, and that's the constituency of the Fisheries Minister, Hawa Kumsin. She's represented that constituency since 2012. And in fact, Martin, the Utu Senya East and Utu Senya West were together as one constituency prior to 2012 when the Utu Senya East and West were now separated. And over time, you've seen the NDC dominate the Utu Senya West constituency. But for the Utu Senya East constituency, Hawa Kumsin has held on to it for the MPP since 2012. Yep. And she's gone into this election as well with Nakoyo. And you remember that incident earlier in the year? But, you know, that shooting incident that eventually came up with some issues, and then also the investigation by the Ghana Police Service and all. Really, it's a place to watch going into this election.
And it's interesting that anytime the constituency is mentioned, it is the violence that characterizes that constituency that people talk about the most, which is unfortunate. So we are hoping that going into 2024, or at least the next few hours when polls open, people will just go cast their ballot and then go. But let's look at the numbers. And like you indicated, from 2012, clearly it's been a very comfortable seat for the NPP. So the numbers from 2012 indicate that the NPP has had a majority in terms of the numbers and the percentages. 52.5% in 2012, as against the NDC's 45.3%. Come to 2016, when there was that mega win for the NPP across the country, where they had majority in parliament, the Utu Senya East actually had its highest percentage for the elections. They had 58.1%. The NDC had 40.8%. Come to 2020, when the NDC managed to claw back some of the votes, it still was not able to get enough to topple the NPP candidate. So again, the NP won by 52.5%. The NDC managed to get 47.4%. And across these election cycles, the voter population had increased. So it tells you that the numbers from 2020 as against 2016 had dropped. So the NPP actually lost about 6 percentage points in terms of the total votes cast. And the NDC managed to claw all of that going into the elections. But going into 2024, the same candidates are standing again, and we are uncertain how things will look like. But like the constituents who spoke to our correspondent indicated, they are going to stay all out until votes are counted, so they can tell whether or not their candidate whom they voted for is the one that is winning after declarations are made.
And it's a very good point you made there. Let's switch over to Senya West and see how issues are played out in that constituency as well. And how Akumsin, as incumbent MP, Fisheries Minister, is pouring in with all her incumbency advantage and the resource as well. Because look, this is a community that is heavy on their work and all the fishing that they do. And then you hear some of the persons there talk about the support she's giving to them and so on. But you heard some of the concerns as well. Now, beyond the support, they are looking at their personal situation since 2012 to date. Now, what is there to show as well? But let's look at Utu Senya West.
Yeah, so this is a Utu Senya West, and coincidentally, the NDC is actually the winner of that constituency. And like you indicated, when it was a Utu Senya in total, it was quite a mixed bag. But after it was redemarcated to East and West, the NDC is winning the West. So in 2012, the NDC won by 49.8%. You can safely say that is 50%. The NPP got 39.9%, which is just about 40%. In 2016, The NPP won. Again, it tells you about the effect of the 2016 elections when, due to the impact of Nana Akufo-Addo, he managed to get a number of parliamentary candidates across the winning line, and they got 52.7% against the NDC's 46.8%, I should say. However, there was a reset, and in 2020, the NDC reclaimed the seat by 51.5%. The NPP got 47.0%. And if you look at the actual numbers in terms of the votes, it's actually very close. So in 2016, NDC got 25,664. The NPP got 28,867. And that is the win difference. NPP won it. Fast forward to about 3,000. Fast forward to 2020, the NDC is getting 32.7%. I beg your pardon, 32,708 of the votes, total votes cast, and they won with 51.5%. And the NPP got 29.832 votes, and it tells you how close this constituency is. And in the last few weeks, we've heard about concerns that the NDC candidates in both East and West of Ewutu Senya have raised about the movement of the collation center in the constituency, where they thought that as stakeholders in the election exercise, they needed to at least be aware of where any major decision concerning the constituency. If the EC has any major decision they wanted to take, they needed to be in the know of, because that is where they'll be deploying their agents to go to. So if you're changing the venue of a very important exercise as the collation of the constituency numbers, you needed to inform them or pre-inform them before they go. So it tells you how the constituents in these two constituencies, the Ewutu Senya East and West, are very focused on making sure that their respective candidates do well in the 2024 elections, which is just a few hours away.
And Central region is a swing region, and so it's worth it that we'll spend quite some time understanding the architecture, the thinking, the behavior of the electorates in that particular constituency. It's a strange one, because even in 2012, Martin, you look at some of the constituencies in the region, even though you talk about the sympathy votes for John Mahama going into the 2012 election. In fact, if you look at the Efutu constituency, Alexander Afenyo-Markin's constituency, John Mahama won the presidential in 2012. In the Efutu constituency, Alexander Afenyo-Markin then burst onto the scene and defeated the incumbent there, and then won the parliamentary. But that constituency has been represented by the likes of Mike Hammer, the former transport minister.
Yeah.
And then who was defeated by election in that 2012 election. That axiom, that central region. And they change their pattern every year. And so they fix that status of a swing region. If you look at specific constituencies in there, and going into tomorrow, we have some constituencies up our sleeves that we're looking at how things are changing in those constituencies as well. For instance, if you look at the Abrasebu Kwamankese constituency, Phyllis Kwatiofosu is going again, right, yes, on the ticket of the NDC. Those same tickets in 2020, they're going head-to-head again. We have the KEA constituency. We have also Exukuma Odobin Brakwa. Anytime I mention that, PC Apiofori comes to mind, yeah. You know, and then also we're looking at areas such as this Ewutu Senya East as well, and then the West. But if you look at all the 23 constituencies in the central region, the NDC has a very ambitious target in the central region. They want to win 20 out of the 23 constituencies in the central region. And they're leaving just 3 for the MPP. Yeah. And they're confident they're going to do that.
And the level of confidence is also stemming from the fact that they believe that for the first time in a long time, the vice presidential candidate that is from the constituency will be able to pool the numbers in their favor. And that is actually quite worrying, because it looks as though in 2016, when they picked Professor Nana Jane from the constituency, the NDC did not win the region, although they managed to take a hold on some of the constituencies. But going into 2024, we are conversation That is why the party decided to go to the constituency to undertake a number of projects and campaign promises. So we just keep tabs on how things will play out in the next few hours in the constituency. And there's Kofi Annan. James Kofi Annan is the NDC candidate for a Futu constituency. He was the same in 2020. We'll see how things play out. But let's shift to the Northeast region, Martin. And it's for good reason, because